Chapter 695. Rumble. The earth was changing, and there was a huge roar. The chi of the earth was surging wildly, making the mountains taller and the rivers wider. Especially under the ground, there were more innate spiritual meridians being born, giving birth to more innate chi for the God realm. Affected by this, the rules of the God realm were more perfect, and the whole world had an obvious improvement. Vaguely, it was beyond the scope of the Great Thousand World. And the creatures living in the God realm, with the improvement of the origin of heaven and earth, also received a lot of benefits. Those with low cultivation levels directly improved by a realm under the skyrocketing innate chi. Those with high cultivation levels saw the possibility of further improvement through the more perfect rules of heaven and earth. Very good. Seeing such a significant change after the God realm devoured the origin of demon god Xianhuang, Feng Zichen was very happy. Then he stepped into the God realm, and with his great path, evolved a bright purple star in the vast starry sky. The Emperor Star. The Master of Stars, the most honorable star. It was also his symbol. Rumble. As Feng Zichen evolved the Emperor Star in the starry sky of the God realm, the will of the world immediately sensed that the origin of heaven and earth was born from the void and gathered toward the newborn Emperor Star. Soon, with the support of Feng Zichen and the origin of heaven and earth, the Emperor Star was completely born. The sun, moon, and stars appeared together, and the world suddenly changed inexplicably. A layer of invisible ripples spread out, gently caressing the bodies of all living beings in the world. At this moment, all living beings knew that the world was different, but they could not tell what the difference was. The changes were wonderful and could not be described in words. Only through a long time, they could slowly understand it. At this point, Feng Zichen's act of creating the God realm came to an end. But next, he was not in a hurry to build the myriad world's trade city. Instead, he went to the highest peak of the God realm and began to recruit people. For the time being, he was done with the matters at hand. It was time for him to meet those human geniuses that he had sent to the Great Thousand World in the past. Back then, there were quite a number of human geniuses who had entered the 3,000 boundless worlds. Therefore, even though they had entered the Great Wide World at random, each Great Wide World had more or less received a portion of the Great Wide World. The Star Macro World and the Black-Yellow Macro World were no exception. Now, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to summon the talents of the human clan who had been stranded in the two Great Thousand Worlds. God Realm, Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Feng Zichen sat on the mountain peak, and an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with him as the center. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire firmament. Chaotic cloud stream. A figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the clouds suddenly revealed an excited expression after being swept by the ripple. This aura. I can't be wrong. It must be His Majesty's aura. Did His Majesty come to this world? Astonishment, surprise, nostalgia. All kinds of complicated and contradictory emotions intertwined on the man's face, indicating that he was not calm inside. Then, all these emotions were transformed into a carefree laughter. Haha. His Majesty is still here. The human clan is still here. Our human clan did not die in the hands of the demon clan. As he laughed, tears flowed out of his eyes. How could he not cry? Back then, wasn't the reason why they had left the human clan and the primitive world because the human clan was in danger of being exterminated? In order to protect the human clan, the human emperor had no choice but to use his supreme magic to send them to the other world. However, although they had left, the impression that the human clan was about to be exterminated was deeply imprinted in their minds. As a result, the geniuses of the human clan who had come to the Great Thousand Worlds were all worried about the situation of the human clan at all times. For this reason, they all cultivated desperately and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. This was because whenever they were free, the scene of the human clan being slaughtered by the demon clan would automatically appear in their minds, causing them to be unable to sleep at night. The hatred for the demon clan and the worry for their compatriots had all turned into motivation for these human geniuses, forcing them to work hard in their cultivation in order to obtain enough strength to take revenge as soon as possible. With hatred in their hearts, their progress was naturally extremely fast. It didn't take many years for these human geniuses to step into the Tai Jingxian realm one after another. However, in the Great Thousand Worlds, there were innate flaws that made their path to the Tao extremely difficult. Almost all of them were stuck in the perfected Tai Jingxian realm. Their cultivation could not break through for a long time, and their revenge was even more distant. Because of this, these human geniuses were almost in despair. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen came. To these human geniuses, this was no different from a bolt out of the blue. Then a series of ecstasy followed. From the arrival of Feng Zichen, they thought of many things. The human emperor was fine. Didn't that mean that the human clan was fine too? After understanding this, the human race's sky prides were naturally overjoyed. Those who had never experienced the destruction of their country and family would not understand that feeling. The heavens had blessed the human clan. They had not been destroyed by the demon clan. Boom. A powerful wave was emitted from that person's body, dispersing the surrounding clouds and mist. Then he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Tianzhu Mountain. How could he not go when the human emperor had issued an edict? At the same time, in a small city in the eastern border, a middle-aged man who was talking to a friend suddenly paused. Then, tears fell from his eyes. "Yu Ming, what's wrong with you?" His friend, who was beside him, saw this scene and hurriedly asked with concern. This was the border of the former Xuanhuan Great World, and it was also the front line against the innate realm ferocious beasts. That's right, with the arrival of the Chaos Demon God, a disaster of innate realm ferocious beasts also arose in the Great Thousand Worlds. In order to protect their world, those innate god fiends spontaneously gathered together to fight off the innate realm ferocious beasts, and built a line of defense in their birthplace. This human genius named Yu Ming was one of the god fiends who was stationed here. He said that it was to protect this world. Perhaps that was true. However, the reason why Yu Ming was stationed here was more to increase his strength. After all, fighting, especially a life and death battle, was the fastest way to improve one's strength. "Yu Ming, what's wrong with you? Are you cursed?" Seeing that Yu Ming did not answer, his friend became even more worried and even had a bad guess. "I'm fine." At this moment, Yu Ming came back to his senses and said to his friends apologetically, "My friends, I have something to do. Yu Ming has to leave for a while. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Without waiting for anyone to reply, Yu Ming's figure disappeared on the spot. As one of the few spiritual lands in the original Star Great World, the Xianling Valley was home to a powerful family called the Feng family. At this moment, Feng Hua, the ancestor of the Feng family, who was rumored to have died long ago, suddenly appeared and looked into the distance with excitement. Such a scene, it happened in many places in the realm of the gods. Jing Tai of the human clan. Feng Hua of the human clan. Yu Ming of the human clan. "Greetings, your majesty." 13 At the foot of the Pillar of Heaven's mountain, a total of 13 figures rushed over and bowed respectfully to Feng Zichen. "Everyone, it's been a long time." Reaching out, Feng Zichen brought them to the top of the mountain. "Your Majesty, how is the human clan?" As soon as they saw Feng Zichen, the 13 human geniuses asked excitedly and anxiously. Although they had already guessed in their hearts, before they received confirmation from Feng Zichen, they could not help but feel a little nervous, afraid that they had guessed wrongly. "The human clan is fine. I'm sorry for worrying you." Knowing their worries, Feng Zichen projected everything that had happened to the human clan after they left into their hearts. For a moment, everyone could not help but sigh. "I'm relieved to see that all of you are fine. It's been hard on you all these years." After everyone calmed down, Feng Zichen said, 13 people. This number was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Although he did not know how many geniuses of the human clan were stranded in these two worlds back then, he guessed that there would not be more than 20 of them. After so many years, there were still 13 people who survived and were doing well. Obviously, they had suffered a lot. The amount of effort that had to be put into leaving one's hometown and building such a huge foundation was definitely beyond imagination. For the human clan, we don't suffer. It's a pity for those brothers who have fallen. As they spoke, their tone suddenly became gloomy. They were all out to make a living. How could they not die? 9 people came to the Great Star World and the Black-Yellow Great World, a total of 18 people. Now, only 13 people were here. The 5 people who did not come were naturally dead. Although the dead are gone, the human clan will not forget them. Their names will be left in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After experiencing many life and death experiences, Feng Zichen was a little indifferent to it. Therefore, he did not feel much about it, but he still comforted them. Next, after learning about their recent situation, Feng Zichen began to talk about business. Everyone, I called you here today because I need your help. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen said slowly, Your Majesty, what can we do for you? Hearing that Feng Zichen needed their help, everyone hurriedly asked. It was a great honor for them to be able to help the human emperor. You have seen the changes in this world. The Star Demon God and the Black-Yellow Demon God have been killed by me. The integration of the 2 worlds was also facilitated by me. That is to say, this world belongs to the human clan. Therefore, I want you to preach in this world. Teach the Tao of gods and demons and martial arts to the innate gods and demons here, as well as all living beings. At the same time, in the process of preaching, you have to spread your faith for me and help me collect incense and willpower. In addition, I do not want to see any traces of the immortal Tao of the celestial sect in this world. So you understand what I mean, right? Feng Zichen's majestic voice came from the throne. Yes, Your Majesty. We understand. Yu Ming and the others replied excitedly. Just now, they had been thinking about the safety of the human clan, and neglected the changes in this world. Now that they thought about it, weren't the changes in this world related to the human emperor? Otherwise, why would the world have undergone such drastic changes when the human emperor had just arrived? Everything was because of the human emperor. Moreover, when they thought that such a powerful chaos demon god had been killed by the human emperor, they were even more excited. With such a powerful human emperor, why would the human clan worry about not prospering? The great joy that surged in their hearts even diluted the sorrow that they felt. Your Majesty, we are leaving. After bowing respectfully to Feng Zichen, Yu Ming and the others left. Go ahead. In this regard, Feng Zichen nodded. He was not worried about their safety and did not give them any life-saving means, because there was no need. As the lord of this world, Feng Zichen's protection was their best weapon. As long as Feng Zichen did not want them to die, then in this world, no one could hurt them. The ability of the Lord of the Realm was far beyond the imagination of the world. Since this world had been regarded by Feng Zichen as the headquarters of the heavenly realm, then the mainstream of this world should naturally be the path of the celestial demon and martial arts. Other than that, other cultivation paths should not exist. At the very least, before the path of the celestial demon and martial arts dominated the entire world, other cultivation paths should not appear. The purpose of collecting incense and willpower was to prepare for the construction of the Myriad Worlds trading city. The power of incense and willpower was one of the most wonderful treasures in the world. The Myriad Worlds trading city built with it would definitely satisfy all of Feng Zichen's conditions. As for why he let Yu Ming and the others preach, firstly, they were the only people Feng Zichen could trust in this world. Secondly, Yu Ming and the others were ancient humans, and they cultivated the most orthodox path of the celestial demon. It was most suitable for them to preach. As for martial arts, that was even simpler. Those who cultivated martial arts, they might not know the path of the celestial demon, but those who cultivated the path of the celestial demon were definitely the top existences in martial arts. After Yu Ming and the others left, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. He took out the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. To refine the Myriad Worlds trading city, incense and willpower alone were not enough. It could only be used as a framework. It still needed a core. And this core would determine the future achievements of the Myriad Worlds trading city. Feng Zichen thought about it, and felt that in his hands, only the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was the most suitable to become the core of the Myriad Worlds trading city. First of all, it was precious enough. It was the embryo to refine an innate treasure. Secondly, the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was stained with a trace of the aura of the Great Path. It was of extremely high quality and had infinite possibilities. Finally, it was the most precious treasure that Feng Zichen could take out at the moment. Other than it, there was no other choice. Rumble. The turbulent flame of chaos appeared in Feng Zichen's hand and burned toward the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. Boom. The flame exploded and completely drowned the skeleton of the dark yellow demon, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, it was unknown whether it was because Feng Zichen was too weak that the power of the flame of chaos was not enough, or it was because the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was too hard. In short, the flame of chaos burned for a long time before the skeleton of the dark yellow demon showed signs of melting. But he did not know how long it would take for him to completely refine it. How could Feng Zichen have the patience to wait? At this time he was extremely regretful that he did not borrow the cauldron of heaven and earth from Nuwa before coming here. If he had the cauldron of heaven and earth at this time, it would not be so difficult to refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. However, it was too late to say anything now. He had to think of a way to refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon first. Otherwise, when the incense and willpower gathered, the core of his Infinite Realms trading city had not been completed. That would be awkward. Go. Gritting his teeth, Feng Zichen forced out a drop of essence blood and merged it with the flame of chaos. Boom. In an instant, the flame of chaos burned even more fiercely. The terrifying heat spread and even the rules of heaven and earth were ignited. Under this power, the skeleton of the dark yellow demon finally moved and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Feng Zichen saw this, he could not care less about his blood essence. He waved his hands continuously, carving countless mysterious runes in the void and branding them on the dark yellow demon deity's skeleton that was constantly melting. In this way, time passed slowly. Very soon, 1,000 years had passed. Condense. As Feng Zichen's voice fell, a majestic emperor's throne slowly appeared. This emperor's throne was called the Emperor's Throne of the Myriad Realms. As the name suggested, this was the core that Feng Zichen built for the Infinite Realms trading city. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling the entire Infinite Realms trading city. As for the level of this treasure, it was hard to say. Because it was only a half-finished product, it would take a long process of evolution to be completed. To be honest, this treasure could only be regarded as the embryo of a Khanate cardinal treasure. Even with the Infinite Realms trading city's main body that was about to be built, it was only a half-finished product. Feng Zichen looked up. A lot of incense and willpower had gathered around him. It had been 1,000 years, Yu Ming and the others should have some results. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would really wonder how they had survived until now. Refine. Reaching out, Feng Zichen gathered all the incense and willpower together and slowly refined it. With the Emperor's throne as the center, he built the prototype of a city. The Infinite Realms trading city did not need to be very majestic. It just needed to look like a city. The plans inside would be freely developed by those who were chosen in the future. After deciding on the appearance of the Infinite Realms trading city, Feng Zichen then set up a formation to refine the incense and willpower to strengthen the origin of the Infinite Realms trading city. After doing all this, Feng Zichen plucked a lot of leaves from the world tree. If the Infinite Realms trading city was to be truly established, it had to guide the living beings of the Infinite Realms. However, how could crossing realms, especially for cultivators with low cultivation, be a simple matter? At this time, the world tree was needed. As a chaos spirit root, the world tree was full of treasures. Its leaves not only contained rich vitality, but also had the ability to cross realms. Chapter 696. For this reason, treasures made from the leaves of the world tree would definitely have the ability to cross realms. Perhaps the leaves of the world tree alone were not enough. However, with the guidance of the 10,000 Realms trading city, the combination of the two could definitely allow the chosen person to cross realms at will. Refine. With a thought, various treasures containing the power of the void flew out of Feng Zichen's hands and fell into the Chaos Dao fire. Qi. The Chaos Dao fire was so powerful that it could easily refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon god, let alone these treasures that were far inferior to it. Therefore, as soon as the void attribute natural treasures fell into the primal chaos flames, they were all refined. World Tree. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly reached out and grabbed a large leaf from the world tree's branch. Whoosh! A large number of leaves fluttered down and fell into the refined heavenly material earthly treasure. Whoosh! Mysterious runes flew out of Feng Zichen's hands. There were so many of them that they quickly flooded the void. This mysterious phenomenon lasted for 100 years before it slowly faded away. When everything calmed down, both the leaf of the Tree of World and the refined treasure of heaven and earth were nowhere to be seen. In their place were mysterious jade talismans floating in the void. This item was called the 10,000 Realms Talisman. It was the token of the 10,000 Realms trading city, and also the proof of entry. With this talisman, no matter where one was, one could cross endless time and space, and enter the 10,000 Realms trading city with a thought. Go. With a thought, Feng Zichen grabbed the 10,000 Realms Talisman, and scattered it into the countless small and medium worlds in the Realm Sea. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Oh no. I got the script wrong. Do you want treasures? Do you want the techniques of divine arts practitioners? Do you want to live forever with the world? Do you want to rapidly improve your strength? Come. Come to the 10,000 Realms trading city. Everything you want is here. It can also fulfill all your wishes. As the 10,000 Realms Talisman fell, there were tempting voices. With that, the matter of the 10,000 Worlds trading city has come to an end. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction as he watched the myriad world talismans randomly fall into different worlds. He did not think that his plan would fail because he had given too much. At the same time, no one could resist the temptation of increasing their strength. I just don't know how long it will take for the 10,000 Worlds trading city to develop. Looking at it, Feng Zichen couldn't help but worry. He was worried that the development of the 10,000 Realms trading city was too slow, so much so that it had not reached the level of dominating the 10,000 realms when the saints set their sights on the 3,000 realms. This would undoubtedly put him in a passive position. But soon after, Feng Zichen let go of this worry. That was because he suddenly realized that the flow of time in the upper-class world was different from that in the primordial world. It had been said a long time ago that the flow of time in the primordial world increased layer by layer with the heaven realm as the center. This meant that the further one was from the heaven realm, the faster the flow of time would be. And how far was the upper-class world from the heaven realm? It was not that a day had passed in the heaven realm, but 1,000 years had passed here. With such a huge difference in the flow of time, wouldn't it give the 10,000 Realms trading city sufficient time to develop? If this was the case, the 10,000 Realms trading city could be overtaken by others. Then it could only be said that Feng Zichen was too useless. However, he couldn't say that. What if an accident happened? Therefore, he had to be prepared for both sides of the coin to have an extra layer of insurance. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He took out a part of the 10,000 Realms Talisman and sent it to the distant end of time and space, the mysterious world that was isolated from everything. And there, without a doubt, it was the little desolate world. This was Feng Zichen's greatest trump card and the strongest foundation of the human clan. At the same time, this place was also the headquarters of the path of gods and demons. The humans here all cultivated the most orthodox path of gods and demons. Although this was only a branch of the human clan, because the humans here all cultivated the path of gods and demons, they might not be much weaker than the humans in the primordial world. This place could be said to be filled with experts. Just Daoyuo Jingxian alone, there were no less than 100 of them. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals were everywhere. Golden Immortals and Mystic Immortals were even more numerous. Moreover, there were no mortals here. Because they all cultivated the path of gods and demons, the bloodline of the humans here had already undergone an astonishing transformation. As a result, the weakest of the humans here were born in the Khanate realm. The strongest were even comparable to Heaven Immortals and Mystic Immortals. They were not inferior to some Khanate god fiends. In fact, because the seal set up by the demon clan was too strong, the heavenly Tao had actually completely forgotten about this place. As a result, the cultivation environment here was still in the ancient times. In other words, it was easier to attain the Tao of Daoyuo Jingxian here than in the primordial world. Perhaps even Dijun didn't expect that the peerless seal he set up to completely cut off the hope of the human clan would gradually evolve into the human clan's biggest protective umbrella, with the changes of heaven and earth. It preserved an incomparably precious cultivation holy land for the human clan. Perhaps, when Dijun heard the news, he would be so angry that he would come over. All kinds of reasons combined made the human clan here abnormally powerful. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were excluded, the strength of the human clan in the primordial world might not be much stronger than the human clan here. Originally, Feng Zichen regarded the human clan in the little desolate world as his biggest trump card. He wouldn't use it easily. Fortunately, at the critical moment he would ruthlessly trick the enemy. But now, in order to dominate the 3,000 great worlds, he had no choice but to reveal this trump card in advance. Feng Zichen wanted to transfer all the Daluo Jingxian in the little desolate world over, and let them guard the Myriad Worlds trading city. This way, on the one hand they could maintain the order of the Myriad Worlds trading city. On the other hand, it could also serve as a training ground for them. In the end, the little desolate world was still too small. Hundreds of Daluo Jingxian were already the limit it could accommodate. If they continued to stay in the little desolate world, not only would it delay their progress, it would also affect the birth of a new generation of experts. Therefore, Feng Zichen was more straightforward. He transferred all the Daluo Jingxian in the little desolate world out at once, and let them come to the Realm Sea to develop. At the same time, it would also make room for the middle-level cultivators in the little desolate world, so that they could obtain the capital to take a step forward. Rumble. Inexplicably, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The void also began to tremble, and then shattered with a loud bang. Then, hundreds of terrifying figures seemed to walk over from the end of the long river of time and space. They carried an unparalleled aura and shattered the void, descending into this world with an extremely powerful posture. Good. Very good. Seeing that everyone is so elegant, Zichen is relieved. When he suddenly saw everyone, even Feng Zichen could not hide the excitement in his heart. Especially when he saw that they were as elegant as before, Feng Zichen was even more excited. Countless years of waiting did not cause them to lose their fighting spirit. Instead, it made them even stronger. From their posture, it could be seen that they were always preparing for the day when they would counterattack the desolate world. Moreover, unlike the human race in the desolate world, the human race in the little desolate world was undoubtedly closer to Feng Zichen. This was because as time passed, the human race in the desolate world no longer had much to do with Feng Zichen, except that they were also part of the human race. However, the little desolate world was different. Not only were there Feng Zichen's old friends here, but there were also his bloodline clansmen and elders. Most of the direct descendants of the ancient Feng tribe, and the 9 kings of the human race were in the little desolate world. These were all people who were close to Feng Zichen. How could Feng Zichen not be excited when he suddenly saw them? He did not cultivate the heartless Tao. Greetings, Your Majesty, from the human race. The middle-aged man in the lead, who was also the leader of the 9 kings of the ancient times, and the first generation of the human race Yoyu, stepped forward and bowed to Feng Zichen. Elder Yoyu, it's been a long time. Seeing that Yoyu was about to bow down, Feng Zichen quickly stepped forward and helped him up. Even though he was already the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial chaos, Yoyu was a figure of the same generation as Swerin. He was also an elder of the human race who had watched Feng Zichen grow up. When he was young, he had taken good care of him. In front of such a figure, how could Feng Zichen calmly accept his bow? After greeting everyone, Feng Zichen began to talk about business with them. In fact, it was nothing. He just told them how to operate the Myriad World Trading City, and how to refine the Boundless World. Myriad World Trading City. What an amazing idea. Your Majesty is still as generous as ever. After hearing Feng Zichen's plan, Yoyu exclaimed in shock. Beside him, the rest of the human kings also nodded in agreement. After that, they left the time for everyone to discuss. Feng Zichen did not interfere too much. They were all old friends and had already formed a tacit understanding. After understanding Feng Zichen's idea, they naturally knew what to do next. After 10,000 years, when the Myriad World Trading City officially began to operate, Feng Zichen decided to leave. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in the primordial world. In addition, he had already stayed in the Realm Sea for a long time. If he did not show up in the primordial world for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be some accidents. Therefore, it was time for him to leave. He had no choice but to leave. Staying here had nothing to do with him. If there were any problems, Yoyu and the others could solve them by themselves for a while. There was no need to trouble him. If Feng Zichen continued to stay here, he would only act as a mascot. Since that was the case, he might as well leave. The humans of the primordial world were still waiting for him. He could be completely at ease if he left this place to Yoyu and the others. He did as he thought. Feng Zichen immediately prepared to leave. However, before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and handed the broken chaos spiritual treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth, to Yoyu. It could be considered as giving them some means to protect themselves. After all, this was the Realm Sea. There were chaos demon gods sleeping everywhere. What if one day, a chaos demon god suddenly woke up and discovered the Myriad World Trading City? With the strength of Yoyu and the others, they definitely could not stop the chaos demon god. But with the chaos spiritual treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth, it was different. Although they still could not stop the attack of the chaos demon god, the Bell of Heaven and Earth and the Myriad World Trading City were enough to let Yoyu and the others hold on until Feng Zichen came to save the situation. There was one thing that had to be said. As the oldest human race and the first existence to come into contact with the path of gods and demons, Yoyu's strength was not as simple as Daoyuo Jinxian. He was a sage-to-be. He was also the second existence of the human race, other than Feng Zichen, who relied on his own efforts to cultivate to the sage-to-be realm. This point specifically referred to the path of gods and demons. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen handed the Bell of Heaven and Earth to Yoyu. Although they had a good relationship, it was obviously not the time to use this relationship here. It was because Yoyu was strong enough that Feng Zichen was assured to hand the Bell of Heaven and Earth to him. The chaos spiritual treasure naturally had to be handed over to the strongest person. This way, it would be able to exert the greatest effect. As for why Feng Zichen did not move the chaos array over, it was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. Did you think that Feng Zichen did not know that as long as the chaos array was moved over, the 10,000 Realms Trading City would be impregnable? Of course he knew. But he could not move the chaos array, because the chaos array was one of the foundations of the mini-desolate world. Once he moved the chaos array, the mini-desolate world would be half destroyed. Did he really think that the seal set up by the demon race was to protect the human race? They existed for the sake of destroying the human race. If it was not for the innate star tree and the protection of the chaos array, the mini-desolate world would have been destroyed by the demon race's seal because of the depletion of spiritual energy and the decline of the rules. It was because of this that the chaos array could not be moved. Once the chaos array was moved, the power of the innate star tree alone would definitely not be able to withstand the suppression of the demon race's seal. The mini-desolate world would also slowly decline because of this. Such an ending. Naturally, it was not what Feng Zichen wanted to see. If such a good cultivation holy land like the mini-desolate world was destroyed, it would be difficult to find an identical one. Therefore, the chaos array could not be moved. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen left the Realm Sea and returned to the chaos world after confirming that he did not miss anything. However, although he had left, the plan of the Myriad Realms Trading City to invade the upper-class world had already been launched. Although there were no great results yet, it would not be long before the rest of the small and medium-sized worlds in the Realm Sea, except for the 3,000 upper-class worlds, would be under Feng Zichen's control. Thinking about it this way, this could be considered an alternative strategy of surrounding the city with the countryside. This time, Feng Zichen was full of confidence in his plan to invade the 3,000 upper-class worlds. He felt that it might be unrealistic to take down all the 3,000 upper-class worlds in one go, but it was more than enough to take down half of them. After all, that was 2 innate treasures and hundreds of Daoyuo Jinxian. This force, not to mention the Realm Sea, even in the Chaos world where there were many powerful figures, It was a powerful force that could not be ignored. What was the situation in the Realm Sea now? Feng Zichen made a rough calculation. Excluding the Chaos Demon God, there were no more than 500 Daluo Jingxian in the entire Realm Sea. 500 Daluo Jingxian seemed to be a lot, but in fact the 500 Daluo Jingxian were distributed in the 3,000 upper-class worlds. According to this calculation, there was only one Daluo Jingxian born in 5 or 6 upper-class worlds. Was this still a lot? The hundreds of Daluo Jingxian of the human clan were gathered together. One was scattered, and the other was gathered. The difference was clear at a glance. Perhaps in the past, the number of Daluo Jingxian in the Realm Sea would definitely exceed 500, or even more. But after the Chaos Demon God came to the Realm Sea, there were only 500 Daluo Jingxian left in the Realm Sea. As for the reason, it was very simple. They were swallowed by the Chaos Demon God. If the Chaos Demon God wanted to recover his strength, how much power would he need? And in their eyes, the Daluo Jingxian happened to be the best tonic. If they were swallowed, who knew how many years of hard work would be saved? In this way, how could the Chaos Demon God not be tempted? Therefore, this caused the Daluo Jingxian in the Realm Sea to be so rare. As for the 500 Daluo Jingxian, how could they survive? As for Feng Zichen, he had no idea. He could only praise them for their means. With the strength of the Daluo Jingxian, they could survive in the hands of the Chaos Demon God. No matter what method they used, it was worthy of admiration. However, although Feng Zichen's plan was perfect, it was not without flaws. If the saint noticed the Realm Sea in advance, then his plan could be said to be half-wasted. Therefore, Feng Zichen hurriedly ran back to the primordial world. He wanted to find something for the saint to do so that he could focus all his energy on the primordial world, and have no time to care about things outside the world, so as to buy time for the Yu family to develop. In short, it was just one sentence. The purpose of Feng Zichen's return this time was to specially cause destruction. Whatever the saint agreed with, he would oppose. Whatever the saint wanted to do, he would destroy. He would definitely make the saint so anxious that he would have no extra energy to do other things. The later the saint noticed the 3,000 great worlds, the more benefits Feng Zichen would get. And this, in the future, would be turned into the capital to deal with the heavenly Tao. After passing through the World Tree and the Sea of Laws, Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky. Coincidentally, at this time in the primordial world, there was a major event related to the human race. Xia Qi, who was Diyu's son, defeated Bo Yi, the successor that Diyu had arranged in advance, and became the new human emperor of the human race. Long before the 9 provinces barrier was established, Diyu had a premonition that this time, he was in danger. Therefore, on the eve of the 9 cauldrons establishment, Diyu summoned the elders of the human race and the leaders of the major tribes. Under their witness, he made Bo Yi the successor to prevent the human race from falling into a civil war, because of the struggle for power after he had an accident. Diyu's arrangement was quite good, but he still underestimated his son's ambition. P.S. It will be published tomorrow. So tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I plan to release more chapters every day. After that, I will restore 5,000 words per chapter. Of course, if I achieve a high-quality achievement during this period, I will continue to release more chapters every day, at least for a week. Brothers, I am now at 2,820 subscriptions. Only 180 subscriptions away from high quality. Actually, it is not much. As for those brothers who read the pirated version, each of them can come and subscribe to more than 10 chapters. So please, I beg you, give the lazy worm some support. I will kowtow to you. Pa. 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 Chapter 697. Not to mention anything else, just Xia Qi alone. It was undeniable that he was a rare prodigy of the human race. Even compared to Yu the Great back then, he was not the slightest bit inferior. It could be said that Xia Qi, who had a noble background and unparalleled talent, was destined to be extraordinary from the moment he was born. Think about it, how could a person like him be willing to submit to others? Especially a person who was not as good as him? So, Xia Qi rebelled. It became inevitable. Bo Yi was indeed very outstanding. Otherwise, Yu the Great would not have chosen him as his successor. But there was no doubt that Xia Qi was undoubtedly more outstanding, because he defeated Bo Yi. Under the situation where Bo Yi had already become the ruler of the human race, Xia Qi still defeated him. Just this point alone was enough to prove Xia Qi's excellence. At the very least, he was more outstanding than Bo Yi. As for how Xia Qi won, and how Bo Yi lost, that was not important. A loss was a loss. His skills were inferior. How could there be so many reasons? As the human emperor, he could not be invincible in the primordial world, but he should at least be invincible in the human race. But Bo Yi did not do it. Then he was overthrown by Xia Qi, and there was nothing to say. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Since ancient times it had been like this. Bo Yi lost, then Xia Qi could replace him. After Xia Qi succeeded the throne, he carried out a bold and decisive reform of the human race. Among them, the most important thing was that he established the inheritance system. He openly destroyed the inherent abdication system of the human race and changed it to a hereditary system. He also established the first dynasty of the human race, Xia. At this point, the civilization of the human race had made a leap, upgrading from the tribal era to the feudal era. And for all of this, Feng Zichen on the Emperor's star had always been watching coldly from the sidelines. He had no intention of interfering in this matter. Firstly, Xia Qi relied on his own strength to defeat Bo Yi, so he had no suitable reason to interfere in this matter. Secondly, the appearance of a complete and unified dynasty was inevitable for the development of the human race. Even if Xia Qi did not establish the Xia dynasty, there would be other Qis who would establish other complete and unified dynasties. This was because the emergence of a complete and unified dynasty would be beneficial to the gathering of the fortune of the human race. It would also give birth to the powerful force of the Dragon Qi of the people Dao. Actually, a complete dynasty had been established in the human race since the ancient times. However, it wasn't called a dynasty at that time. It was called the Imperial Court, the Human Imperial Court. It was the Human Dao Imperial Court that was established by Feng Zichen and gathered the strength of the entire human race. At the same time, it was also the pinnacle of the ancient human race. Unfortunately, the Imperial Court did not last long before it was destroyed by the demon race. The history of the Human Dao Imperial Court was also completely buried. As a result, most humans didn't know of the existence of the Imperial Court of Human Dao. It was precisely because he had once controlled the Imperial Court that Feng Zichen understood better than anyone else what a unified dynasty meant to the human race. Therefore, he chose to watch Xia Qi's actions coldly. Open. Although you have fulfilled your dream, have you ever thought of your father? On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen looked at Xia Qi, who was sitting on the Emperor's throne from afar. The expression on his face was unusually complicated. He had once hoped that many people would establish a unified dynasty, but Xia Qi was the only one among these people. It was because he was Yu's son. Before Qi established the Xia dynasty, although the chances were slim, the human race still had the chance to become the human emperor. However, after Qi established the Xia dynasty, this slim chance was undoubtedly even slimmer. It could even be said that if nothing unexpected happened, the next human emperor would be born among Xia Qi's descendants. Although Xia Qi's actions were beneficial to the development of the human race, at the same time, he also cut off the possibility of the rest of the human race becoming the human emperor, cutting off the future of others. It would definitely involve a great deal of karma, especially for a race like the human race, which had an unimaginable number of clansmen. The karma involved would undoubtedly be even greater. And such a huge cause and effect would not only involve Xia Qi, but also his family. As his father, Yu the Great would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. Although these karma would not hurt Yu the Great would probably never be able to become the 9th great emperor of the human race. If one wanted to become a great emperor, the first thing one had to do was to be selfless. However, Xia Qi had already turned the public world into a family world. How could this be called selfless? If he lost his selflessness, the throne would not be fated with Yu the Great. Forget it, forget it. This is something that I expected. Why should I feel pity about it? Shaking his head, Feng Zichen smiled bitterly. This matter was within his expectations. Therefore, although he felt pity for Yu the Great, he did not take it to heart. Yu the Great's current encounter was not any worse than that of a great emperor. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen slowly let go of this matter. However, there was one thing that he had to do. That was to recall the human Tao Emperor's seal. In the past, the human race was a public world. Feng Zichen had left the human emperor's seal with the human race as a symbol of the human emperor's authority. It was appropriate. After all, the human emperor was always in rotation. No one could always occupy the human emperor's seal. However, now that the human race had become a family world, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to continue leaving the human emperor's seal with the human race. How should he put it? Since Xiaqi could turn the world into his family, he might be able to turn the human emperor's seal into his family as well. He had to guard against this. Compared to the supreme authority of the human race, even if the human emperor's seal was a connate treasure, it was still far inferior. Therefore, why would Xiaqi, who dared to touch the world, not dare to touch the human emperor's seal? Therefore, in order to prevent such an awkward situation from happening, Feng Zichen had better take back the human emperor's seal. In any case, there were no more great emperors born in the human race. There was not much use for the human emperor's seal to remain in the human race. It was just more symbolic than practical. Take it back. With a thought, Feng Zichen thought of taking back the human emperor's seal. At the same time, in the human race's ancestral land, the former human emperor's palace, which was now the center of Great Xia's power, Xiaqi, who was toying with the human emperor's seal, suddenly felt the treasure in his hand tremble for no reason. Immediately after, a tremendous force came, sending the defenseless Xiaqi flying. Then, under Xiaqi's shocked gaze, the human emperor's seal suddenly rose high into the air. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the human emperor's palace and flew toward the Gauchan planet in the boundless starry sky. At the same time, the human emperor's palace also began to shake. An unparalleled force surged out and sent Xiaqi flying, who had just been sent flying by the human emperor's seal. This sudden scene completely stupefied Xiaqi. What? Xiaqi, who had regained his footing, looked at the human emperor's palace that had just sent him flying with a blank expression. He was very confused. Why had this happened? Wasn't he the human emperor? Why had he been abandoned by the human emperor's seal? And why had he been sent flying by the human emperor's palace? Just as Xiaqi was puzzled, the changes in the human emperor's palace did not end. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the human emperor's palace slowly faded away, vanishing before Xiaqi's eyes. This. Seeing this, Xiaqi was even more shocked. Everything that had happened today was completely out of his control. He did not like this very much. Your Majesty, you should leave the ancestral grounds. The capital of the Great Xia should not be built in the ancestral grounds. At the side of the imperial ancestral temple, the Daoyuo Jingxian, who was guarding the human emperor's palace, walked out from a corner and spoke to Xiaqi. Compared to Xiaqi, the Daoyuo Jingxian knew much more. Naturally, he could tell what had happened from the human emperor's seal and the human emperor's palace. Whether it was the seal of Empress Lu or the human emperor's palace, they were both related to the sage emperor. Now that they had both acted at the same time, it was clear that the sage emperor had made a move to call back the seal of Empress Lu. As for the disappearance of the human emperor's palace, the reason was even simpler. The sage emperor was unhappy with Xiaqi and felt that he did not have the right to control the human emperor's palace. Wasn't it normal for the human emperor's palace to disappear because of this? Understanding this, the Daoyuo Jingxian had clearly guessed Feng Zichen's thoughts. Therefore, he walked out of his seclusion and explained to Xiaqi. Although Xiaqi's status was precious, he was still young and had not lived by his father's side when he was young. Therefore, he might not know many secrets of the human emperor's palace. At this time, he needed someone to enlighten him. Senior, you mean? Just now, was it the sage emperor who made a move? But didn't the sage emperor fall? Hearing this, Xiaqi's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely understood something and asked the Daoyuo Jingxian in a low voice. Be careful with your words. What kind of person is the sage emperor? Is his life and death something you and I can guess? Facing Xiaqi's question, the human Daoyuo Jingxian shook his head mysteriously and did not give a clear answer. In this day and age, all the Daoyuo Jingxian who had lived a little longer knew that the human sage emperor Zichen was best at faking his death to escape. Falling and whatnot was just to fool some newbies who did not know the ropes. Who would believe this if they had a little background? They would be cheated to death. However, it was not easy to explain this to Xiaqi. He could only give him a few hints and let him understand it himself. Thank you for your advice, senior. Xiaqi understands. Taking a deep breath, Xiaqi thanked the Daoyuo Jingxian. Since it was the sage emperor's intention, it was not something he could control. He could only silently obey. However, Xiaqi was also a proud person. Since he was forced to leave today, he would definitely find a chance to get back at him in the future. Today, Xiaqi's meager achievements are not enough to control the human emperor's palace. But in the future, Xiaqi will enter the human emperor's palace with great achievements to prove to the sage emperor and the world that Xiaqi is no worse than father. Before leaving, Xiaqi secretly clenched his fists and swore loudly. Then he brought his officials and left the ancestral land of the human race to build another capital city. Aha! Good boy, you're ambitious. Then I'll wait for you to slap my face. On the North Star, Feng Zichen could not help but smile after hearing Xiaqi's oath. From this moment on, he was slightly more serious about Xiaqi. Perhaps this young man could bring him some surprises. Feng Zichen had always admired people with ambition, because as long as there were more people like this, the human race would become more prosperous. Next, in order to prove to the world that he was no worse than his father, Xiaqi began to work hard. He was strict with himself to win the trust of the people. Moreover, in order to show that he was willing to share the joys and sorrows of the human race, Xiaqi gave up the luxurious palace and lived in a simple wooden house. His every meal was no longer heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but ordinary grains and miscellaneous grains. Other than worshipping the gods and ancestors, he was not allowed to play music for entertainment. He respected the elderly and loved the children. Whoever had the ability, he would personally invite them to be put in an important position. Whoever knew martial arts, he would let whoever led the troops to war. In short, Xiaqi's current performance could be said to be the model of the most virtuous emperor since ancient times. Any emperor in the future who could do 1/10 of his could be said to be wise. The effect of Xiaqi's actions could be said to be very good. However, after more than 10 years, his reputation had greatly improved. As a result, everyone forgot that he had snatched the throne from Bo Yi's hands. In this way, after another 100 years, everyone had unanimously agreed that Xiaqi was Xia Yu's successor. As for the system of the family world where the father died and the son succeeded, everyone did not reject it anymore. In fact, they even felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After 1,000 years, the standard of living of the human race could be said to have improved by a level compared to before Xiaqi succeeded the throne. Tens of thousands of people lived and worked in peace, and all of them praised Xiaqi's merit. At this time, everyone was already used to the rule of the Xia dynasty. At this time, Xiaqi was not far from becoming a qualified human emperor. If he was given a certain amount of time to cultivate, perhaps he really had a chance to enter the ancestral land and take charge of the human emperor's palace again. However, it was probably impossible for him to reach the height of his father, Xia Yu, because in the current primordial world, there was no calamity waiting for Xiaqi to save the world. There were only a few things of great merit, and they had been almost done by the predecessors. There were not many left for the descendants. Therefore, as time passed, merit would become more and more precious. After all, compared to before, the path to obtaining merit was undoubtedly much less. What a good young man! On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen had been silently watching the development of the human race. When he saw Xiaqi's outstanding performance, he could not help but praise him. Faintly, he was looking forward to Xiaqi's next move. In fact, Feng Zichen was already prepared to crown him in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. But unfortunately, he would never be able to wait until that day. Because Xiaqi was dead. It was very sudden. Without any warning, Xiaqi had fallen. He had fallen on his throne. How could this be? Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt the luck of the human race shake. Then he received an unbelievable news. Xiaqi had fallen. Who is it? Shocked and furious, Feng Zichen directly released a powerful divine sense and surged toward the primordial world, trying to find the murderer who killed Xiaqi. At the same time, the various holy lands of the primordial world also burst out with powerful divine senses and swept toward the primordial world. That was the saints. Obviously, they were also shocked by Xiaqi's sudden fall. After them were the many powerful beings of the primordial world. Xiaqi's sudden fall had truly shocked the entire primordial world. That was the human emperor. With the protection of the destiny of the people Dao, even a saint would not dare to easily kill him. However, such a figure had suddenly fallen, and he had died without a sound. How terrifying was the person who did it! Moreover, if that person could kill the human emperor without a sound today, it was possible that he could kill them without a sound in the future. Therefore, the cause of Xiaqi's death had to be investigated. Otherwise, those powerful beings would not be able to sleep and eat in peace in the future. Rumble. Feng Zichen's powerful divine sense directly ignored the Khanate formation that enveloped the entire capital of the Great Xia, and arrived at the Great Xia Palace, where Xiaqi had fallen. As far as the eye could see, there was a dignified figure sitting on the high and mighty throne. Unfortunately, although the figure's aura was domineering, there was no sign of life on his body. It was obvious that he had fallen for a long time. The corpse sitting on the throne was none other than Xiaqi. This is. After circling Xiaqi's corpse with his divine sense, Feng Zichen finally discovered the cause of his death. His soul was destroyed, and his true spirit was shattered. In other words, other than a corpse, Xiaqi could not leave anything behind. As for who the murderer was, Feng Zichen already knew at first glance when he saw Xiaqi's corpse. It was the People Dao Dragon Qi. Xiaqi had died from the backlash of the People Dao Dragon Qi. Dragon Qi was a power born from the fusion of the Ziwei star power and the earth vein energy. As for the People Dao Dragon Qi, it was a powerful power formed from the foundation of Dragon Qi and the wishes of the people. This power had the power to be immune to all magic and destroy all laws. It was the strongest life-saving method that the People Dao gave the human emperor, and it was also his method to control everything. However, because the People Dao Dragon Qi was too strong, this power became a double-edged sword. It could hurt the enemy and also hurt oneself. Perhaps it was because of the curse of the People Dao. The entire primordial world did not allow the existence of an eternal human emperor. Therefore, the human emperor had been on the throne for too long and had to abdicate. Otherwise, he would suffer the backlash of the People Dao. And the backlash of the People Dao was carried out by relying on the People Dao Dragon Qi. The People Dao Dragon Qi was a magical power. As time passed, it would slowly cause damage to its host. At first, this damage was not obvious. But in the later stages, this damage could take the host's life. Why did the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors only reign for 1,000,000 years, not tens of millions of years or billions of years? It was not that they were unwilling, but they could not. After 1,000,000 years, the People Dao Dragon Qi was so strong that it could threaten their lives. Therefore, they had no choice but to abdicate. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not resist the People Dao Dragon Qi, let alone Xiaqi. Although Xiaqi had only been on the throne for less than 10,000 years. But firstly, he did not have as deep a foundation as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Secondly, he did not have as much merit as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Thirdly, during the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the destiny of the human race was not as strong as it was today. Of course, the most important point was that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all chosen by the heavens, and had the karmic position of heaven and earth. Therefore, they were able to receive the protection of the heavenly path. In this way, they were able to last for 1,000,000 years under the backlash of the People Dao Dragon Qi. As for the human emperors after them, they did not receive such good treatment. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race's emperor's fate had ended. The other human emperors only had the blessing of the human race's fate and the protection of the people Tao, but not the blessing of the heavenly path. Since that was the case, how could they be like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, holding on to the position of the human emperor for 1,000,000 years? Although Xiaqi was not bad, compared to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he was not just a little bit inferior. To be able to hold on to the position of the human emperor for almost 10,000 years was already not bad. If it were anyone else, they would not even be able to hold on for a few thousand years. Of course, Du was an exception, because to a certain extent, his achievements were not much weaker than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In addition, Du had not been on the throne for 1,000,000 years. Humph! If you don't have the ability, don't blindly show off like others. This is great, isn't it? Your true spirit was destroyed, your soul dissipated, and you died on your throne. You even let the entire primeval world see you as a joke. After cursing in a low voice, Feng Zichen stepped forward and buried Xiaqi's body. To be honest, after learning the cause of Xiaqi's death, Feng Zichen was more shocked than sad. To be precise, his heart was filled with anger and shock, but not much sadness. This was not because he was too cold, but because in the years after he became the human emperor, Xiaqi had already cultivated to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. Why did so many people covet the position of the human emperor? Wasn't it because of this? Once he became the human emperor, with the support of the human race's fate, his cultivation could be said to be thousands of miles a day. Cultivating for a year was equivalent to others cultivating for 10,000 years. Look at Xiaqi. Ever since he became the human emperor, in less than 10,000 years, he had advanced from the Tai Jingxian to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. If this was in the past, how incredible would this be? One had to know that anyone who wanted to cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian had to go through millions or even tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation. Even someone as strong as Feng Zichen had to painstakingly polish himself for more than 100,000 years in the realm of the Tai Jingxian before he could become the Daluo Jingxian. But now, in less than 10,000 years, Xiaqi had completed the transformation from the Tai Jingxian to the Daluo Jingxian. This could be said to be a myth. From this, it could also be seen that the human race's fate was so strong that they could produce Daluo Jingxian in batches. Of course, Xiaqi's hard work was also part of the reason. If his talent was a little weaker, he would have died from the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path before he could succeed in becoming the Daluo Jingxian. However, the mass production of Daluo Jingxian was just a thought. How could it really become a reality? Did he really think that the loopholes of heaven and earth were so easy to exploit? The backlash of the dragon chi of the human path was to prevent such a situation from happening. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, after Xiaqi, the human path dragon chi would become stronger and stronger. There was probably no magic in the world that could hurt the human emperor. But similarly, as the human path dragon chi became stronger and stronger, the human emperor's time on the throne would become shorter and shorter. If it really evolved to the end, the human emperor would not be able to cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. Even cultivation would become a problem. In fact, if the human emperor did not abdicate in time, Xiaqi's fate would be a lesson to him. Since Xiaqi had become a golden immortal of the great overarching heaven, he was an immortal existence. Therefore, Xiaqi's fall this time was just a long slumber. Moreover, his physical body was still there and had not suffered any damage. If Feng Zichen used the blood altar, it would not be long before he could gather the true spirit and soul of Xiaqi and revive him. However, the current Feng Zichen was clearly not in the mood to use the blood altar for Xiaqi. He was angry in his heart. He was angry that Xiaqi had overestimated himself. The human path dragon chi was in his body. Therefore, he did not know whether he could withstand the backlash of the human path dragon chi. Since his body could not withstand it, he should have abdicated the position of the human emperor as soon as possible to save his own life. He should not have chosen to grit his teeth and endure it, resulting in his true spirit being destroyed and his soul dispersing under the backlash of the human path dragon chi. It could be said that Xiaqi's end was completely self-inflicted. The backlash of the human path dragon chi did not suddenly erupt. Instead, it gradually increased. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not believe that Xia Qi did not notice that something was wrong. But he still died from the backlash of the human path dragon Qi. It could only be said that he still chose to forcefully suppress the backlash of the human path dragon Qi, even though he knew that his body could not withstand it, so that he could continue to stay in the position of the human emperor. However, Xia Qi had clearly underestimated the power of the human path dragon Qi. He had also forgotten that the more something was suppressed, the more intense the backlash would be. When the human path dragon Qi was suppressed to the limit by Xia Qi, it suddenly erupted. That powerful power destroyed Xia Qi's true spirit and soul in one fell swoop. He did not even have time to react. And this was the real reason why Xia Qi suddenly died. He did not die at the hands of outsiders, but died from the backlash of the human path dragon Qi. With anger in his heart, Feng Zichen carried out a simple treatment of Xia Qi's body, and sent him to the side of Yu the Great in the fire cloud cave. Let him sleep for a period of time, so that he could remember. As for when Xia Qi would return, he would wait for Yu the Great to wake up, and do as he wished. After doing all this, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor Star with a gloomy face. On the other side of the void, Niwa also returned to the beautiful Heavenly Wa Palace with a gloomy face. This time, she had lost a lot of face. Feng Zichen could easily see the cause of Xia Qi's death. Naturally, those saints could also easily see it. Therefore, most of them revealed gloating smiles and felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. However, when these laughter fell into the ears of the Niwa, it made her feel extremely ear-piercing. Her face was a little hot. Xia Qi's death was really a little aggrieved. However, he also proved to the world that the human path dragon Qi was powerful. Even a powerful Daluo Jingxian like Xia Qi could be easily killed by the backlash, let alone others. For a moment, everyone was a little more afraid of the human emperor. There was no way not to be afraid. This kind of power, when ruthless, would even kill his own people, let alone outsiders. It would undoubtedly be even more ruthless. No, the power of this human path dragon Qi is a little too strong. I have to think of a way to suppress it. Otherwise, the position of the human emperor will not only nurture experts for the human race, but it will also become a death sentence. After returning to the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen's expression immediately changed. The gloominess on his face disappeared without a trace, and it turned into deep worry. The original intention of the position of the human emperor was to nurture an expert who could take charge of the human race in the shortest time possible. But now, with the evolution of the human race, the position of the human emperor gradually lost its original intention. It might be a little exaggerated to say that whoever sat on it would die. However, it was true that it would be more difficult to improve one's strength after sitting on it. In fact, if one was not careful, one's magic power would be slowly wiped out by the human path dragon Qi until one became immortal. Such a position of the human emperor was strong, but how could it nurture experts for the human race? No matter how strong the human emperor was, how many years could it exist? What about 100 years later, 1,000 years later, or 10,000 years later? It would not be a piece of yellow soil. It was far from being as practical as a Daluo Jingxian or a quasi-saint. Therefore, after returning to the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen could not help but have the idea of suppressing the human path dragon Qi. This could not go on. The position of the human emperor, which could not nurture experts for the human race, was almost half useless. Therefore, the power of the human path dragon Qi had to be suppressed. At this point, it might be difficult for others, but for Feng Zichen it was not particularly difficult, because he was the great of Ziwei, the symbol of all emperors. Many of the characteristics of the human path dragon Qi were evolved from the power of the Emperor Star. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to suppress the human path dragon Qi, it would be easier than others. He only needed to use the origin of the Emperor Star. And if others wanted to weaken the power of the human path dragon Qi, there was only one way. That was to weaken the destiny of the human race. The power of the human path dragon Qi was linked to the destiny of the human race. The stronger the destiny of the human race, the higher the upper limit of the human path dragon Qi. When it was at its strongest, its power was fully unleashed, and even saints had to avoid it. But if the destiny of the human race fell, then not to mention saints, even a powerful person could easily need the human race. Therefore, the best way to weaken the human path dragon Qi was to weaken the destiny of the human race. But how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? The human race could have such a strong destiny today because countless human ancestors had sacrificed their lives in exchange. It could be said that every trace of the human race's destiny contained the blood and tears of the human race. Under such circumstances, anyone who touched the destiny of the human race would be the mortal enemy of the human race. For this reason, Feng Zichen would rather use the origin of the Emperor Star than weaken the destiny of the human race. Moreover, Feng Zichen's original intention of suppressing the power of the human path dragon Qi was to help the human race better cultivate experts. However, only when one's luck was strong could more experts be born. In this way, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse to weaken the destiny of the human race in order to suppress the human path dragon Qi? Suppress. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen silently urged the origin of the Emperor Star to suppress the human path dragon Qi hovering above the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty. Rumble. Endless Tao light appeared, bursting forth from the collision between the origin of the Emperor Star and the human path dragon Qi. It was incomparably resplendent and spread out in all directions. Soon it filled the entire wilderness. In an instant, the entire world was no longer visible, filled with endless Tao light, so dazzling that all living beings couldn't open their eyes. This was the radiance of the human path, a power that belonged solely to the human path. At the same time, it was the most important part of the many powers that made up the human path dragon Qi. Just by relying on the dragon aura, it was naturally impossible to suppress the primordial world, let alone make the saints temporarily avoid the sharpness. But with the addition of the radiance of the human path, things were different. This was the power of the human path. Once it erupted, who could contend against it unless the heavenly Tao or Dao Dao personally took action? Not even primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian. This was why the human path dragon Qi was invincible. Damn it! I seem to have underestimated the human path dragon Qi. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen's expression was a little ugly. Just as he had said, he had indeed underestimated the power of the human path dragon Qi. He had thought that using the origin of the Emperor Star to suppress the human path dragon Qi was a sure thing. But after this exchange, he realized that it was not the case at all. The power of the human path dragon Qi was not inferior to the origin of the Emperor Star at all. When the two exchanged blows, they were actually evenly matched. The endless human path radiance appeared to counter the suppression of the Emperor Star's origin. In other words, the Emperor Star was the birthplace of the heavenly Tao. Its origin was of the same origin as the heavenly Tao, and contained a portion of the origin power of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, as soon as it came into contact with the human path dragon Qi, it would be scattered by the human path radiance. Seeing that things were not going well, Feng Zichen had no choice but to change his strategy. He gave up suppressing the human path dragon Qi and slowly withdrew the Emperor Star's origin. Only then did the human path radiance that filled the entire wilderness slowly fade away. It seems that I can't suppress the human path dragon Qi without using the Emperor Qi. But, narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen's expression was a little hesitant. Other than the Emperor Star's origin, it was not that he did not have a way to suppress the human path dragon Qi. He could use the Emperor Qi. This was the power born from the fusion of the Hongming Qi and the Emperor Star's power. Its essence was extremely high and was close to the power of the Great Tao. It was more than enough to suppress the human path dragon Qi. However, the Emperor Qi of Ziwei could be said to be one of Feng Zichen's greatest trump cards. This was what he had prepared to use to deal with the heavenly Tao, so it was not good to expose it at this time. But after hesitating for a while, Feng Zichen had a plan in his heart. He realized that he had entered the wrong place earlier. Why did he have to suppress the human path dragon Qi? Couldn't he change his way of thinking? For example, protecting the human emperor. The origin of the Emperor Star might not be able to suppress the human path dragon Qi, but the human path dragon Qi could not do anything to him. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to change his way of thinking. He did not continue to use the Emperor Star's origin to suppress the human path dragon Qi. Instead, he used the Emperor Star's origin to protect the human emperor from the backlash of the human path dragon Qi. Under the protection of the Emperor Star's origin, the human path dragon Qi would definitely not be able to hurt the human emperor. There was just one thing that needed to be paid special attention to. That was, the human path dragon Qi would become stronger and stronger with the passage of time, but the Emperor Star's origin would not. It would become weaker and weaker with the passage of time. After all, the Emperor Star would not favor a person for no reason, unless that person could do something that was beneficial to the Emperor Star. Only then could they obtain the Emperor Star's favor. To be precise, as the human emperor, the more outstanding his performance, the more the Emperor Star's origin would be obtained. Conversely, it was the same. But no matter what, once the Emperor Star's origin was exhausted, it meant that he should abdicate. Otherwise, the backlash of the human path dragon Qi would cause him to reach the end of his life ahead of time. Go. With a thought, Feng Zichen adjusted the Emperor Star and injected a wisp of the star's origin into the body of Xia Qi's son, the second emperor of the Xia dynasty, Taikong. This wisp of Emperor Star's origin could help him resist the backlash of the human path dragon Qi for 100 years. As for what happened after that, it all depended on his own fortune. If the Xia dynasty flourished in his hands, then Taikong would definitely receive more support from the Emperor Star's origin and be able to resist the backlash of the human path dragon Qi for a longer time. If the Xia dynasty could not flourish in Taikong's hands, or even become weaker, then after 100 years, he would either choose to abdicate or die from the backlash of the human path dragon Qi. Everything depended on Taikong's ability. After doing all this, Feng Zichen no longer paid attention to the human race. The development of the human race had long been on the right track, and there was no need for him to worry too much. Now he had more important things to do. Feng Zichen did not forget his purpose of returning to the primitive world this time. That was to keep causing trouble for the saints. Moreover, through this period of observation and the information obtained from Xianqing, Feng Zichen could not help but analyze that the three pure ones seemed to be doing something big recently. Didn't you see that they didn't even show their faces much now? In the past, the three pure ones were so high profile. Every tens of thousands of years, they would preach the Tao to show their presence. But now when Xiaqi died, they showed their faces once. The rest of the time, they lived in seclusion, and there was no news at all. Such an abnormal action clearly indicated that they were planning something big. There was also the two saints who received and guided Zhuan-Ti. Their behavior was also wrong. Ever since Haoyan returned, the two of them had been holed up in the west and did not come out. This was very wrong. It was hard to say for Saint Zhuan-Ti, but in the past Saint Zhuan-Ti wished that he could live in the east, so that he could seize all the opportunities to guide away the geniuses of the east and recruit talents for the west. But now, there was no sign of Saint Zhuan-Ti in the east. It had been a long time since he had heard that famous saying of the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, you are fated with the west. It was very uncomfortable. As for the conflict between the chaos demon god lineage and the Panga divine system, that was not a matter. A long time had passed and the living beings had changed several times. Other than those with great divine abilities, who still remembered these things. Time was the strongest weapon. It was enough to make people forget everything and bury everything. The silence of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti was not without reason. This might also be a big move. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was energized. He had to destroy it. No matter what the big move of the three pure ones and Zhuan-Ti was, he only needed to destroy it. Anyway, their big move would not be a good thing for him. Whatever the enemy wanted to do, he would oppose it all. That would be right. Now Feng Zichen planned to do so. This should be the earliest bureaucracy in the primordial world. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but cast his gaze at Kunlun Mountain. If the three pure ones had any plans, Kunlun Mountain was definitely the best choice. After all, that was their birthplace. There must be a backup plan left behind by Pangu that was enough to block all spying. P.S. This is the first time I have posted a 10,000-word chapter. It might also be the last time. Please subscribe. Chapter 698. On the other side, just as Feng Zichen was monitoring the Kunlun mountain, on the South Pole star, the South Pole Longevity Emperor also opened his eyes and quietly lowered his gaze, looking in the direction of Mount Meru to monitor the movements of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. The two of them each monitored one side, waiting for them to make a big move and destroy it immediately. However, before Feng Zichen and the other 5 saints made a big move, as if they were deliberately going against him, something happened on the human side. Feng Zichen, who had originally planned not to interfere in the affairs of the human race, had no choice but to continue looking at the human race. Good fellow. In less than 100 years, my Empress Taikong was chased off the throne, lost her throne and wandered outside. Looking at the person who chased Taikong off the throne, Feng Zichen was speechless. Good fellow, it was also an acquaintance. It was Yi, the former great sorcerer Yi of the Witch clan, who was also the current Hui. Back then, the great sorcerer Yi was schemed against by Shi He. On the day of Feng Zichen's wedding, he went to the human race and wanted to snatch his new wife, the divine Empress Chang, Yi of the human race. For this, Feng Zichen was furious. He used the human Dao imperial court to suppress Yi, who had lost control. Not long after, he sent him into the cycle of reincarnation in an attempt to solve the hidden dangers in Yi's body and restore him to normal. After that, he did not return for a long time. Feng Zichen gradually forgot about him. But he did not expect that today, more than 10 million years later, he would see the great sorcerer Yi again. No, to be precise, it was the reincarnation of the great sorcerer Yi, Yi of the human race. That's right, after more than 10 million years, Yi reincarnated into the human race and became the leader of the Qiong tribe of the eastern barbarians of the human race. Not long ago, he was also the one who chased Empress Taikong off the throne. Tisk tsk tisk? There's going to be a lot of fun. With a thought, Feng Zichen understood the whole story. It was nothing more than that after Empress Taikong succeeded the throne, he was greedy for pleasure and ignored political affairs, causing the people to be resentful. After that, this fellow did not repent and brought a large group of his subordinates out to hunt. Are you messing around? Then his house was stolen. Taking advantage of Taikang's absence, Hui led his troops to take over the capital of the Xia dynasty. When Taikong received the news and wanted to take back the capital, he realized that he was no match for Hui. That's right. How could a person who was so greedy for pleasure be a match for Hui who fought all year round? Thus Hui replaced Taikong and became the new king of the Xia dynasty. At this time, there was no such thing as a change of dynasty. Therefore, even if Hui banished Taikong, he still called himself Empress Xia instead of establishing a new dynasty. In this way, the human race ushered in the reign of Hui. It made sense. Although Hui was born in the Wu tribe, he had contributed to shooting down the sun. After careful calculation, all the creatures in the untainted land had received his favor. Therefore, it was suitable for him to lead the human race, even if it was to repay the karma of the past. However, there was a huge karma between Hui and Feng Zichen. It seems that Hui has not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have taken a fancy to the identity of the monarch of the Xia dynasty. From Hui's current actions, Feng Zichen had analyzed a lot of things. First of all, he was sure that Hui had not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have run back to the Wu tribe long ago. He would not be like now, eagerly staying in the human race to compete with Taikong for the position of the human king. Sigh. Why is Taikong so useless? He is the descendant of Xianyuan, the eldest grandson of Yu the Great, and the eldest son of Qi. How could he be so easily taken away by others? Even if he inherited a trace of the advantages of his ancestors, it shouldn't be like this. It's enough that the flying dragon can lose. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen complained. Until now, he still could not understand how Taikong had become like this. One had to know that at this time, it had not been long since the fall of Yu the Great and Xia Qi, and the world was still thinking about their merits. With the foundation they had left behind, as long as Taikong worked a little harder, he would not end up being ousted from the throne. He did not want to make progress and was greedy for pleasure. Sigh. the ruler of a fallen country, Feng Zichen was in a very bad mood. So much so that he kept complaining to Tai Kong. This was not because he was dissatisfied with Tai Kong, but because of the lunar star. Just now he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the lunar star. Obviously, Wang Shu could not help but attack him after knowing that Hui had reappeared. Back then, Hui had offended Wang Shu when she was still Chang'e. The divine empress of the human race, Chang'e, had been virtuous and virtuous all her life. She could be said to be the divine emperor's good wife. It could be said that she was full of merits. However, no one was perfect. Even someone as virtuous as the divine empress had something to criticize. On the day of the wedding, a man from another race came to snatch the bride. Although this had nothing to do with Chang'e and was all Hou Yi's personal behavior, it would not be good if word of this spread out. Who asked Hou Yi and Chang'e to be unlucky and be schemed against by Shi He and Di Jun? This matter became the only stain on Chang'e's perfect resume. It was also because of this that the grudge between Wang Shu and Hou Yi was formed. Not only did he not get any benefits from saving people, but he also ended up in trouble and saved himself a big problem. It would be strange if Wang Shu was not angry. As for Hou Yi, it was because he was schemed against by Shi He that he did such an unwise thing. Regarding this, Wang Shu had always sneered. Just by saying that he was schemed against, he wanted to expose the matter of destroying his reputation. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Wang Shu would not forget the karma between him and Shi He. But similarly, he would not forget the karma between him and Hou Yi. Hou Yi would eventually pay the price for his actions that day. Back then, when Hou Yi was suppressed by Feng Zichen, Wang Shu had not recovered his memory and was relatively weak. Even if Hou Yi was in front of him, he was unable to take revenge. But now, he was already one of the few top-notch great divine abilities in the primordial world. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a Hou Yi who had not recovered his strength? So, after sensing Hou Yi's aura, Wang Shu directly made a move, wanting to give Hou Yi retribution and end the karma from back then. And regarding all of this, Feng Zichen naturally stood on his wife's side. Hou Yi, you asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Zichen's heart moved slightly. It was obvious that he had a plan. He was prepared to find an opportunity to kick Hou Yi off the stage and send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. Look at what Hou Yi was like now. He was greedy for pleasure and did not want to improve. He was exactly the same as Tai Kong from before. If this continued, he would be crippled. He might not even be able to withstand the backlash of the dragon energy of the people path. Not to mention recovering his strength and awakening the memories of his previous life. Therefore, this account could be considered useless. It was better to send it back into the cycle of reincarnation and rebuild it. Yes. This excuse was very good. In the future, if the Lady of Earth asked, he would use this to brush her off. Feng Zichen was doing this for Hou Yi's own good. Being killed by Wang Shu was better than being killed by the backlash of his people path dragon energy. At the very least, if he died to the former, nothing would happen to Hou Yi's true spirit. He still had a chance to be reincarnated. However, if he died to the latter, his true spirit would be destroyed. If Hou Yi wanted to be resurrected, it would really become a troublesome matter. It was also Hou Yi's own failure that gave others a chance to make a move. Otherwise, if he was a wise ruler and made the great Xia dynasty prosper, who would dare to touch him? The human emperor's dignity would not be lost. He was almost invincible in the primordial world. In the long river of destiny, as the moon star trembled, the destiny of the human race also underwent an inexplicable change. Wisps of destiny separated, giving birth to one person after another with great destiny. As the Saint Empress of the human race, the deity position stood in the ancestral temple of the human race and enjoyed the worship of the human race for generations. Wang Shu naturally had the ability to mobilize the destiny of the human race. Although this bit of destiny was not much, it was enough to have a certain impact on the human race. At the same time, Feng Zichen secretly mobilized the Ziwei star and planted wisps of emperor's aura on those with great destiny, making them the powerful successors of the human king to compete with Hou Yi for the throne. For a moment, the human race fell into war again. When the Great Era descended, destiny would definitely fluctuate because of it, and countless opportunities would be born. Therefore, every time the Great Era descended, although countless living beings would die tragically, there would also be many heroes who would take the opportunity to rise and create their own glory. After this time, the human race might produce many experts. Of course, this did not mean that Feng Zichen was ruthless. In order to let the human race produce more experts, he did not care about the lives of those innocent people. In fact, that was not the case. Although there were many ordinary mortals in the human race, the main body was still made up of cultivators. This meant that the civil war of the human race involved cultivators and not ordinary people. In addition, with the protection of the 9-province barrier, ordinary mortals would not be affected by the war between cultivators. This civil war of the human race completely revolved around cultivators. It might affect the lives of ordinary people, but it would not cause any serious consequences. Therefore, mortals could be more or less worry-free. As for the casualties of cultivators, this could only be said that since they had chosen to embark on this path of no return, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives at any time. The path of cultivation was against the heavens to begin with. It was normal for it to be full of ups and downs. It was impossible to have a smooth journey all the way. Just like writing a novel, it was normal to die halfway. Moreover, for the sake of the human race's strength, some sacrifices were inevitable. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars shift. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When humans emit killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. When heaven and man unite, all changes are fixed. On the untainted land, as Feng Zichen and Wang Shu killed each other with a single thought, a magnificent upheaval began. Hui had been in power for less than 1,000 years before he was killed by his subordinate, Han Li, and became a stepping stone for him to become Empress Xia. After that, Xia Qi's descendants rose and wanted to recreate the glory of their ancestors to fight for the throne with Han Li. At this time, when the other powerful tribes saw this, they also had thoughts. They felt that if Hui could be king and Han Li could be king, why couldn't they? In this world, Xia Qi could take it, Hui could take it, and Han Li could take it. Naturally, they could take it too. Therefore, the leaders of the various tribes who had such thoughts joined the battle for the throne. This was, if Tai Kong lost his position, the world would despise him. In less than 1,000 years, the human race was in chaos. It could be said that heroes rose and ruled the world together. Until 10,000 years later, Yu the Great's descendant, Yu Shaokong, rose strongly. He first killed Han Li, then swept away the heroes, re-established the world, and revived the Great Xia. At this point, the supreme power of the Great Xia returned to the hands of Yu the Great's descendants after a few changes. It was also from then on that the human race regained peace and entered the stage of recuperation. It was a pity that due to the increasingly harsh environment of heaven and earth, although many Tai Jingxian were born, none of the Daoyuo Jingxian was born. Now the most likely person to become the Daoyuo Jingxian in the human race was the human king, Yu Shaokong. Note: after Yu the Great, there were no more human sovereigns. They were all called the human kings. As long as he could sit on the human king's position for 10,000 years, he would definitely become the Daoyuo Jingxian. If he could sit on the human king's position for 1,000,000 years like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then not only would he become a great divine power in the future, he would also have a chance of becoming the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. However, all of this had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. It all depended on Yu Shaokong's own hard work. And now Feng Zichen. There were more important things to do. There was movement from the 3 pure ones. Kunlun Mountain, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly stirred up a boundless storm. Beams of resplendent immortal light rose from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain and spread towards the entire primordial world. The immortal light was unusually clear and pure, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. It gently streaked across the world, releasing a speechless mystery. In an instant, the world seemed to be different. It was as if it had been separated by an inexplicable force, creating a barrier. This is, Feng Zichen carefully sensed for a moment and finally realized that the world was different from before. After the immortal light streaked across, what changed was not the world, but the connate chi and postnatal chi that filled the world. Under the attack of the three pure ones, the chi that filled the primordial world seemed to have been cut in the middle, and there was a distinction between clear and turbid. In the past, although the world was divided into two, there was no chi of heaven. This did not mean that the primordial world did not have connate clear chi and connate turbid chi. Instead, what occupied the main stream of the primordial world was the purest connate chi that the world had spontaneously transformed from the chaos chi. This kind of connate chi was directly transformed from the chaos chi, so it did not have any attributes. It could also be said that it contained all attributes, including clear and turbid, yin and yang, 5 elements, and so on. Therefore, after this kind of connate chi was absorbed by a cultivator, it could be transformed into connate power of any attribute. The postnatal chi that was directly transformed from connate chi had the same characteristics as it. But now, as the chi of heaven had a distinction between clear and turbid, this characteristic was no longer there. Half of it was missing. How could it be as perfect as before? Good. The three pure ones are really generous. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen clicked his tongue and said, he had roughly guessed the three pure ones' plan. After the distinction between clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three pure ones would undoubtedly benefit the most. As the connate holiness that was born from the fusion of the fragments of Panga's primordial spirit and the connate clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three pure ones could be said to be the ancestors of the connate light chi. Therefore, in the future, if someone cultivated the connate light chi, he would definitely be classified as a disciple of the three pure ones. Think about it. If all the cultivators in the future were to be disciples of the three pure ones, how much would their fate expand? It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be the top 3 in the primordial world. However, there was another loophole. That was, there were countless cultivators in the primordial world. How could the three pure ones make these cultivators willingly give up using the connate chi to cultivate, and use the light chi that was not as good as the connate chi? However, since the three pure ones dared to divide the connate chi, they must have a perfect plan that could make this happen. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the three pure ones should create a cultivation system that relied on the connate light chi to replace the existing cultivation system. Moreover, this new cultivation system would definitely be better than the previous one. Otherwise, who would be willing to change the cultivation system for no reason? Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about this, the three pure ones made another move on the Kunlun mountain. Mysterious runes rose from the Kunlun mountain and formed a supreme Taoist scripture in the sky. The mysterious wave spread out, almost alarming all the living beings in the primordial world. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the Taoist scripture. Then, before the people could see clearly what kind of mystery was recorded in the supreme Taoist scripture, they heard a boom. The supreme Taoist scripture suddenly exploded and turned into countless light spots that scattered all over the primordial world. Swish, the next moment, a cultivation method called the Celestial Immortal Path appeared in the minds of all living beings. The Celestial Immortal Path was a cultivation method that was different from the traditional Immortal Path. It was jointly created by the Taoist priests of the three pure ones. The times were changing, the rules were changing, and so was the Great Tao. The Taoist priests of the three pure ones went with the flow and redefined the Immortal Path, creating the Celestial Immortal Path. Unlike the traditional Immortal Path that collected the connate chi, the Celestial Immortal Path needed to collect the connate light chi, which was the so-called spiritual chi. In other words, the Celestial Immortal Path relied on spiritual chi. Obviously, this was the three pure ones' method to make all living beings use spiritual chi. Compared to the traditional Immortal Path, the Celestial Immortal Path was undoubtedly simpler. It was easier to cultivate and break through. There was no doubt about this, because the cultivation of the Celestial Immortal Path mainly focused on refining the primordial spirit and neglected the cultivation of the body. In other words, the reason why the Celestial Immortal Path could be cultivated so quickly was that it gave up refining the body. To cultivate the traditional Immortal Path, one had to refine the body while strengthening the primordial spirit. This would undoubtedly slow down one's cultivation speed. However, the celestial immortal path had almost completely given up on refining the body. Wouldn't this greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation? It would be strange if one didn't advance quickly. Focusing on the primordial spirit was the celestial immortal path's greatest characteristic. At the same time, this was especially in line with the three pure ones situation. Everyone knew that because the three pure ones were formed from Panga's primordial spirit, their primordial spirits were innately powerful, second only to the Tao ancestors and demon ancestors. Just as the shamans were known for their physical bodies, the three pure ones were known for their primordial spirit. But at the same time, there was nothing perfect in the world. Shamans had powerful bodies, but they didn't have a primordial spirit to match them. Due to their excessively powerful primordial spirits, the three pure ones' primordial spirits were incomparably weak. Of course, this weakness was the result of comparing their bodies to the other connate demon gods, not connate life forms. To connate life forms, the three pure ones' primordial spirits were unreachable, no matter how weak they were. The three pure ones' primordial spirits were their flaw, just like how shamans were born without a primordial spirit. Since they couldn't strengthen their bodies, they could only play to their strengths and focus on strengthening their primordial spirits. For this reason, it was only natural that the three pure ones, who were skilled in the primordial spirit Tao, would create the celestial immortal path that specialized in primordial spirit cultivation. The celestial immortal path was most compatible with the three pure ones. As for ordinary living beings, they didn't have much of a choice. Cultivating the traditional celestial immortal path was just too difficult. Of course, it wasn't that difficult. They could grit their teeth and overcome it. There was no such thing as suffering in cultivation. Most importantly, the traditional celestial immortal path was just too time-consuming. They would need to cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years at the drop of a hat. This wouldn't have been a problem in the connate era. Wasn't it just tens of thousands of years? Everyone was a life form born of heaven and earth, with an endless lifespan. Tens of thousands of years were but a drop in the ocean. It would pass in the blink of an eye. But it wouldn't work now, because with the advent of the postnatal era, those who hadn't reached the connate level would have a limited lifespan. Celestial immortals could only enjoy a lifespan of 18,000 years. After 18,000 years, if they couldn't become mystic immortals, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan, and their souls entering the cycle of reincarnation. Mystic immortals were slightly better than celestial immortals. They could enjoy a lifespan of 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. But after that, if they couldn't break through to the golden immortal realm, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan and reincarnation. In the postnatal era, cultivators could only break through to the golden immortal realm to get rid of the limit of their lifespan. They could truly live forever and live as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, golden immortals had another name, which was the longevity realm, also known as the longevity realm. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be ridiculous to expect cultivators to spend tens of thousands of years in seclusion to temper their bodies like before in order to break through to the next realm? If they lost their lives, how could they break through? Therefore, the moment the celestial immortal path appeared, Feng Zichen had already expected it to prosper. There was no other reason. It was because the celestial immortal path could allow people to live longer. In the postnatal era, what cultivators valued the most was strength. However, in the postnatal era, although cultivators also valued strength, they valued lifespan more. If one didn't have enough lifespan, no matter how strong they would only be a grain of sand. In this case, what was the use of having strength? Only by completely breaking free from the limit of one's lifespan, and not worrying about it would one have the right to pursue strength. At this moment, the appearance of the celestial immortal path could allow all living beings to break through to the next realm faster and obtain more lifespan. In the face of such a temptation, who could refuse? As for the celestial immortal path, not being as strong as the traditional immortal path, and being unable to temper the body, these were not problems. When one's lifespan was insufficient, one would naturally focus on increasing one's lifespan. However, after one's lifespan was enough, one should put the pursuit of strength first. What, the body was too weak? That didn't matter. Without the limit of one's lifespan, there would naturally be time to temper it. Immortals. What they didn't lack the most was time. The powerful traditional immortal path would eventually be replaced by the more efficient celestial immortal path, because it took too much time. Different environments of heaven and earth created different pursuits. This was the general trend and would not be changed by external forces. Lifespan. Lifespan. The tyranny of the postnatal era had already begun to show. It deprived the innate life forms of the ability to live forever, causing them to have a limited lifespan. It could be expected that as time passed, longevity would become the goal of all living beings and gradually evolve into the theme of the postnatal era. Why would the Feast of Immortality peaches be so popular in the future? There was no other reason than that the immortality peaches could increase the lifespan of immortals. If one ate a 3,000-year-old immortality peach, one would directly become a celestial immortal. If one ate a 6,000-year-old immortality peach, one would directly become a mystic immortal. Note: a mystic immortal's lifespan is 129,600 years. To mortals, this is already considered immortality. The highest grade immortality peach was 9,000 years old. If one ate one would directly become a golden immortal. From then on, one would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Such a treasure was taken out by the Queen Mother to entertain guests. Which immortal wouldn't like it? It was no wonder that the Queen Mother could use it to attract people's hearts. As for the appearance of the celestial immortal path, could it impact the martial Tao? Feng Zichen said that it didn't matter at all. The heavenly immortal Tao only simplified the traditional immortal Tao. It didn't lower the threshold. In fact, it raised the threshold slightly. Those who couldn't cultivate the traditional immortal Tao in the past still couldn't cultivate the heavenly immortal Tao. Since that was the case, how could it affect the martial Tao? The martial Tao could be said to be a threshold without any threshold. It was the capital that allowed it to stand tall in the eldritch world. No matter how time passed, no matter how the environment changed, as long as people still pursued strength, the martial Tao would never decline. The essence of the martial Tao was to become stronger. And becoming stronger had long become the instinct of living beings. Since that was the case, how could the martial Tao decline? Even if there were many cultivation systems in the eldritch world, the martial Tao would at most be affected and be in a slump for a period of time. It wouldn't completely decline because of that. Unless every living being in the eldritch world was a genius. That way, there was a possibility that the martial Tao would decline. But was that possible? Everyone was like a dragon? That only existed in dreams. The difference was made by comparison. Therefore, Feng Zichen wasn't worried at all that the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao would affect the martial Tao. However, the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao made Feng Zichen see an opportunity to plot against the three pure ones. The clear and turbid qi were interdependent. The connate light qi was absorbed by the heavenly immortal Tao and became a resource for its advancement. But what about the connate turbid qi? Was he going to leave it there and not care? That wouldn't do. One had to know that the impact of the imbalance between clear and turbid was no less than the imbalance between yin and yang. Unfortunately, the three pure ones were born from the connate light qi and were the most noble. Although the connate turbid qi wasn't considered poison to them, it would still make them feel extremely filthy and difficult to approach. In layman's terms, they were born to dislike the connate turbid qi. It was just like how the magi were born to dislike the connate light qi. Therefore, to let the three pure ones absorb the connate turbid qi was even more uncomfortable than killing them. To the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao, the connate turbid qi was a kind of poison that could corrupt their immortal bodies and destroy their cultivation. As a result, the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao naturally hated the connate turbid qi. Not to mention absorbing it, they didn't even want to see it. However, the connate turbid qi was placed there, and they couldn't not deal with it. Otherwise, once the imbalance between clear and turbid qi led to a disaster, the karma caused by it would all be blamed on the three pure ones. Therefore, the three pure ones would definitely think of a way to solve the problem of too much connate turbid qi, to prevent the imbalance between clear and turbid qi in the primordial world. As for how the three pure ones would solve the problem, Feng Zichen wasn't too sure and couldn't guess. However, no matter what method the three pure ones used, Feng Zichen didn't think that it was better than his method. That's right. Feng Zichen already had a plan in his heart about how to solve the problem of too much connate turbid qi. Moreover, he planned to be a good person this time, and help the three pure ones solve the problem for free. Since the three pure ones could use the connate clear qi as the foundation to create a heavenly immortal Tao, Feng Zichen could also use the connate turbid qi as the foundation to create a supreme heavenly demon Tao, and compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was on the stage. How could the demonic Tao be missing? One immortal and one devil. One clear and one turbid. Only in this way could it be in line with the balance of heaven and earth. The appearance of the heavenly demon Tao could be said to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. It allowed the connate turbid qi to have a place to go. According to this, Feng Zichen had helped the three pure ones a lot, and helped them make up for a fatal flaw. However, Feng Zichen didn't intend to ask the three pure ones for compensation. It was all for the safety of the primordial world. It wasn't enough. He was Feng Zichen. He was so selfless. As for the fact that he had created the heavenly demon Tao with the connate turbid qi as the foundation, he had been recognized by the heavenly Tao as making up for the three pure ones' mistakes. As a result, he had taken half of the three pure ones' opportunities. That really had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He didn't want to snatch the opportunities of the three pure ones. He just couldn't bear to see the primordial world suffer a disaster, and made a patch for the great plan of the three pure ones. As for the consequences of doing so, he couldn't care less. After all, the consequences were more important than the safety of all living beings in the world. The three pure ones had created the heavenly immortal Tao, and opened up another cultivation system for all living beings. This was a great act of merit. There would definitely be merit from the heavenly Tao. However, this great merit was not complete. There was a huge hidden danger. That was, if the heavenly immortal Tao was allowed to continue developing, it would definitely cause the primordial world to be imbalanced and lead to a world-destroying disaster. The connate turbid qi was a whole. How could he use half and throw away the other half? Therefore, although it was a great merit for the three pure ones to create the heavenly immortal Tao, they had also buried a huge hidden danger while obtaining merit. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly did the opposite. Using the connate turbid qi as the foundation to create the supreme heavenly demon Tao could be considered to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. In this way, it was naturally a happy situation for the primordial world. However, it was completely different for the three pure ones. The immortal Tao and the demonic Tao, one pure and one turbid, were opposite but complementary. It could be said that it perfectly complemented the plan of the three pure ones. However, at the same time, it also meant that the demonic Tao would take half of the benefits from the three pure ones. However, this was not what angered the three pure ones the most. With the three pure ones' current status, the benefits brought by the creation of the heavenly immortal Tao were no longer worth their attention. Therefore, what really angered the three pure ones was the influence brought about by the appearance of the heavenly demon Tao. What influence? That was balance. In order to prevent the primordial and turbid from being imbalanced, the heavenly Tao would definitely come out to balance the forces of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. In other words, if one side was too strong, the heavenly Tao would suppress the strong side and support the weak side. In such a situation, if it was between two evenly matched forces, it would not be a problem at all. However, it was a big problem for the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao had the traditional immortal Tao as its foundation. Its forces could definitely expand rapidly in a short time, and become a giant in the primordial world. However, the heavenly demon Tao could not. The demonic Tao was almost suppressed to extinction by the Xian men. It could be said that it did not even have a foundation in the primordial world. The development of the heavenly demon Tao could only rely on itself. It was impossible for it to compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. However, once the heavenly demon Tao and the heavenly immortal Tao formed a symbiotic relationship, the heavenly Tao would definitely support the heavenly demon Tao, and suppress the heavenly immortal Tao to achieve a balance between the two. Once this situation was formed, it was equivalent to the three pure ones working hard for half a day to make a wedding dress for someone else. Not only did they not reap much benefits, but they also nurtured an opponent that they could not destroy. In this way, how could the three pure ones not be angry? And this was the big gift that Feng Zichen had prepared for the three pure ones. He believed that once this matter was completed, it would definitely leave an indelible impression on the three pure ones. It would make them feel heartache for the rest of their lives. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. He had been suppressed by the three pure ones for a long time. If he took revenge, he would inevitably feel the joy of holding his head high. Moreover, with this troublesome matter, the three pure ones would probably not have the mood to investigate the matters outside the world. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen silently contacted the ultimate void, and the mental demons that were secretly developing in the ultimate void. He handed over the matter of establishing the heavenly demon Dao to them. At the same time, in order to increase their efficiency, Feng Zichen also temporarily handed Hongming Daozhong over to them to help them. Professional matters. It was better to leave it to the professionals. Moreover, it was obviously more appropriate for the ultimate void and the mental demons to step in to establish the heavenly demon Dao than for Feng Zichen to step in. One had to know that the ultimate void was the destined master of the demonic Dao. Now it was time for him to set things right and reorganize the demonic sect. As for whether he would fail or not, Feng Zichen had never worried about that. Before the three pure ones created the heavenly immortal Dao, Feng Zichen might not have the confidence to create the true demonic Dao. However, after the appearance of the heavenly immortal Dao, he had great confidence. That was because the appearance of the heavenly demon Dao was a supplement to the heavenly immortal Dao. It was beneficial to the primordial world. Therefore, he had the help of the heavens. The most difficult thing had already been done by the three pure ones. Next, the ultimate void and the mental demons only needed to imitate the heavenly immortal Dao step by step, and they would be able to establish the heavenly demon Dao. In addition, with the help of Hongming Daozhong, if he could still fail, it could only be said that Feng Zichen deserved to be suppressed by the three pure ones for the rest of his life. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about how to plot against the three pure ones, the three pure ones did not choose to stop immediately after establishing the heavenly immortal Dao. Instead, they continued to move. Rumble. Kunlun Mountain suddenly shook violently. Soon after, an immortal light that was even more resplendent than before rose from Kunlun Mountain, illuminating the entire primordial world. The immortal light was so strong that even Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes slightly in the boundless starry sky. This is the power of the heavenly Dao. The three pure ones actually used the power of the heavenly Dao. What are they planning to do? Feng Zichen could not help but exclaim in shock as he activated the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array to disperse the immortal light. Although the three pure ones were powerful, it was impossible for them to break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and project the immortal light onto Ziwei Star. But now they had done it. It could only be said that they had used the power of the heavenly Dao. Only the power of the heavenly Dao could break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and shine the immortal light in. The reason why the saints were invincible in the primordial world and suppressed the group of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was that they could mobilize the power of the heavenly Dao. In the primordial world, who could rival the heavenly Dao? The saints who could mobilize the power of the heavenly Dao were naturally invincible. What are the three pure ones trying to do? They even used the power of the heavenly Dao. At this moment, Feng Zichen looked extremely serious. He put all his attention on Mount Kunlun and carefully watched every move of the three pure ones, trying to figure out their intentions. Feng Zichen was not the only one who paid attention to it. The other saints and great mediums were the same. When they realized that the three pure ones had used the power of the heavenly Dao, everyone knew that something big was going to happen. There would be an unknown change in the primordial world. Otherwise, why would the three pure ones use the power of the heavenly Dao? One had to know that the three pure ones alone were enough to wipe out the entire primordial world. Needless to say, the three of them also used the power of the heavenly Dao. At this time, The three pure ones were probably comparable to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Since the three pure ones had mobilized such a large force, it was obvious that the matter they were plotting was extremely shocking. Therefore, everyone was curious about this, but they were also puzzled. What was it that made the three pure ones go to such lengths? As for destroying it, even Feng Zichen, who had a bad relationship with the three pure ones, did not have such thoughts, let alone the other great mediums. Haha, if they destroyed it at this time, they would be killed by the three pure ones. The three pure ones were definitely ridiculously powerful now. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he would not dare to say that he could easily suppress them. Under the curious and expectant eyes of everyone, the three pure ones finally took action. Open! When Sanqing shouted in unison. Then the whole world disappeared. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. Only the saints and Daoyuo Jingxian of the primordial chaos like Feng Zichen could see some clues with their powerful strength. It was a ray of light. A ray of Dao light that rose from Mount Kunlun. It was so bright that it could not be described with words. It was this beam of light that illuminated heaven and earth in a vast expanse of whiteness, obscuring everyone's vision. Its body was emitting mysterious waves that no one could understand. Its power was even more terrifying. Vaguely, Feng Zichen even saw a trace of Panga's axe light from this ray of light. This ray of light was like Panga's axe light. It had the power to split the world. P.S. That's it. Next time, you'll have to wait for a premium item or a big reward. Brothers, I'm still 150 subscriptions away from a premium item. And I've increased by 4,000 subscriptions. In other words, if each of these 4,000 brothers subscribes 50 chapters, I'll almost be a premium item. Brothers, give me your support. I beg you. Chapter 699. Rumble. The Tao light streaked across the sky and hit the Khanate myriad Tao. With a crack, something seemed to break. Specks of light scattered from the Khanate myriad Tao and floated down to the eldritch wilderness. Swish, another beam of immortal light slashed through the air, repeating the same action as before and slamming into Tao of the Khanate myriad Tao. Boom. The Khanate myriad Tao trembled and scattered more specks of light. Swish, 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 one after another. Immortal light rose from Mount Kunlun and slashed at the Khanate myriad Tao. The three pure ones didn't stop until the 36th immortal light hit the Khanate myriad Tao. Meanwhile, the innate myriad Tao's body was covered in cracks after being attacked by the 36 immortal lights. Strands of the origin of great Tao were seeping out of the cracks and drifting down to the eldritch wilderness. What are the three pure ones doing? Feng Zichen stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He could not figure out what the three pure ones were planning. Why did they attack the Khanate myriad Tao for no reason? Did they think that he had too much merit and wanted to waste some? Could it be that they coveted the origin of great Tao? Although the origin of great Tao was precious, it was nothing compared to the consequences of destroying the Khanate myriad Tao. It wasn't worth it. Just as Feng Zichen was trying to figure out the three pure ones' intention, the eldritch wilderness changed again. The origin of great Tao seeping out of the Khanate myriad Tao gradually resonated with the acquired qi in the air after falling into the eldritch wilderness. It even showed signs of merging. Rumble. The origin of great Tao that had been tainted by acquired qi was undergoing a shocking transformation from the Khanate myriad Tao to the Khanate myriad Tao. Before long, when the origin of great Tao finished evolving, there was a new set of great Tao in the world. It was completely acquired and different from the Khanate myriad Tao. Whoosh silently, the heavenly Tao descended. The boundless power spread out and gradually enveloped the new Khanate myriad Tao. Then, an astonishing change happened. With the help of the heavenly Tao, the new Khanate myriad Tao was perfecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it evolved its own postnatal rules and created a huge net of rules that enveloped the untainted world. At that moment, heaven and earth had truly changed. The aura of the innate myriad Taos gradually disappeared and was replaced by a completely different aura. It was the post-celestial myriad Tao. At this moment, the acquired myriad Tao replaced the Khanate myriad Tao and became the pillar of the primitive world. Buzz, 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 inexplicably, a thick sense of sorrow filled the air. as if mourning the glory of the Xiantian era. If even the primordial myriad Tao was replaced by the acquired myriad Tao, then the traces of the primordial era in the untainted land would disappear completely. This time, the Xiantian era had truly become a thing of the past, existing only in the memories of all living beings. How generous! At this time, the great masters, including Feng Zichen, finally understood the three purities goal. This was a complete transformation of heaven and earth. Wasn't changing the rules of the great path of heaven and earth the same as changing the world? All of a sudden, the three purities really became the Tao ancestors of the postnatal era. Their status was close to that of Feng Zichen, the postnatal Tao ancestor. However, the three purities did not do this without paying a price. Not only did they hurt the primordial myriad Tao, but they also took away their status, making them completely history. How could the primordial myriad Tao not hate the three purities? Perhaps the primordial myriad Tao could not do anything to the three purities, but their disciples were unlucky. In the future, unless the disciples of the three purities could create their own primordial Tao, or become the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, they could forget about comprehending the primordial Tao. The primordial myriad Tao in the untainted land would label the descendants of the three purities, and close the door of the great path forever. Want to use the primordial myriad Tao to attain Tao? Wake up, stop dreaming. The descendants of the three purities had no chance. However, it did not matter. Anyway, the disciples of the three purities had been implicated by their master, and could not attain Tao. It did not matter to them whether they cultivated the primordial myriad Tao or not. On the contrary, the postnatal myriad Tao made them see the possibility of taking a step forward. Rumble. The net of rules formed by the postnatal great path spread rapidly, and soon reached the boundless starry sky, about to cover it. However, how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? The boundless starry sky was self-contained, and would not allow external forces to touch this place. Retreat. With a thought, Feng Zichen activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation. Immediately, the stars rotated and a vast river of stars, accompanied by dazzling cosmic light, flowed slowly and blocked the postnatal myriad Tao outside the boundless starry sky. At the same time, powerful auras rose from the blessed caves in the untainted land. The powerful divines in the untainted land were using various means to block the net of rules formed by the postnatal myriad Tao outside their Taoist temples, not allowing it to come close. It was recognized in the untainted land that the postnatal realm was far inferior to the primordial realm. In this case, how could the powerful divines allow the postnatal myriad Tao to enter their Taoist temples, and change the rules of heaven and earth of their Taoist temples? On the Emperor Star, after Feng Zichen blocked the postnatal myriad Tao, he seemed to have thought of this and suddenly separated a strand of divine thought, and came to the untainted land. In the untainted land, on a nameless hill, Feng Zichen's divine thought incarnation quietly appeared. Then he didn't do anything. He just raised his arm gently, and with a crack, the void shattered layer by layer. Sure enough, compared to before, after the rules of heaven and earth changed from postnatal to postnatal, the void seems to be more fragile. Standing there, Feng Zichen said silently. This test made him sure that the untainted land was undoubtedly weaker than before. The power of the postnatal myriad Tao was far inferior to the postnatal myriad Tao. The untainted land supported by the postnatal myriad Tao was naturally far less solid than the prenatal myriad Tao. It was normal for the world to be weaker. But at the same time, it also meant that the strength of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao was far inferior to that of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao. Furthermore, the difference in strength was not just a little bit. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. Especially after the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian, the gap between the postnatal and postnatal heavens was even more obvious. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Daoyuo Jingxian was immortal was something that Daoyuo Jingxian, who practiced the postnatal Tao, could not achieve. Because compared to the postnatal Tao was too weak. The reason why Daoyuo Jingxian was immortal was that they had branded their true spirit imprints on the origin of the great Tao that they had proven. Therefore, as long as the Tao that they cultivated was not destroyed, Daoyuo Jingxian could achieve immortality. Since the postnatal myriad Dao was named postnatal, it meant that they were born from the postnatal earth and were the true foundation of the untainted land. Therefore, as long as the heavens and earth were not destroyed, the postnatal myriad Dao would not be destroyed. Then the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Dao as Daoyuo Jingxian could also achieve immortality. However, the postnatal Dao could not. The rules that were created by humans were very fragile. The great magicians could crush them with just a little bit of strength. Thinking about it, even the postnatal myriad Dao was so fragile, let alone the Daoyuo Jingxian who had attained the Dao. It was impossible to achieve immortality. Both sides were not on the same level at all. The Daoyuo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Dao was known as the Taoist priests. However, the Daoyuo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Dao was only the Daoyuo Jingxian. It was likely that the Daoyuo Jingxian of the postnatal era would not even be able to achieve the postnatal Godfiend body. Saying that they were Daoyuo Jingxian was an insult to the words Daoyuo Jingxian. Of course, it was true that the postnatal Dao changed the postnatal Dao, and the strength of cultivators would weaken. However, it would undoubtedly make it much easier to cultivate. How could the simple postnatal Dao be compared to the obscure and difficult to understand postnatal Dao? It was naturally much easier to comprehend. The deeper one's comprehension of the great Dao, the faster one's realm would rise. Perhaps. After the postnatal Dao became the postnatal Dao, there were all kinds of disadvantages. However, just the fact that the postnatal Dao was easier to cultivate than the postnatal Dao was enough to make the cultivators of the primordial world impatiently acknowledge him. There was no other reason. It was because after the great Dao became simple, the improvement of one's realm would become very fast. And the faster one's realm improved, the easier it was to obtain longevity. In the postnatal era, the most troublesome thing for all living beings was that they could not live forever. In order to obtain longevity, they were willing to give up everything, let alone change to the postnatal Dao. At this moment, Feng Zichen vaguely understood why so many geniuses could appear in the later generations to fight across realms, and even cross several realms in a row. In the end, this was because the laws of heaven and earth had weakened as a whole. In the postnatal era, before Daoyuo Jingxian, there might have been situations where people fought across realms. However, after Daoyuo Jingxian, such situations rarely happened. Those who could become Daoyuo Jingxian were all geniuses who could suppress a generation. They were all invincible existences in the same realm. No one was necessarily weaker than the other. Especially between Daoyuo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian, there was an insurmountable gap. In the postnatal era, Tai Jingxian had almost no possibility of going against Daoyuo Jingxian. It could even be said that Tai Jingxian was like an ant in front of Daoyuo Jingxian. The gap was really too big. However, in the postnatal era, Tai Jingxian defeated Daoyuo Jingxian, and even killed Daoyuo Jingxian. It was not uncommon. The reason was not that Tai Jingxian had become stronger, but that Daoyuo Jingxian had become weaker. He could not be immortal, let alone transcend the long river of fate, and stand in the long river of time and space. In this way, Daoyuo Jingxian's greatest advantage was gone. Compared to Tai Jingxian, he had a deeper understanding of the great Dao and more powerful magic power. Other than that, he had no other advantages. If that was the case, how could the perfected gold immortals of the postnatal era crush primordial immortals? They only needed a powerful magical treasure, and they could obtain a power that was far beyond that of a perfected gold immortal. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to defeat him? This was also why in the apatheicized era, the second-generation disciples of the Chan school, who had cultivated for countless years, were no match for those disciples who only had a few years of cultivation with magic treasures. For postnatal cultivators, the increase in strength of powerful spirit treasures far exceeded their own cultivation. It had to be said that this was really a great tragedy. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, they were no match for a child with a powerful spirit treasure. Wasn't this ironic? The strength of cultivators came from themselves. Spirit treasures only played a supporting role. However, as the world became easier, the situation changed. The strength of cultivators came from magic treasures, and cultivation was the supporting role. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? Therefore, this was the sorrow of cultivators and the greatest irony of the world. The culprit behind all of this was the high and mighty three pure ones. The world was getting weaker and weaker? The cultivators were getting weaker and weaker? It didn't matter. As long as they were getting stronger and stronger, it was enough. In order to obtain strength, the three pure ones could be said to be unscrupulous. They were talking about harming the world to strengthen themselves. As long as the saints did not die, the bandits would not stop. Rumble. After the postnatal Tao completely enveloped the primordial world, the Khanate myriad Tao stopped spilling the origin of the great Tao. Instead, it slowly recovered with the help of the origin of the heavenly Tao. It returned to the deepest part of the world and completely hid. However, there was no doubt that after losing so much origin of the great Tao, the Khanate myriad Tao was obviously much weaker than before. It was likely that the Khanate myriad Tao would enter a period of weakness in the following period of time. This was obviously not a good thing for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. Originally, with the isolation of the postnatal Tao, it was very difficult for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao to sense the Khanate Tao. In this way, if the Khanate Tao entered a period of weakness, it would be even more difficult for these cultivators to comprehend the Khanate Tao. It was estimated that those cultivators who were originally unwilling to change to the postnatal Tao would have no choice but to change to the postnatal Tao when they could not sense the Khanate Tao. Although cultivating the postnatal Tao would weaken, at least they could continue to become stronger. However, if they cultivated the Khanate Tao, their future would be hopeless. Since that was the case, it was obvious how to choose. Sigh. The last chance for the Khanate Tao to recover was gone just like that. This plan, one step after another, calculated the Khanate Tao tightly and did not leave any room for it. It had to be said that the three pure ones' methods were perfect. According to this, the rise of the postnatal Tao was inevitable. This was the general trend and could not be resisted. Didn't you see that even the heavenly Tao had come and facilitated all of this? Otherwise, with just the three pure ones' strength, how could they complete all of this in such a short period of time? When everything calmed down and the primordial world returned to peace, the heavenly Tao also began to reward the three pure ones according to their merits. The first thing to be given to them was naturally the merit for establishing the heavenly immortal Tao. Dazzling golden light gathered in the sky and turned into a huge golden cloud that descended towards the three pure ones. That was the Xianhuang merit, the supreme treasure that everyone dreamed of. Looking at the amount of Xianhuang merit, at least 10 real Daoyuo Jingxian, or a quasi-saint, could be born. This amount was not small. Even with the three pure ones' wealth, they had to pay attention to it. Therefore, when they saw the merit descending, the three pure ones smiled for the first time in a long time. However, the moment the smile appeared on their faces, it froze on the spot. Then torrential anger rose in their hearts. The reason was that the ruins of the end and the mental demon had finally made a move. The scene pulled to the previous moment, which was when the Xianhuang merit had just descended. In the northernmost part of the primordial world, the land of the end, where the ruins of the end were located, the peace that had lasted for countless years was broken. Two black-robed figures quietly appeared and stood quietly above the ruins of the end. Then the two of them set up an altar and placed offerings on it. They swore to the heavens. Today the two of us, the ruins of the end mental demon, have sensed that the world is lacking and the clear and turbid are out of balance. Therefore, we have specially established the supreme heavenly demon Tao to refine our bodies with the Khanate turbid Qi. One immortal and one devil, one clear and one turbid, make up for the lack of heaven and earth and maintain the balance of the clear and turbid. That is the principle of the cycle of heaven and earth. I hope the heavens will bear witness. Heavenly Demon Tao, establish. As the voices of the ruins of the end and the mental demon fell, a powerful demonic aura suddenly rose between heaven and earth. It merged with the Khanate turbid Qi and gave birth to a supreme demonic scripture. Boom. The demonic scripture shattered, turning into countless strange runes that scattered into the primordial world. At the same time, in the minds of all living beings in the primordial world, The cultivation method of the heavenly demon Tao naturally appeared. This was a cultivation method that was extremely opposed to the heavenly immortal Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao collected the connate clear qi to cultivate, and the heavenly demon Tao collected the connate turbid qi to cultivate. The heavenly immortal Tao specialized in cultivating the essence soul, and the heavenly demon Tao specialized in refining the body. In short, the heavenly demon Tao would do whatever it was that was against the heavenly immortal Tao. These two cultivation methods could be said to be two extremes. Of course, although these two cultivation methods were opposing, their origins were still the same. From the same origin, they developed in two opposite directions and reached their respective peaks. In other words, the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao could be cultivated together. One specialized in refining the body, while the other specialized in cultivating the essence soul. They complemented each other. If they could achieve greater mastery, they could be said to be invincible among the same level. However, this was just talk. How difficult would it be to achieve this? The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. As the saying went, immortals and demons could not coexist. Just letting the two coexist was enough to stump countless geniuses. Not to mention achieving greater mastery at the same time. It was almost impossible. On this side, as soon as the ruins of the end and the mental demon established the heavenly demon Tao, the heavenly Tao sensed it. As a result, the primordial merit that should have fallen into the hands of the three pure ones suddenly split in half, and flew to the ruins of the end and the mental demon. How could the three pure ones not be angry when the cooked duck flew away? Not to mention, after a short hesitation, the three pure ones figured out the crux of the matter. Undoubtedly, they were even more furious. It had always been the three pure ones who schemed against others. When was it their turn to be schemed against? And they were schemed against so ruthlessly? It could be said that all the efforts they had made previously had been made for others. Especially when the person who schemed against them was their mortal enemy, the demonic Tao. P.S. Begging for a subscription. I'm almost dead. Premium products will definitely be explosive. Chapter 700. Fury. At this moment, the fury in the three pure ones' hearts had completely materialized, manifesting beside them and igniting the void. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously, the Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the four immortal slaying swords flew out from behind the three pure ones, attacking the ultimate and the inner demon. How long had it been since the birth of the ultimate and the inner demon? Only a little over 10 million years. Even with the support of the demonic way, his cultivation was only at the level of a great medium. Compared to the three purities and the others, there was a huge difference. There was no comparison at all. Not to mention, the three pure ones had even used their connate treasures. Therefore, the ultimate and the inner demon could not block this attack even if they gave it their all. If they were hit, death was the only outcome. There was no exception. Unfortunately, Guisu and the inner demon had no intention of resisting at all in the face of this unparalleled power. The moment the three connate cardinal treasures landed, the two of them disappeared into the sinkhole. Rumble. That tyrannical power exploded in the sky above the sinkhole, destroying everything, but it did not harm the sinkhole at all. The ultimate was the end of heaven and earth, the most important part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. It was an important place in the wilderness and could not be destroyed. Otherwise, heaven and earth would become incomplete because of it. Therefore, even the three pure ones didn't dare to destroy the end of the ruins. The price would be too great. Seeing the two of them hide in the ultimate, the three pure ones had to admit that they could not do anything to them for the time being. However, they had to vent their anger. Otherwise, they would not be happy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a single thought from the three pure ones, the three connate peerless treasures suddenly circled around the ultimate and released an unparalleled power. They formed a huge screen of light in the sky above the ultimate, enveloping the entire place. It was a seal. Unable to destroy the ultimate and force the two of them out, the three pure ones simply sealed the entire ultimate to trap them. Needless to say, it was a good idea. If the ultimate and the inner demon could not come out, how could the new Sky Fiend sect compete with the Sky Immortal sect, even if it was mostly crippled? As for the imbalance between clear and turbid, since the three pure ones dared to establish the heavenly immortal Tao, they naturally had means to resolve the issue. It was just that they were not as brilliant as the sinkhole's heavenly fiend Tao. If the ultimate and the inner demon had not suddenly established the heavenly demon sect, and caught the three pure ones off guard, their plan to target the Khanate turbid chi would have been put on the agenda. Then what did the heavenly fiend sect have to do with him? However, although the three pure ones' plan was good, their seal could not seal the ultimate and the inner demons. Indeed, even if Ruin's End and the mental demons worked together, they were helpless against the seal cast down by the three purities. They were unable to do anything to it. While the interior might not be damaged, the exterior might not be. Feng Zichen is still outside. Since he had fallen out with the three pure ones, he naturally had no scruples in doing things. So what if he destroyed the three pure ones' seal, and released the two Tao Lords of the heavenly fiend sect? In short, as long as it was something that could make the three pure ones unhappy, Feng Zichen dared to do it. At this moment, Feng Zichen was planning to attack directly after the three pure ones relaxed. He would use the boundless power of the starry sky to break the seal left by the three pure ones in the ultimate. Haha! How interesting! Someone actually dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth and plot against the three fellow Taoists on Mount Kunlun. How interesting! I think the expressions of those three fellow Taoists must be very good. At this moment, the great divine masters of the primordial world also understood what had just happened and could not help but laugh out loud. There were not many things that could make the three pure ones suffer. Humph. On the other side, the three pure ones, who had put away their Khanate cardinal treasures, could not help but snort coldly with a sullen face. It was not good to argue about such things. Rumble. After the heavenly immortal path merit, even more Xianhuang merit began to gather in the sky. That was the merit of changing the world. There were so many of them that they almost covered half of the sky. Although it was not as much as Nuwa's merit of creating humans, and the Empress of Earth's reincarnation, it was comparable to Feng Zichen's merit of rebuilding the boundless starry sky. Changing the world affected the entire primordial world. It could be said that the merit was immeasurable. It was normal for the three pure ones to have so much merit. Rumble. It was as if the sun had fallen. The dazzling Xianhuang merits poured down from the sky and landed majestically on Mount Kunlun. However, the three pure ones did not move to collect the merits when they saw them. Instead, they each used their divine powers to shatter the merits that were descending. With a boom, the golden light of merits that was like the sun shattered and scattered into countless light spots, landing on the bodies of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect. As the merits entered their bodies, the negative karma that surrounded the spiritual altars of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect began to slowly dissipate. After an unknown period of time, when the merits were completely exhausted, the negative karma of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect also disappeared. In a trance, the third-generation disciples felt as if the clouds had cleared and the fog had cleared. The barrier that had troubled them for so many years had completely disappeared. After so many years, they could see the path ahead again. For a moment, the third-generation disciples could not help but shed tears of joy. How many years had it been? How many years had they been trapped in the realm of Tai Jingxian? In the past, no matter how hard they cultivated, they could not take a step forward. They could only watch those who were not as talented as them surpass them step by step, and leave them far behind. How could that be a terrible feeling? It was impossible to say that these disciples did not feel hatred in their hearts. In the past, they might have thought that it was a great blessing to be able to become the disciple of a saint. But now they only regretted it. What blessing! It was clearly a huge trap. Originally, with their talent, even if they did not become the disciple of a saint, they could still cultivate the Daoyuo Jingxian. But because they had become the disciple of a saint, they had wasted countless years and missed out on too much. So, at this moment, these third-generation disciples saw the hope of breaking through again. That joy was no less than a new life. Sigh. Seeing the scene of his disciples crying tears of joy, the heavenly Lord of the Origin could not help but show a trace of guilt on his face. It was he who had implicated his disciples and caused them to lose their great future. He was the heavenly Lord of the Origin. After all, he had let his disciples down. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. At this time, the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect had changed to the postnatal path because they had been abandoned by the prenatal path. Their foundations were deep to begin with, and their countless years of experience were not in vain. After countless years of hard work, their mana, primordial spirits, and physical bodies had long been polished to an extremely perfect state. At this moment, when they changed to the postnatal path, their foundation exploded, and their cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, the postnatal path was simpler than the prenatal path, so their progress was faster. It did not take long for them to cultivate the Daluo Jingxian. Of course, that was the Daluo Jingxian of the postnatal path, not the Daluo Taoist priests of the prenatal path. Not to mention these disciples, in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain, where the ancestral bloodline of the East was, the three pure ones were gathered together as if they were preparing for a big plan. In front of the three pure ones, there was a huge ball of prenatal turbid qi floating in the air and slowly rotating. Good Lord! Prenatal turbid qi origin. In Kunlun Mountain, which was known as the ancestral land of celestial immortals, such a large ball of prenatal turbid qi origin appeared in front of the three pure ones. Who would believe that there was no problem? At this moment, the three pure ones were surrounding this ball of prenatal turbid qi origin, and their hands were surrounded by the sacred light of creation. They were going to, that's right. They were creating living beings. The three pure ones were obviously going to use the prenatal turbid qi origin as the foundation to create a race to alleviate the imbalance between the primordial world and the primordial world. A race created with the prenatal turbid qi origin naturally had to feed on the prenatal turbid qi. Therefore, in a sense, as long as there were enough of this race, then with their efforts, the consumption rate of the prenatal turbid qi would definitely catch up with the consumption rate of the prenatal clear qi. In this way, as long as it was done properly, the primordial world would never have an imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. And this was the method that the three pure ones had thought of in the beginning to deal with the imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. However, before they could implement this plan, the heavenly fiend path appeared and completely disrupted their arrangements. However, it was not too late to make a move now. Now that the two demon ancestors of the heavenly fiend path were sealed in the ultimate by them and could not come out, the development of the heavenly fiend path would inevitably be hindered. And this was the opportunity for the three pure ones. As long as they could develop the race created with the prenatal turbid qi origin into a behemoth that could replace the heavenly fiend path in the shortest time possible, then wouldn't the heavenly fiend path become a joke? The situation could be reversed by them in the blink of an eye. It was with this thought that after the three pure ones completed the transformation of the world, they did not bother to instruct their disciples, and directly went into the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. That was where the ancestral bloodline of the East was. There was definitely no lack of the prenatal turbid qi origin. Just like that, the three pure ones stayed in the depths of Kunlun Mountain for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, they finally made all the preparations and began to complete the last step of the plan, creating living beings. In order to ensure that the plan would not go wrong, the three pure ones made up their minds. They did not plan to use the creation divine ability that they had comprehended to create living beings. Instead, they used a connate cardinal treasure of the creation attribute. Go! The Grand Pure One shouted softly. He threw his hand casually and raised the dragon-headed cane in his hand. After him, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven also raised their Tao-proving treasures, the three treasures Jade Rui and the Qingping sword. Buzz, 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 the three Tao-proving treasures met in the air. As their auras spread, they gradually resonated. Then, the figures of the three Tao-proving treasures gradually became illusory, and a 24th grade green lotus flower slowly appeared in the void. In an instant, the entire earth vein was filled with creation aura. That's right. This green lotus flower. It was the Khanate cardinal treasure that had long been destroyed, the 24th grade creation green lotus. The power of the three pure ones dragon-headed cane. The three treasures jade rui, and the Qingping sword reappeared in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. The heaven-opening treasure, the creation green lotus. The living beings created with the creation green lotus were definitely much stronger than the living beings created by the three pure ones themselves. There was no doubt about that. After all, there were specializations. When the creation green lotus appeared, a dense and almost inseparable creation aura appeared and merged into the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. Buzz buzz buzz. After absorbing the creation aura, the origin of the Khanate turbid chi began to tremble, and a wisp of vitality slowly appeared on its body. Swoosh. Seeing this, rays of creation divine light suddenly bloomed from the creation green lotus, and continuously brushed against the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. And every time the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was brushed by the creation divine light, the vitality on its body became denser. Gradually the aura of life emerged from within. Whoosh. The creation green lotus trembled slightly, and a mysterious wave spread out and entered the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. Immediately a shocking change happened. The origin of the Khanate turbid chi seemed to be stimulated, and began to squirm violently. Then a stream of origin chi rolled down from its body and landed on the ground, turning into a small yellow beast. Oh! A low roar of a beast was heard from the newborn little beast, signifying the birth of a new race. Crack! The moment the little beast was born, a thunderclap sounded in the clear sky, and a loud thunder resounded throughout the three realms. It was the heaven and earth that sensed the birth of a new race and celebrated its birth with thunder and lightning. The scene turned back to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. The birth of the little beast was like some kind of omen. Soon after it, more little beasts were born. No new little beasts were born until the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was exhausted. At this moment, there were already 129,600 little beasts born from the origin of the Khanate turbid chi, which was exactly the number of 1 yuan. Heavenly Tao above. Today the Grand Clear, Jade Clear, and Prime Clear saw the imbalance between the purity and turbidity of the heaven and earth, so they specially established the demon beast race to balance the purity and turbidity. At this moment, the three clear ones suddenly spoke. Then they waved their sleeves and swept these newborn demon beasts into the primordial world. Rumble. As soon as they finished speaking, the heaven and earth immediately sensed it, and merit descended, acknowledging the existence of this race. From this moment on, the race that the three clear ones created with the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was called Demon Beast. It was funny. The race created by the immortal Dao's Dao ancestor was not called Immortal Beast, but Demon Beast. How ironic. Good move. The three clear ones are really good. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen hammered the armrest and could not help but exclaim in shock. The moment the demon beasts were born, he understood the three clear ones' plan. It was precisely because he understood the three clear ones' plan that he was so shocked. The three clear ones' reaction speed was really fast. He had just schemed against them. It had only been a short while, and they had already thought of a solution and counterattacked. If the three clear ones' plan really succeeded, the heavenly fiend path would be crippled. The efforts of the void of end and the inner demon during this period of time would also be wasted. Through the layers of void, one could see that the heavenly fiend path's luck had suddenly become unstable, and this was caused by the impact of the demon beast race's luck. There was no doubt that once the demon beast race developed and grew stronger, they would definitely replace the heavenly fiend path. No, he was here to cause trouble. How could he let the three clear ones' plan succeed? With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen made his move. Rumble. At this moment, Zhouxing shook and emitted a bright light. A river of stars appeared and flowed through the stars. There was a flash of cosmic light, illuminating the boundless starry sky. Galactic cosmic light formation, rise. In the cold and silent starry sky, Feng Zichen's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Then, a pillar of starlight hung down from the boundless starry sky, as if it had pierced through the entire world and rushed straight to the void of end. Crack. Under the attack of this starlight, The seal set up by the three clear ones with the connate cardinal treasure shattered with a loud bang. At this point, the void of end and the inner demon regained their freedom. How dare you! Almost at the moment the seal shattered, the furious voice of the three clear ones sounded on Kunlun Mountain. Before the voice fell, the three connate cardinal treasures, the Tai Chi diagram, the Panga banner, and the immortal slaying sword formation, had already broken through the sky and attacked Feng Zichen on the Emperor Star. Good timing. Seeing this, Feng Zichen said good and directly activated the galactic cosmic light formation. Countless starlight gathered and blocked the path of the three connate cardinal treasures. Boom! The starlight collided with the three connate cardinal treasures, and a violent force spread out, causing the wilderness to shake. Under this attack, the world showed signs of instability. Boom! 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 The aftershocks dissipated, and the starlight was completely destroyed. The three connate cardinal treasures also stopped in front of the boundless starry sky. Then, without waiting for the two sides to continue fighting, the will of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended and forcibly stopped the battle. He didn't see how the heavenly Tao acted, but he felt a supreme power suddenly appear between heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, and it crushed everything. Then the three connate cardinal treasures flew back and fell back into Kunlun Mountain. The heavenly cycle stellar force that filled the world also rolled back and returned to the boundless starry sky. The heavenly Tao did not allow a battle at the origin Tao level to break out in the wilderness. Therefore, the two sides were forcibly separated. Of course, if they really wanted to fight, that was fine, but they had to move to the chaos outside the heavens first. It was fine to fight in the chaos outside the heavens, but not in the wilderness. After separating the two sides, the heavenly Tao did not stop there. Instead, it gave each side a ban, ordering them not to step out of their respective dojos for a period of 1 yuan hui. This was a warning. It was also an example to the others. Even Great Emperor Ziwei and the three pure ones were punished, let alone others. In the future, if any powerful beings wanted to fight in the wilderness, they would have to think twice. In the face of the heavenly Tao's ban, Feng Zichen only snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, the three pure ones' expressions were undoubtedly very ugly. If they were not allowed to go out during the Yuan Hui, how many things would they delay? Especially at such a critical moment, if they could not go out during the Yuan Hui, wouldn't that give the heavenly fiend sect time to develop? At this moment, the three pure ones could not help but suspect that the heavenly Tao was doing it on purpose. P.S. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. 2,892 subscriptions have been subscribed. There are still 108 left. Brothers, do your best. Chapter 701. They could use this excuse to attack the heavenly immortal path and support the heavenly fiend path. However, no matter what they guessed, they had to listen to the orders of the heavenly Tao. They were bound to suffer this loss. All right. The heavens are really helping the Western sect. Far away in the west, Zhuan-Ti and the other two could not help but feel happy when they saw the three pure ones and Feng Zichen being confined by the heavenly Tao. How could they not be happy? If the three pure ones and Feng Zichen were sealed, wouldn't the primordial world fall into their hands and let them do whatever they wanted? This was what it meant to be a fisherman reaping the benefits when the snipe and the clam fought. Who wouldn't be happy when fortune fell from the sky when they were at home? Since they were the biggest in the primordial world, the plan they had been preparing for a long time could finally be carried out. Enlighten the ferocious beasts. The Western sect's opportunity to prosper. Originally, if Zhuan-Ti and the other two dared to enlighten the ferocious beasts, they would definitely be obstructed by the three pure ones. But now, the three pure ones were in seclusion, and could not take half a step out of Kunlun Mountain. Wasn't this a heaven-sent opportunity to help them prosper the Western sect? Thinking of this, Zhuan-Ti and the other two felt a little excited. Then they started to move in full swing. Not to mention how busy the two of them were in the Western sect. Even in the ruins of the end and the inner demon were also very busy. The three pure ones created the magical beast clan to break the foundation of their heavenly fiend path. As the Tao ancestors of the heavenly fiend path, they naturally had to fight back and take revenge. Otherwise, wouldn't the world think that they were afraid of the three pure ones? They would also think that the heavenly fiend path was inferior to the heavenly immortal path. That wouldn't do. They hadn't even fought yet. How did they know that the heavenly fiend path was no match for the heavenly immortal path? They were afraid before the battle. It wasn't the style of the ruins of the end and the inner demon. So they wanted to take revenge. They wanted to take revenge. As for how to take revenge, the methods were all ready-made. Didn't the three pure ones use the origin of the Khanate turbid chi to create the foundation of their heavenly fiend path? Then they would follow suit and use the innate pure chi to evolve an immortal beast clan to break the foundation of the heavenly immortal path and compete with the demon beast clan. The two clans happened to be one pure and one turbid, one devil and one immortal, opposing yet complementary. With this thought in mind, Guisu and inner demon immediately took action. The matter of creating the immortal beast should be done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the Beast Clan gained a foothold in the Eldritch world, how could the Immortal Beast Clan compete with them? Did he rely on his iron head? In the deepest part of the sinkhole, in a world that contained countless creations, the sinkhole and the inner demons were circling a ball of Khanate clear chi origin. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. As the final land of the universe, the ultimate gathered the densest aura of destruction in the world. Over time, it naturally gave birth to an astonishing land of creation. And this was the origin of the creation world beneath the feet of the sinkhole and the mental demons. As for the innate pure chi, it was sponsored by Fengzichen. The boundless starry sky was so close to the heavenly realm. Over the years, Fengzichen had intentionally or unintentionally collected a lot of innate pure chi. At this moment, he took it all out and gave it to the mental demons and the sinkhole, so that they could compete with the three pure ones. In addition, Fengzichen also gave them the 24th grade green lotus of creation, a Khanate cardinal treasure, for them to create immortal beasts. Since the three pure ones could use the green lotus of creation to create demonic beasts, Guisu and the mental demons could not fall behind. They also had to use the green lotus of creation to create immortal beasts. The three pure ones were not the only ones who had the green lotus of creation. Fengzichen also had one, and it was even stronger than the one in the three pure ones' hands. With the three pure ones template for creating demonic beasts, Guisu and the mental demons' process of creating the immortal beast clan was very smooth. The same method, the same process, the same Dharma treasure. The only difference was that the person controlling the Khanate cardinal treasure and the Khanate pure chi origin had become the Khanate pure chi origin. In less than 1,000 years, the immortal beast clan was born in Guisu. Just like the demonic beast clan, the new immortal beast clan also had 129,600 members, which was the number of one yuan. Heavenly Tao above. Today, Guisu and the mental demons have sensed the birth of the demonic beast clan. They are afraid that the immortals and demons of the primordial world will be unbalanced. Therefore, they specially established the immortal beast clan to balance the world. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. After bringing the immortal beast clan out of Guisu, the mental demons in Guisu announced to the heavenly Tao, "Rumble." Immediately, the heavenly Tao sensed it. Merit descended and landed on the two of them. Looking at the amount of merit, it was clearly no different from the merit obtained by the three pure ones. Bastard! A furious voice came from Kunlun Mountain. It carried a shocking aura, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the anger of the three pure ones. Clearly, the three pure ones were extremely furious about Guisu and the mental demons' actions of creating the immortal beast clan. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to be angry, because under the seal of the heavenly Tao, they could not walk out of Kunlun Mountain at all. Right now, all they could do was be infuriated. Other than making people laugh, there was no other use. Pfft. At this moment, even the great divinities of the primordial world could not help but laugh. It was too funny. No, it was too much. So the two demon ancestors of the heavenly fiend sect could catch the three pure ones and keep pulling them out. They were not afraid of pulling them out. This was not the way to pull out wool. It was too much. For a moment, Everyone gloated over the three pure ones' misfortune. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the two demon ancestors who suddenly appeared were deliberately targeting the three pure ones. They would do whatever the three pure ones did. They looked like they were going to fight the three pure ones to the end. The world was so big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There were actually two people who had defeated the three pure ones. The future of the primordial world would probably be interesting. Looking at the direction of Guisu, everyone thought silently. Another two top-notch great divinities were about to rise. They just did not know. Whose clones were these two? That's right. No one would think that these two experts who suddenly appeared broke through on their own. Although there were many great divinities in the primordial world, there were not many. They were all limited. How was it possible that two great divination masters of unknown origins had appeared out of nowhere? It would be strange if they were not the clones of some big shot. However, although everyone guessed that Guisu and the mental demon were clones, they could not guess who they were. Some people thought that it was Feng Zichen because he had helped the two of them break the seal. However, some people thought that it was not him because if the two demonic cultivators were really his clones, then his performance was too obvious. Some people thought that it was the North Star Emperor because the moment he died, the two demonic cultivators appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. Some people thought that the two demonic cultivators were Dijun and Tai. They had returned and were planning something. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. What was fake was real, and what was real was fake. Who would be able to see through the truth and falsehood within it? From then on, there were two more races in the primordial world, the immortal beast race and the demonic beast race. Don't you think it's funny? The immortal beast race was called immortal beast, but it was created by the demon ancestor of the heavenly fiend path. The demonic beast race was called demonic beast, but it was created by the Tao ancestor of the heavenly immortal path. It was really shocking. Moreover, through this phenomenon, one could see the intensity of the battle between the upper echelons of the primordial world. They were all unscrupulous. Wasn't it intense? Because the immortal beast was created by the demon ancestor, and the demonic beast was created by the Tao ancestor. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the primordial world. The race called Immortal Beast was helping the demons of the heavenly fiend path to attack the immortals. The race called Demonic Beast was helping the immortals of the heavenly immortal path to attack the demons. It was really chaotic. Perhaps as time passed, the names of the two races would be swapped. Immortal beasts were no longer called immortal beasts but demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were no longer called demonic beasts, but immortal beasts. The race created by the innate turbid chi became immortal beasts, and the race created by the innate clear chi became demonic beasts. This scene. It was fun just thinking about it. After the matter between the heavenly fiend path and the heavenly immortal path came to an end, they turned their attention to the western sacred land, Mount Meru. At this moment, if an outsider came here, they would discover that most of the disciples had been killed by the demonic path. It could almost be said that the Western sect had been destroyed. Many talented disciples had appeared in the inner circle, and it became lively once again. In fact, it was almost as lively as before the demonic tribulation. Obviously, when no one was paying attention, the Western sect had undergone an unknown change, and there were signs of prosperity. However, others did not know what had happened to the Western sect, but the mental demon knew. The mental demon was a demon born to destroy the Western sect. He was naturally very concerned about the Western sect. Who knew how many spies he had planted in the huge Western sect? Even if the two saints Xuanti cleaned up batch after batch, they could not kill all of them. The mental demon was born in the heart, and was best at manipulating people's hearts. Unless one had cultivated a supreme Tao heart or a cultivation level much higher than him, it would be difficult for one to escape the corrosion of the mental demon and become his puppet. Moreover, the spread of the mental demon did not rely on magic arts, but on emotions. The infection of emotions was the most fatal. Be it touched, excited, or so on, they could all become mediums for the mental demon to corrode others. Therefore, as long as the mental demon completely corroded a disciple of the Western sect, he could spread it throughout the entire Western sect through this disciple, and pull more disciples of the Western sect into his control. It was like a plague. Unless all the disciples were isolated and not allowed to meet, the existence of the mental demon could not be eliminated in the Western sect. However, this was obviously unrealistic. In order to eliminate the mental demon, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti had tried many methods, but they all failed. In the end, they had no choice but to think of a method that was not a method. That was to strengthen the cultivation of the disciples' temperament. Those who could be corroded by the mental demon were all people with weak minds. As long as their temperament was firm enough, even the mental demon could not do anything to them. Therefore, from now on, the cultivation of temperament had become the most important thing in the Western sect. Good fellow. So the reason why the later generations of Buddhists emphasized temperament more than realm was because of me? At this moment, the innocent Feng Zichen expressed that he had been shocked for tens of thousands of years. He had thought of a solution, but it was very difficult to realize it. At the very least, it could not be done in a short period of time. That was because since ancient times, the improvement of one's temperament had been the most difficult. It was even more difficult than improving one's realm. For this reason, it would take a long time for the Western sect to completely remove the erosion of the mental demon. If they could not remove the influence of the mental demon, it meant that the Western sect was filled with the spies of the mental demon. Therefore, the mental demon quickly figured out Zhuan-Ti's plan. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that Zhuan-Ti did not deliberately hide it. Otherwise, no matter how capable the mental demon was, it would be impossible for him to know the secrets of the Western sect in front of the two saints. As for why the saints did not hide it, there was no need. There was nothing that could be hidden. Why did he have to hide it? Enlighten the ferocious beasts? The two of them from the Western sect have the same idea as me. In the ruins of the end, the mental demon thought silently. The disciple who suddenly appeared in the Western sect was naturally a ferocious beast. He did not know what method the two of them from the Western sect had used. Not only had they removed the connate murderous aura from the ferocious beasts, but they had also opened their 9 orifices, allowing them to transform into Tao bodies. The ferocious beasts could become a scourge of the primordial world, and even threaten the safety of the world. There was no doubt that they were powerful. Since that was the case, one could imagine the talent of the living beings that were transformed from ferocious beasts. They might not be inferior to connate life forms. They might even be stronger. With these talented disciples, the future of the Western sect was indeed promising. However, although the plan to receive Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti was good, their thoughts collided with the mental demon. Zhuan-Ti was not the only one who had designs on the ferocious beasts. There were also the mental demon and the ruins of the end. Not long after the Chaos Fiend god escaped, the two of them had set their sights on the connate ferocious beasts wandering in the ruins of the end. For this, they had even specially captured a few connate ferocious beasts for research, trying to find a way to activate their intelligence. Needless to say, after countless years of research, the ruins of the end and the mental demon had successfully found a way to activate the intelligence of the connate ferocious beasts. Right now, at the bottom of the ruins of the end, there was an army completely composed of connate ferocious beasts lurking. It was regarded as the greatest trump card by the ruins of the end and the mental demon. That was why the mental demon said that Zhuan-Ti and they had the same idea. However, although both sides' targets were the same connate ferocious beasts, the methods they used were completely different. As a result, the final results were even more different. The Western sect valued the spirituality of the ferocious beasts more than their physical bodies, so they had transformed them into human forms. In this way, although they had lost their powerful physical bodies, their spirituality had been greatly improved, and their future achievements would be higher. On the other hand, the demonic Tao valued the physical bodies of the ferocious beasts more than their spirituality. Although they had also activated their intelligence, they had not transformed them into human forms. They still existed in their original forms. In this way, not only was the strength of the ferocious beasts not affected, but they had also become more powerful because of their spiritual intelligence. P.S. My eyes are not feeling well. I'm going to write 4,000 words today. In addition, I'm asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. I've already subscribed 2,900 times. I'm still short of 100. Brothers, give me some support. Friends who have pirated can start from the next starting point. There's an activity where you can watch advertisements and get some coins. You can use it to subscribe. I'm begging you, brothers. Chapter 702. The same idea, different methods, resulted in two completely opposite results. As for which method was better or worse, it was really up to everyone to decide. However, the conflict between the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Western sect was inevitable. There were only so many ferocious beasts in the primordial world. Their numbers could not be compared to the number of living beings. Therefore, every time the Western sect converted a ferocious beast, the Heavenly Fiend sect would have to subdue one less ferocious beast. And vice versa. Not to mention the hatred between the two sides. It was inevitable that there would be a conflict between the two sides in order to snatch the source of life. Tsk. This is not going to be easy. After knowing the Western sect's goal, the mental demon could not help but feel a toothache. If they really wanted to snatch the ferocious beasts from the Western sect, the Heavenly Fiend sect would definitely not be a match for them. There was no other reason except that Xuanti and his senior brothers were saints. On the other hand, the mental demon and the ultimate void had just touched the threshold of great mystical abilities. The strength of the two sides could not be compared at all. They could not be measured by the Tao. Therefore, it was fine if they did not fight. The ultimate void and the mental demon were definitely no match for them. However, the mental demon was extremely unwilling to give up just like that, and let the Western sect convert the ferocious beasts to develop and strengthen. Therefore, he thought for a while and came up with an extremely sinister idea. He wanted to flip the table and release the news that the Western sect was secretly enlightening the ferocious beasts. He wanted the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system to cause trouble for the Western sect. If he really wanted to move, the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system would naturally not have any advantage when the three pure ones could not attack. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was still on the side of the Western sect. Not only could converting the ferocious beasts reduce the harm they caused to the primordial world, but it could also strengthen the origin of the primordial world. It was a great merit. Since that was the case, how could the heavenly Tao not support it? With the support of the heavenly Tao, it would naturally be difficult for the great mystical abilities of the Panga divine system to deal with the Western sect. However, suppressing the Western sect did not necessarily mean that they had to find trouble with Xuanti and Xuanti. They could think from another perspective. For example, slaughtering the ferocious beasts. Any ferocious beast that had not been enlightened by the Western sect was a scourge of the primordial world. Not only would it not be wrong to kill them, but it would also be meritorious. This was why the great divines of the Panga divine branch could destroy the Western sect's plan by slaughtering ferocious beasts. Aren't you going to convert the beast? Alright, before that, I will kill all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world. Let's see how you're going to convert me now. It had to be said that Sinkhole's plan was truly vicious. If there were no ferocious beasts in the primordial world, the Western sect's plan to rely on the ferocious beasts to rise could be announced as a failure. As for the Heavenly Fiend sect, which also wanted to rely on ferocious beasts to prosper, they would be affected, but not as much as imagined. This was because as one of the burial grounds of the chaos demon gods, the ultimate would definitely be filled with ferocious beasts. Every once in a while, a new connate ferocious beast would be born in the ultimate. Therefore, the mental demon was not worried at all. After the connate ferocious beasts in the primordial world were killed by the great divines of the Panga divine branch, the Heavenly Fiend sect would not be able to find connate ferocious beasts to nurture an army of ferocious beasts. The ultimate was a breeding ground for connate ferocious beasts. Moreover, the mental demon would not think that anyone would come to a place like the ultimate to kill connate ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that be crazy? How dare they come to such a dangerous place like the ultimate? Did they want to become nutrients for the growth of the primordial world? Just as the myriad races were recuperating, a sudden piece of news broke the long-lost peace of the primordial world. The Western sect was secretly nurturing connate ferocious beasts. Once this news spread, the entire primordial world was in an uproar. Almost all the great divines of the Pangu divine branch were alarmed. Even the 3 pure ones who were reflecting on their mistakes were alarmed by this matter. In fact, even the Lady of Earth, who was far away in the netherworld, paid attention to this matter for the first time. In an instant, the Western sect became the most popular person in the primordial world, and was paid attention to by many important figures. Good fellow. Being targeted by so many supreme experts at the same time. Not to mention that Zhuan-Ti did not hide it at all. Even if they tried their best to hide it, it would probably be useless. Therefore, very quickly, the matter of the Western sect secretly nurturing Khanate ferocious beasts was exposed to everyone. There was almost no time for Zhuan-Ti to react. After confirming the authenticity of this matter, someone directly attacked. Rumble. A huge hand that covered the sky broke through the air and pressed down on Mount Meru. From the looks of it, not only did it want to kill the Khanate ferocious beasts that had been enlightened inside, but it also wanted to destroy Mount Meru. When Saint Zhuan-Ti saw this, he directly stood up to block it. He held the 7 treasures' wonderful hand and collided with the huge hand that covered the sky. In the end, Saint Zhuan-Ti flew back at a faster speed than when he came. He shattered layers of void and was directly embedded in the depths of the void. The huge hand that covered the sky only paused for a moment. Its power weakened slightly, but it still pressed down on Mount Meru without reducing its momentum. At that moment, Saint Jia-yin could not be bothered to check on Saint Zhuan-Ti's situation. He hurriedly raised the 12th grade merit golden lotus and released endless light. He blocked the huge hand that covered the sky and protected Mount Meru. Fellow Taoist Hutu, why are you doing this? It's the will of the heavens to enlighten the ferocious beasts. Poor Wei and junior brother are also following the heavens. Your attack today has already gone against the will of the heavens. If you stop now, it's not too late to turn back. If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid the heavenly punishment will descend immediately. After blocking the huge hand that covered the sky, Saint Jia-yin said with a bitter expression. It was the Lady of Earth. From Saint Jia-yin's words, he could tell that the person who had attacked just now was the Lady of Earth. Speaking of which, as the legitimate descendant of the Pangu, the Lady of Earth and the Khanate ferocious beasts could be said to be natural enemies. It was almost impossible for them to coexist. Therefore, after hearing the news that the 2 of them had secretly nurtured the Khanate ferocious beasts, the anger in her heart could be imagined. As a result, the Lady of Earth, who was famous for her mercy in the primordial world, could not suppress the killing intent in her heart at that moment. She directly attacked ruthlessly. Killing the Khanate ferocious beasts was not enough to vent her anger. She also wanted to destroy Mount Meru and destroy the Western sect. She was angry. Of course, she used her full strength. Saint Zhuan-Ti's cultivation level was far inferior to hers. Naturally, he could not block that attack. It was normal for him to be sent flying. Whoosh! While Saint Jia-yin was talking, Saint Zhuan-Ti flew out from the depths of the void and stood side by side with Saint Jia-yin. He faced the Lady of Earth forcefully. 2 against 1. In this wave, their chances of winning were very high. However, at that moment, boundless phenomena suddenly appeared in the world. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, auspicious beasts opened the way, and immortal birds led the way. Then, a green wand carrying a beauty in a palace dress slowly descended. It was Goddess Nuwa. Due to the fact that she did not have a good relationship with the Lady of Earth, Goddess Nuwa did not stand with her. Instead, she stood on the other side of the void and formed an angle with the Lady of Earth. They faced Zhuan-Ti together. The atmosphere immediately became tense. In order to force the other party back, both sides were frantically increasing their auras to obtain the initiative. The powerful aura spread out, and the world became oppressive. Just as a world-destroying battle was about to erupt, the heavenly Tao suddenly descended. Rumble. Accompanied by loud thunder, boundless tribulation clouds gathered and blocked the sunlight, causing the entire Western sect to fall into darkness. Crackle. In the tribulation clouds, lightning snakes danced wildly. They flickered and interweaved with a dense aura of destruction. It was the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment had descended. Clearly, in order to prevent the situation from worsening, The heavenly Tao had directly used the heavenly punishment. If both sides dared to make a move, the heavenly punishment would definitely strike mercilessly. He wouldn't hesitate just because he was a saint. Fellow Taoists, please leave. You can't stop the poor way and the Lady of Earth. Seeing the heavenly Tao descend, Xuanti and the Lady of Earth immediately gained confidence and shouted at Nuwa and the Lady of Earth. Without a doubt, the heavenly Tao was on their side. However, when one's strength reached the level of Nuwa and the Lady of Earth, although they were afraid of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible for them to listen to the heavenly Tao. The Lady of Earth was an earth saint. When Nuwa attained the Tao, she borrowed the power of a portion of the human Tao. Therefore, they had the confidence to resist the heavenly Tao. It was just that there was no need to use that method unless they had no other choice. In front of Xuanti and the Lady of Earth, Nuwa and the Lady of Earth did not reply. Instead, they took a step forward to express their attitude. They would not retreat just like that. At this moment, it was Xuanti and the Lady of Earth's turn to be dumbfounded. If they really wanted to fight, the two of them were no match for each other at all. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the two of them each had a Khanate cardinal treasure was enough to widen the gap between them and themselves. Rumble. Nuwa and the Lady of Earth's attitude seemed to have angered the heavenly Tao. The tribulation clouds became thicker, and there was even lightning brewing in them, as if they would strike down at any time. How could this be? On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen, who was observing the situation here, suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. With the anger of the heavenly Tao, the aura that belonged to Tao ancestor Hongjun in the heavenly Tao was rapidly disappearing. TSK, it seems that Tao ancestor Hongjun's control of the heavenly Tao is not as deep as I thought. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something. Tao ancestor Hongjun's control of the heavenly Tao was not firm. Now, with the anger of the heavenly Tao, it directly broke free from Tao ancestor Hongjun's influence and returned to its previous indifferent appearance. Under normal circumstances, Tao ancestor Hongjun could still control the heavenly Tao a little by relying on his relationship with Tao integration. However, once the heavenly Tao fell into a state of rage, Tao ancestor Hongjun would no longer be Tao ancestor Hongjun, but the heavenly Tao. It made sense. After all, the way of heaven in the untainted land was the most powerful existence under the great Tao. Even the chaos demon god at his peak was no match for it. It would be strange if it was so easily controlled by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun still had a long way to go before he could control the way of the heavens. Perhaps, when Feng Zichen broke through to the peerless golden immortal realm, he would not be able to completely control the way of the heavens. However, from this phenomenon, Feng Zichen roughly knew how to deal with Tao ancestor Hongjun. In the future, Tao ancestor Hongjun would use the power of the heavenly Tao to side with him. Feng Zichen only needed to think of a way to anger the heavenly Tao, and everything would be back to normal. He did not expect that there would be a pleasant surprise just by watching a show. Not bad, really not bad. Due to the scruples of the primeval world, Xuanti, Nuwa, and Huta did not choose to take action although they were facing each other. For existences of their realm, it was fine if they did not take action, but once they did, it would destroy the world. The heavenly Tao would never allow this to happen. For example, not long ago, Feng Zichen almost fought with the three pure ones. The heavenly Tao hurriedly came and confined both parties. Now, looking at the two parties who were facing each other, the heavenly Tao had the same thought. Then, an invisible force suddenly descended and brought the two of them back to their respective dojos and sealed them up. In the face of this force, even the powerful Huta Nuwa and the others could not resist. They could only passively endure all of this and be sealed in the dojo. Their fate was the same as Feng Zichen and the three pure ones. They were confined. 1 Yuan Hui, 129,600 years. However, although Xuanti was confined and could not take half a step out of Mount Meru. However, the ferocious beast that they had enlightened was also on Mount Meru. Everyone could not work together to kill their way up Mount Meru, right? Wouldn't that be sending their heads to Xuanti? One had to know that they could not step out of Mount Meru. Not that they could not attack on Mount Meru. They had already barged into their lair, and wanted to kill their disciples. How could they expect them not to resist? Wasn't that causing trouble? How could there be such a logic in the world? Wasn't this forcing them to kill? Therefore, these ferocious beasts could not be killed. From this perspective, the heavenly Tao was still on the side of the Western sect. There was nothing they could do. After all, the one who owed the money was the boss. Based on the current situation of the Western sect, if the heavenly Tao did not give them any support, they would probably never be able to repay their loan. In order to prevent bad debts from appearing, the heavenly Tao still had to help appropriately. In fact, in a sense, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were indeed quite powerful. After all, not everyone had the ability to borrow so much merit from the heavenly Tao. It could only be said that the two of them were quite good at painting a big picture. They had scared the heavenly Tao. They could not attack the ferocious beasts on Mount Meru. Everyone hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the Western sect. However, at that moment, a shocking murderous aura suddenly rose between heaven and earth, shaking the entire universe. Everyone was curious. When they took a look, they realized that the murderous aura originated from the human race. They did not know what had happened to the human race. He had actually mobilized an army to attack the ferocious beasts. It was really interesting. Yes. Wait. Attacking the ferocious beasts. In a daze, everyone seemed to understand the intentions of the human race and how to deal with the Western sect. Good fellow. The human race is trying to kill us. P.S. 2,910 have been subscribed. There are 90 left. Please subscribe. Please get monthly votes. I'm begging everyone. Chapter 703. As long as he killed all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world, the Western sect's plan to enlighten the ferocious beasts would collapse. This was to solve the problem from the root and cut off all possibilities. Good idea. With a thought, these powerful beings also began to move. Unlike humans, they were powerful and disdained to attack those weak Khanate ferocious beasts. Therefore, their targets were very clear. They were the Khanate ferocious beasts whose realms were above Daoyuo Jingxian. Speaking of which, Xiantian ominous beasts could be considered walking Xiantian spirit treasures when they reached the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. If he could refine the corpse and get rid of the fiendish qi in it, he would be able to obtain a powerful Khanate spiritual treasure. However, it was not difficult for a great medium to kill an innate ferocious beast, but it was difficult to get rid of the innate ferocious qi in its body. Even though they were called walking primordial spirit treasures, the primordial ferocious beasts could still live well in the untainted land. Wasn't it because the great mediums couldn't get rid of the primordial evil qi in their bodies? Did they really think that the great practitioners were easy to get along with? If they had a way to get rid of the innate evil aura in the innate ferocious beasts, the greedy almighty masters would have long exterminated them in order to refine innate spirit treasures. How could they have kept them alive until now? However, being unable to get rid of the innate evil qi was a thing of the past. Now these great beings had found a solution. Isn't the Western sect able to enlighten Khanate ferocious beasts? Since they could enlighten the primordial ferocious beasts, the two saints, Jian and Zhuan-Ti, must have the magic power to dispel the primordial ferocious beasts. Otherwise, they could not enlighten the primordial ferocious beasts. Knowing this, the next step was much simpler. It was definitely impossible to directly ask the two saints, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. The two of them would not tell them. Therefore, they needed to use some special methods at this time. For example, he could capture a few enlightened Xiantian ferocious beasts. No matter what kind of divine ability it was, as long as it had been used, there would definitely be traces left behind. Since the Khanate beasts had been enlightened by the two saints of the West, there must be traces of such an art in their bodies. These great masters might not be able to create an enlightenment divine art out of thin air, but it was still possible for them to deduce it based on the traces left behind. At the very least, there was still the three pure ones. After the great mediums had made up their minds, the pre-celestial ferocious beasts in the untainted land were doomed. In just a few thousand years, the ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere in the past were almost extinct in the untainted world. This was especially true for Daoyuo Jingxian, as well as the Xiantian ferocious beasts above him. Apart from the ultimate and the nether realm, none of the other places were spared. No matter how deeply they hid, even if they hid in the deep sea abyss or the swamp of death, they would still be found and killed by the great masters. The corpses of these Khanate realm ferocious beasts were superb materials for refining Khanate spirit treasures, so who wouldn't be moved? After all, no one would feel that there were too many Khanate spiritual treasures. Damn it! On Mount Meru, when Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti saw this scene, they were really furious and their eyes were about to pop out. Those Khanate ferocious beasts were the hope of the Western sect's rise. How could they not feel heartache when they were brutally killed? Not angry, but unfortunately, it was useless no matter how pained or angry they were, because they could not take half a step out of Mount Meru. They could only watch helplessly as the tragedy unfolded. Junior brother, don't be too angry. The Khanate realm ferocious beasts are formed from the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God. As long as the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God doesn't disappear, the Khanate realm ferocious beasts will never be extinct. So even if they kill all the Khanate realm ferocious beasts now, so what? After a while, new Khanate realm ferocious beasts will be born. It won't ruin our plan. After a while, Saint Jiayin suddenly calmed down and said to Saint Zhuan-Ti, who was beside him with an angry expression, "Senior brother, I understand. I'm just angry at their attitude. They know that the survival of the Khanate realm ferocious beasts is related to whether the Western sect can prosper, but they still attacked without any scruples. They obviously don't take the two of us seriously. This is really outrageous." At this moment, Saint Zhuan-Ti said angrily. He felt that his dignity as a saint had been offended. Under such circumstances, if the two of them were the three pure ones, would those great masters dare to attack? They were clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why should the two of them be inferior to the three pure ones even though they were both saints? Zhuan-Ti was not convinced. Just wait. In the future, you will have to pay the price for what happened today. Looking at the people who were dividing the fruits of victory, Saint Zhuan-Ti thought to himself. The seed of hatred had been planted in his heart, waiting to take root and germinate. The last time, the person who Saint Zhuan-Ti was so concerned about was called Di Jun. In the end, 9 of his 10 sons died, and it became the fuse for the destruction of the heavenly court. In less than 10,000 years, the Khanate realm ferocious beasts were slaughtered, and the entire primordial world was cleared. The matter of killing the Khanate realm ferocious beasts had also come to an end for the time being. As for the birth of new Khanate realm ferocious beasts in the future, the great masters had long had a way to deal with them. The new Khanate realm ferocious beasts were definitely not very strong. If they wanted to get rid of them, there was no need for the great masters to do it themselves. They could just leave it to the disciples of the sect to clean up. It could also serve as a form of training. Just like that, the primordial world fell into peace again, and the myriad races continued to enter the stage of cultivation. Time always passed inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years had passed. The time limit of the seal that the heavenly Tao had set on everyone had long passed. Feng Zichen and the others had regained their freedom. However, they did not show up. Instead, they all fell into bitter cultivation, hoping to make further progress and break through to a higher realm. In the past 100,000 years, the postnatal Tao had completely replaced the Khanate Tao. In the vast primordial world, there were almost no cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. The Khanate Tao was really too difficult. More than 100,000 years had passed. In the future, there were countless cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Heaven to Daoyuo Jingxian. Only Shao Kong and Shangtang could cultivate the Khanate Tao to Daoyuo Jingxian. The Khanate Tao was so difficult to cultivate. It was no wonder that all living beings had switched to cultivating the postnatal Tao. No one was willing to waste their lives. Shao Kong relied on the merit of building the Great Xia dynasty, and sat in the position of the human king for a full 10,000 years. With this, he accumulated enough foundation and successfully attained the Daoyuo Tao fruit 100,000 years ago, achieving the immortal and indestructible Taoist priest's realm. After him, although the Great Xia dynasty was not without successors, their talents withered. Not only did they not produce any decent experts, But they also lost their country tens of thousands of years ago. At the end of the Xia dynasty, the king Xia Jia was licentious and tyrannical, causing the people to have no way of living. At that time, Shang Tang rose up and led an army to overthrow the rule of the Xia dynasty and establish the Great Shang dynasty. It was the heavenly bird descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. The founder of the Shang dynasty, Wu Tang, relied on the merit of establishing the dynasty and stayed in the position of the human emperor for 10,000 years. With this, he polished a supreme Dao foundation and successfully attained the Daoyuo Dao fruit, becoming the Khanate Taoist priests. The Shang dynasty could be said to be the most powerful dynasty of the human race. It was during the reign of the Shang dynasty that the luck of the human race reached its peak. The monarch of the Shang dynasty was not a king, but an emperor. Every monarch of the Shang dynasty would have the word emperor in front of their name. The emperor of the celestial emperor. Therefore, Shang Tang was also known as Emperor Tang. The Jade Emperor was the ruler of the sky, and the Shang Emperor was the ruler of the earth. The two emperors stood side by side, which was a sign that the luck of the human race had reached its peak. Even the saints did not dare to casually attack the Shang Emperor. That was because the karma involved was simply too great. Even someone as powerful as a saint would not be able to easily withstand it. A Khanate spirit treasure has appeared, and it has something to do with me. One day, Feng Zichen, who was comprehending the Tao, suddenly felt a whim and woke up. After carefully deducing, he realized that a Khanate spirit treasure that was fated with him was born. Interesting. Today, there is actually a Khanate spirit treasure that is fated with me in the primordial world. How surprising. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen stood up and left the boundless starry sky. Following the feeling in his heart, he rushed towards the location of the Khanate spirit treasure. Not to mention Khanate spirit treasures, Feng Zichen did not lack Khanate spirit treasures. The reason why he rushed over was that he was too curious about what kind of Khanate spirit treasure could be related to him. One had to know that ever since he attained the Tao, the Khanate spirit treasures that he had obtained were all snatched from others. As for the situation where he could pick up a Khanate spirit treasure when he went out to travel like before, it had been a long time since it happened. Now that such a situation had suddenly occurred, Feng Zichen also missed it very much. Of course he had to go and take a look. As for whether this was a conspiracy of some people, it was not that Feng Zichen was boasting, but now, there were no more than 5 people in the primordial world who could defeat him. And there was not a single one who had the ability to kill him. Tao ancestor Hongjun could not, and neither could the Way of Heaven. The huge Dharma Laksana of Pangu standing in the untainted world was Feng Zichen's greatest protection in the untainted world. Feng Zichen was not very clear about the strength of the Pangu Laksana formed by the power of the untainted world. However, the Pangu Laksana condensed by the power of the starry sky had the power comparable to the 9th heaven of Hunyuan. Not to mention the Laksana of Pangu. At the very least, it had to have the power comparable to that of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian to be in line with his identity. In fact, he might even become stronger. In short, the power of the Pangu Laksana could be exaggerated as much as possible. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. With such a trump card, Feng Zichen was naturally not afraid of any danger in the untainted world. If someone really schemed against him, it was not certain who would suffer losses at that time. In the untainted world by the Luo River, Feng Zichen came here and stopped. The Khanate spirit treasure that was fated with him was in the Luo River. Moreover, it would not be long before it was born. The Luo River. Standing by the Luo River, Feng Zichen's face showed a long-lost look of nostalgia. He was very familiar with the Luo River. Not to mention that the heavenly Emperor Fuxi had attained his Tao here, and created the Khanate 8 trigrams. Even when Feng Zichen was young, he often played by the Luo River. Back then, Ao Shui was fished out by the human race with the merit golden net here. TSK, I really missed the days back then. Just as Feng Zichen was reminiscing about the past, the Khanate spirit treasure of the Luo River was born. Splash. Amidst the sound of water splashing, a black turtle carrying a mysterious scroll slowly surfaced from the center of the Luo River. In an instant, a resplendent connate divine light bloomed, enveloping the mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. After that, the sound of the great Tao resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. Such a shocking phenomenon could be said to have alarmed half of the primordial world. Naturally, it attracted countless gazes. Generally speaking, the appearance of a phenomenon meant that a connate spirit treasure was born. Moreover, the larger the scale of the phenomenon, the higher the level of the connate spirit treasure that was born. The appearance of this phenomenon had alarmed half of the primordial world. That meant that the connate spirit treasure that was about to be born was at least a high-grade one. It was also because the current primordial world was not as good as before. Otherwise, if a phenomenon like today had alarmed half of the primordial world, the worst connate spirit treasure that was born would be a supreme grade one. However, even so, it did not stop everyone from rushing towards the source of the phenomenon. A high-grade connate spirit treasure was not bad. If it was a cultivator, it would be in existence at the level of a mighty figure. Even a great divine ability expert would be tempted. A high-grade connate spirit treasure? Not bad, not bad. Without seeing Feng Zichen do anything, the newly born connate spirit treasure automatically fell into his hands. At the same time, the origin of this treasure naturally appeared in his mind. The 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram was the name of this connate spirit treasure. It was a high-grade connate spirit treasure that contained 32 connate divine restrictions. The 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram? Looking at the black tortoise that carried out the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams diagram, Feng Zichen seemed to know the origin of this treasure. If he remembered correctly, this black tortoise should be the one that presented the book to Fuxi back then. Back then, Fuxi had created the connate 8 trigrams diagram here. Because of this place was inevitably contaminated with some of the Dao runes of the connate 8 trigrams diagram. The He Tu and the Luo Shu had also appeared here, and left behind the Dao runes of the connate 9 Palaces Dao. For some reason, these 2 Dao runes of the Great Dao had fused together, and become a connate spirit treasure under the nurturing of the origin of the Luo water. The boundless world was really full of strange things. This item was indeed fated with Feng Zichen. Among the 10 great spirit treasures that formed the chaos array, the connate 9 Palaces diagram still had a flaw. Fusing the connate 9 Palaces 8 trigrams diagram could make up for this flaw. It saved me a lot of trouble. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen put away the connate 9 Palaces 8 trigrams diagram. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the black tortoise. This black tortoise was very extraordinary. P.S. I could have posted an anti-theft stamp to cover up the fact that I updated late. But I feel that this will affect the reading experience of the genuine readers. Therefore, I would rather take leave than post an anti-theft stamp. Seeing that I am so considerate of you, give me some monthly votes. Also, I beg for a subscription. 2,915, 85 more. Chapter 704. At the very least, it had a great relationship with the human race. First it was the Book of Luo, and then it was the connate 9 Palaces 8 trigrams diagram. 2 connate spirit treasures in a row were sent over by this black tortoise. From this, it could be seen that this black tortoise must have something special. Otherwise, how could these 2 opportunities fall on its head? With a slight thought, Feng Zichen silently used the Great Yen calculation, and began to deduce the origin of this black tortoise. As the divine ability was activated, the karma between heaven and earth gradually became clear in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. 4 pillars that supported heaven and earth came into his sight. Those were the pillars of heaven. They stood between heaven and earth and supported the heavens. After that, the pillars of heaven disappeared, and were replaced by endless resentment. So it's this. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said in surprise. He had calculated the origin of the black tortoise. It was indeed shockingly big. In the past, Mount Buzhou collapsed. In order to find a replacement, the Grand Master of Heaven killed a peerless black tortoise in the North Sea, and took its 4 limbs to turn into pillars of heaven to support heaven and earth. Since the creation of heaven and earth, the black tortoise had been living in the North Sea. It never caused trouble, nor did it incur hatred with others. It could be said that it was very honest. Originally, it could live to the end of heaven and earth like this. However, it did not expect that a sudden calamity would take its life. It was really a case of sitting at home and disaster came from the sky. The collapse of Mount Bujo had nothing to do with the black tortoise. However, at the last moment, the saint actually wanted to use its 4 limbs to replace Mount Bujo and use it as the pillars of heaven? Don't you think it was wronged? How could the black tortoise not hate its inexplicable death? The black tortoise in front of Feng Zichen was the reincarnation of the unlucky North Sea black tortoise in the past. It had the merit of supporting the heavens. Don't you think its background is great? If this black tortoise could embark on the path of cultivation, it would definitely be a future great magician. However, logically speaking, shouldn't this black tortoise be taken in by the Grand Master of Heaven? This was what they had agreed upon back then. Before the prime of Tongtian killed the North Sea black tortoise, he had promised to take its reincarnation into his sect and help it attain enlightenment. It was precisely because of this that the North Sea black turtle was willing to stretch out its neck and be cut into pieces by the prime of Tongtian. Otherwise, did they really think that the black tortoise of the North Sea was dead? How could it not know how to fight back when the other party had already come knocking on its door? The strength of the North Sea black tortoise could be seen from the fact that its 4 limbs could turn into pillars that supported the sky. Even if he wasn't a sage, he was still a top-notch existence among the great divines. Even if such an existence could not defeat the sect leader of Tongtian, it would not be easy for the sect leader to kill him. However, the truth was that the prime of Tongtian had killed the black tortoise effortlessly. Of course, this was because they had made a deal beforehand, which made the North Sea black tortoise give up resisting. TSK. However, since they had already made an agreement, why hadn't Tongtian accepted the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise into his sect after so many years? Instead, he had allowed it to wander outside. This doesn't make sense. One had to know that a sage's promise was as important as heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to break his promise. Since the prime of Tongtian did not fulfill his promise, there must be a secret that ordinary people did not know. Oh right. This black tortoise seemed to have been found by Ao Shui in the beginning. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed a possibility. Without hesitation, he activated the purple eye of the heavenly path and looked at the black tortoise. Sure enough, he found the problem. Feng Zichen saw a faint trace of dragon qi on the black tortoise's body. Although it was faint, it was extremely pure. Obviously, it was made by the ancestral dragon. Good heavens! What's this again? Why is the ancestral dragon fighting with the prime of Tongtian all of a sudden? Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood that the ancestral dragon had schemed against the prime of Tongtian. Otherwise, after tens of millions of years, with the prime of Tongtian's strength, he would have been able to find the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise. As the ancestor of the water clan, it was much easier for the ancestral dragon to find the reincarnation of the North Sea black tortoise than for the prime of Tongtian. He just did not know what kind of enmity there was between the ancestral dragon and the prime of Tongtian that made the ancestral dragon, who had not cared about the affairs of the world for many years, personally plot against the prime of Tongtian. However, whatever enmity there was between them had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. Now what he needed to do was to take away this black tortoise. As the saying goes, if you don't take what the heavens give you, you will be punished. This black tortoise had appeared in front of Feng Zichen twice. It could be seen that the fate between the two was not shallow. This was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens asked Feng Zichen to take this black tortoise away. If he did not take this black tortoise away, who knew what would happen in the future? Little fellow, you can be considered to be fated with me. Then let me ask you, are you willing to leave with me? Walking in front of the black tortoise, Feng Zichen asked with a smile. Yes, this little beast is willing. Thank you, Taoist priests, for taking me in. Although the black tortoise did not know the specific origin of Feng Zichen, it still vaguely remembered that the Emperor Fuxi was very respectful to the person in front of it. A person who even the emperor had to respect must have a very powerful background. It was an honor to be taken in by such a person. How could it refuse? Of course, it hurriedly nodded, afraid that the other party would change his mind if it nodded too slowly. Very well, then let's leave. Nodding, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve, and was about to leave with the black tortoise. But at this moment, several rainbow lights suddenly flew over from afar, and turned into human figures, landing in front of Feng Zichen. Hand over the primordial spirit treasure. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. As soon as those people appeared, they surrounded Feng Zichen and shouted loudly. Fieste. Killing people to steal the treasure? Blocking the road to rob? When I was weak back then, I didn't encounter such a thing. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a situation after I had achieved Tao. It's really quite rare. Surrounded by the crowd, Feng Zichen did not feel much anger in his heart. More than that, he felt that it was interesting. It was the first time that he was blocked and robbed. It was quite a refreshing feeling. Besides, as a transmigrator, was it appropriate to not be blocked and robbed? Was it worthy of his profession? If word got out, what would it look like? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to transmigrators? The people surrounding Feng Zichen were the most powerful cultivators who were alarmed by the phenomenon of the Khanate 9 Palaces 8 trigrams diagram. They were all in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Otherwise, they would not have rushed over so quickly. To be honest, this kind of cultivation was considered very rare in this era. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were only in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. However, these itinerant cultivators were at the same level. It was not known whether these itinerant cultivators were too outstanding, or the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were too useless. Sigh. After sighing for a while, the novelty in Feng Zichen's heart passed. Immediately he ignored the crowd and walked away. The existence of ants was not worthy of his attention. However, he did not care about ants, but those ants cared about him. No, to be precise, they cared about the Khanate spirit treasure in his hands. The gap between the Khanate Daluo Taoist priests and the acquired Daluo Jingxian was too big. Not to mention the gap in strength, the gap in temperament was also unbearable to look at. Under such circumstances, if the Khanate Taoist priests were here, they would naturally be able to see that Feng Zichen was not to be trifled with. However, in the eyes of the acquired Daluo Jingxian, there was only the newly born Khanate spirit treasure in the eyes of the acquired Daluo Jingxian, and he completely ignored Feng Zichen. This was what it meant to be blinded by greed. Greed had blinded their rationality, and they had even lost their basic judgment. It was not without a price to be an expert of the acquired Tao. The cultivation time was too short, and they only cared about polishing their dermic powers. How could they have the time to polish their temperament? It was normal to be controlled by power if one's temperament was not enough. The acquired Tao had just been born, and it was far from perfect as the innate Tao. There were still many things to be perfected. It seemed that the 3 pure ones would be busy in the future. Just patching it was enough for them. Bastard. If you don't hand over the Khanate spirit treasure, don't even think about leaving alive. Perhaps provoked by Feng Zichen's arrogant attitude, everyone was furious. They cursed at him loudly as they took out their dermic treasures and attacked him. Rumble. However, before their attacks fell on Feng Zichen, they saw the Khanate divine thunder striking down from the sky and killing everyone present on the spot. This was not done by Feng Zichen, but by the spontaneous operation of heaven and earth. Who was Feng Zichen? He was the head of the 4 great gods, the supreme of heaven and earth. All the living beings in the untainted world, including the group of people who had just surrounded him, could be said to be his people. They dared to attack Feng Zichen, which was called offending their superiors. At this time, there was no need for Feng Zichen to attack. Heaven and earth would sense it and kill all these sinners who dared to offend their superiors. It could even be said that with Feng Zichen's identity, in the untainted world, no one below the Daluo Taoist priests could attack him. Otherwise, what awaited them would be divine punishment. The dignity of the supreme of heaven and earth would be protected by heaven and earth. After taking away the black tortoise, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to return to the boundless starry sky. He had not wandered in the untainted world for a long time. Today he was thinking of traveling after a long period of silence. He planned to travel and relax. Moreover, he had not been to the human race for a long time. Now that he was relaxing, he could take the opportunity to take a look. Now the human race should be under the rule of the Shang dynasty. It was good to take a look and see how different it was from the Great Xia. In this way, Feng Zichen wandered around the untainted world. However, this state did not last long before it was destroyed by an accidental discovery. Just as Feng Zichen was traveling around, he suddenly sensed a trace of Taoist Kundi's aura. This aura was extremely weak, almost undetectable. It was only because Feng Zichen was very familiar with the aura of Saint Kundi that he realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, he would not have discovered it. Since he had discovered the traces of Saint Kundi, Feng Zichen was not in the mood to continue traveling. He immediately gave up his original plan and followed the aura to track down the whereabouts of Saint Kundi. Although he did not know the purpose of Saint Kundi secretly coming to the untainted world, it was not wrong for him to destroy it. Just like that, Feng Zichen followed the aura all the way. It was not until he arrived in front of an ordinary farmhouse's courtyard that the aura stopped abruptly. Curious, Feng Zichen walked closer and saw an ordinary family of 3. It was not ordinary. The child in this family should be the reincarnation of a disciple of the Western sect. Yes, the reincarnation of a disciple of the Western sect in ancient times. A proper Tai Jingxian, born as a connate life form. What? Is the reincarnation of an ordinary disciple of the Western sect worth Saint Kundi secretly coming to the untainted world? Even if he swaggered over and took him away, what's the problem? Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. Feng Zichen felt that since Saint Kundi was unwilling to leak the news and sneaked over, it meant that there must be something special about this disciple. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen activated the purple eye of the heavenly Tao and continued to look at the child. However, the result was the same as before. Apart from being the reincarnation of Tai Jingxian, there was nothing special about that child. That was strange. Since there was nothing special about this child, why did Saint Kundi treat him so cautiously? He could not understand. He really could not understand. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen simply transformed into an ordinary human and settled down to observe the child closely. He wanted to see what Saint Kundi was up to. As for why he did not use the divine calculation of Great Yen to deduce, of course, that was because Feng Zichen did not want to alert the enemy. Any heavenly secrets related to the saint could not be deduced. No matter how exquisite the deduction method was, it could not be done. Because when one's strength reached the realm of the saint, even if one muttered their names, they would be sensed by them, let alone deducing the heavenly secrets related to them. They would definitely be sensed by them. Feng Zichen had yet to figure out what Saint Kundi wanted to do. Naturally, he could not alarm him in advance and force him to give up or change his plan. A mortal's life was only 100 years. To Feng Zichen, it was only the blink of an eye. He could afford to wait. Therefore, he waited here. Once Saint Kundi had any plans, he would not be able to escape Feng Zichen's eyes. And this wait lasted for 18 years. 18 years had passed. Back then, it was just an ordinary family. Now it was developed and completed a magnificent transformation from a farmer to a landlord. It could be said to be a reversal of life. Not only did they move to the city to live, but they also owned a big house and became a famous rich family in the city. And that child who was crying piteously for food back then had now grown into an adult. Yes, ordinary looks and ordinary talent. Other than having rich parents, there was nothing special about him. He was the kind that couldn't be found in a crowd. Oh, that's not right. This child was especially kind. He was a famous honest person in the surrounding villages. This was not a compliment. P.S. 2922. There are still 78 left. Please subscribe. Chapter 705. When kindness was associated with honesty, it could only mean one thing. This person might be a little stupid and easy to bully. In fact, this child was not too mediocre. He could be said to be of average talent. However, he was the reincarnation of Tai Jingxian. If he was only of average talent, he would not be able to live up to his identity. He should be the heavenly son of the human clan. However, what happened to this child had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. When he learned the child's name, he had already figured out Kundi's plan. The child's name was Yang Tianyu. It was a very familiar name. Feng Zichen thought carefully, and found where he had heard this name in his distant memory. Wasn't this Yang Jian's father? Good heavens! Everything matched up. Saint Kundi was going to attack the heavenly court. After figuring this out, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to point it out. Instead, he continued to live in seclusion. He planned to give Saint Kundi a surprise. Things were as Feng Zichen expected. Not long after Yang Tianyu grew up, Yaoji, who was in the heavenly court, came to the human world because she was chasing the fugitive from the heavenly court. As soon as Yaoji entered the human world, Saint Kundi's plan was activated. He silently made Yaoji fall into the love tribulation. At that time, Yaoji was still chasing the fugitive from the heavenly court without knowing that she had been set up. Under the secret push of Saint Kundi, the two of them finally met outside the Yang family village, and a big battle broke out. After that, the fugitive from the heavenly court escaped with serious injuries. Yaoji was seriously injured and unconscious. She was rescued by Yang Tianyu, who passed by. The plot began. Under normal circumstances, after the two of them went through a few hardships together, they would fall in love with each other. Then they would get married and live happily for decades. After that, they would be discovered by Haotian and be hunted down by the heavenly soldiers. But now it would not be like this. Because when the plot began, Feng Zichen also started to take action. He did not stop Saint Juanti from attacking, nor did he help Yaoji. He also did not interfere with Yang Tianyu so that they could not meet. Feng Zichen quietly left an incarnation here, then hurried back to the heaven. He wanted to drag Haotian over to watch the show. He wanted to know how Haotian would react if he knew in advance that Yaoji was plotted against by Saint Juanti and fell in love with a mortal. Just the thought of that scene was exciting. Cause trouble, cause trouble. Feng Zichen was doing something big right now. The reason for Yaoji's tragedy was that Haotian didn't know about it beforehand. But now, with Feng Zichen's manipulation, Haotian knew about this in advance. Would the tragedy repeat itself? How far was the human world from the heavenly court? However, under Feng Zichen's feet, it was only a step away. He took a step and arrived in front of the southern heaven gate. With another step, he entered the southern heaven gate, and arrived in front of Haotian, who was resting in the Hall of Fragrance. Fellow Taoist Haotian, you've been very relaxed recently. Feng Zichen went straight to Haotian's side, and said directly to him, relaxed. Fellow Taoist, don't tease poor Wei. Haotian was not surprised by Feng Zichen's arrival. He just shook his head and responded to his teasing with a wry smile. Let's not talk about this. Why do you have time to come to poor Wei's place today? Haotian did not want to chat with Feng Zichen, so he went straight to the point and asked. Of course, I invited you to watch the show. Poor Wei has been very quiet recently, so he traveled to the Untainted Land. In the process of traveling, he happened to see a big show, so he wanted to invite you to watch it. At this time, Feng Zichen said mysteriously. Watch the show? What show? Hearing this, Haotian asked curiously. However, at this time, Feng Zichen did not have the time to chat with Haotian here. One must know that one day in heaven and one thing on earth could not be delayed. This delay might spoil the plan. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not explain to Haotian. Instead, he pulled him and walked to Yang village in the human world. Don't ask so much. You'll know when you get there. While pulling Haotian, Feng Zichen did not forget to say. Just like this, Haotian was dragged by Feng Zichen and walked to the human world. How fast were the two of them? One moment, they were still in the Hall of Fragrance in the heavenly court. The next moment, they were already in Yang village, outside Yang Tianyu's house. Fellow Taoist, why did you bring poor Wei here? It's just an ordinary farmyard, what's there to see? Being dragged here by Feng Zichen, Haotian said with a face full of reluctance. However, he could not continue halfway through his words. It was as if his throat was blocked by something. He opened his mouth for a long time, but did not say a word. That was because from the corner of his eye, He saw a person who should not have been there in the ordinary farmyard. It was Yaoji, his sister Yaoji. At this moment, the Princess Royal of the Heavenly Court was doing something that did not match her identity. She was helping a mortal wash his clothes. At this time, Feng Zichen, who was beside Haoyan, could clearly see that at this moment, Haoyan's expression was very colorful. There was confusion, anger. All kinds of duplicated emotions intertwined on his face, but there was no joy at all. Bastard! The next moment, Haoyan exploded. He directly reached out to grab Yaoji, trying to suppress her. However, at this time, Feng Zichen suddenly stopped him. When Haoyan just raised his hand and was about to grab Yaoji, Feng Zichen directly grabbed his arm and interrupted Haoyan's magic. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? After trying to struggle twice and finding that he could not break free, Haoyan asked with a face full of anger. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Can't you see your sister's situation? Looking at the furious Haoyan, Feng Zichen shook his head. While speaking, he secretly used the mind-clearing spell to try to calm his mood. Loyalty was indeed Haoyan's biggest weakness. Looking at Yaoji at this moment, he even lost his basic judgment, and did not notice anything wrong with Yaoji at all. Phew. Poor Wei was too impulsive. After being persuaded by Feng Zichen, Haoyan finally regained his composure. The wisdom of an emperor returned to him. Love tribulation? Who did it? After regaining his composure, Haoyan looked at Yaoji again, and found that something was wrong. In Haoyan's eyes, a long red line suddenly appeared on Yaoji's body. That was the red line, the line of marriage. However, the red line on Yaoji's body was different from that of others. It was redder, dazzling and strange, as if blood would drip down at any time. The red line was like blood, which was the symbol of love tribulation. However, Yaoji usually stayed in the heavenly court and seldom communicated with outsiders. How could she be involved in love tribulation with others? It was obvious that she had been set up by others. After silently deducing for a moment, and finding that he could not deduce any information, Haoyan immediately understood that the one who set up his sister Yaoji must be a sage. After all, in the untainted land, only a sage could make him unable to deduce any information. The one who did it must be one of the 7 sages. As for who it was, although Haoyan did not know, Feng Zichen, who invited him to watch the show, must know. Thinking of this, Haoyan directly asked Feng Zichen, Fellow Taoist, please tell poor Wei, which sage set up my sister? Judging from his posture, it seemed that as soon as Feng Zichen told him the identity of the person behind the scenes, he would run over and risk his life. Which sage is it? Don't you have the answer in your heart? Except for him, who else could do such a despicable thing? Feng Zichen smiled. Feng Zichen did not point it out, but asked in riddles. It's really him. Kundi, you are a sage in vain. You are really shameless to do such a despicable thing. It's really shameful for poor Wei to be in the same category as him. It's also because poor Wei was young and ignorant back then. She pitied the two of them and did not hesitate to risk the punishment of the Tao ancestor to open the door of the Purple Cloud Palace for them, which led to today's result. I regret it so much. Although Feng Zichen said it vaguely, Haoyan still guessed the other party's identity at the first moment, and could not help but curse angrily. Among the sages, who else could do such a thing except Taoist Kundi? The 3 pure ones would not, and neither would Nuwa and Hutu. Saint Jiayin had always been low-key and would not. Then only Saint Kundi was left. In the untainted land, there were few things that Saint Kundi did not dare to do. What was the big bullying the small? He dared to plot against Dijun, let alone Haoyan. He had a criminal record. Is he going to deal with poor Wei? Over the years, poor Wei has been living in seclusion and not paying attention to the affairs of the world, which is to avoid them. But I didn't expect that poor Wei has done so much. But they still think that poor Wei is in the way and want to plot against poor Wei. They are really going too far. After coming back to her senses, Haoyan murmured unconsciously. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be asking Feng Zichen. From the moment she learned that Yaoji was plotted against by Kundi, Haoyan knew that Kundi's target was not Yaoji, but her. Yaoji's cultivation was only at the level of Tai Jingxian. What was there for Kundi to plot against? It was nothing more than using her to plot against her. It was because she understood this that Haoyan became angrier. Over the years, she had tolerated the sages again and again, and did not want to have a conflict with them. But she did not expect that her concession was regarded as weakness by the sages, so that the sages increasingly did not take her seriously, and acted more and more unscrupulously. Today, Saint Kundi's actions completely ignited the anger that Haoyan had suppressed for many years. As the saying goes, the more ruthless the suppression, the more intense the outburst. At this moment, Haoyan really wanted to kill the sages. Fellow Taoist, please take care of my sister for a while. Poor Wei has something to do and needs to leave. After bowing to Feng Zichen, Haoyan was about to leave to go to Mount Shumi and ask Saint Kundi for an explanation. However, Feng Zichen did not intend to let Haoyan leave at this time. He felt that it was not enough now. He wanted to add fuel to the fire for Haoyan. Fellow Taoist, please wait. You can go to Mount Shumi at any time, but don't you want to know how Kundi is going to plot against you? After stopping Haoyan, Feng Zichen said with a serious face. Hearing this, Haoyan hesitated. She really wanted to know how Kundi was going to plot against her. How should I know? After hesitating for a while, Haoyan felt that what Feng Zichen said made sense. She could go to Mount Shumi at any time, so she asked. It's easy. Feng Zichen smiled gently and reached out his hand. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at the void. There was suddenly one less female disciple on Mount Shumi. Fellow Taoist, this is... Looking at the disciple of the Western sect who suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's hand, Haoyan seemed to have understood something. Change. Feng Zichen softly said a word, and responded to Haoyan with practical actions. Without seeing how Feng Zichen attacked, the female disciple of the Western sect in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yaoji, who was in a coma, suddenly appeared beside Haoyan. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen replaced Yaoji with the female disciple of the Western sect in his hand. Fellow Taoist, please work with me to shield the secrets of heaven, so that Saint Xuanti won't notice it in advance. After doing all this, Feng Zichen said to Haoyan with a smile. That's how it should be. At this moment, Haoyan also understood Feng Zichen's plan and agreed. Then, the two of them worked together to change the secrets of heaven here, so that Saint Xuanti would not notice anything unusual. Although Saint Xuanti knew that the Western sect had lost a disciple, he did not take it to heart. That was because during this period of time, the Western sect had often lost disciples, and Saint Xuanti was already used to it. The ones who took action were naturally the great mediums of the primordial world. In order to find a way to get rid of the murderous aura in the bodies of the ferocious beasts, they had attacked many disciples of the Western sect over the years. They forced Xuanti and Saint Xuanti to expose the method of getting rid of the ferocious beasts. Feng Zichen and Haoyan's methods were so amazing that after turning the female disciple of the Western sect into Yaoji, she did not realize that she was a fake. Even the fake Yaoji thought that she was real, let alone Yang Tianyu, who was just a mortal. He did not notice anything unusual at all. In this way, the two of them experienced some things together and gradually got together. They even gave birth to 3 children. Seeing this, Haoyan's face turned green. If it were not for Feng Zichen holding him back, the two of them would have been killed by him. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Let's continue watching. In the void, Feng Zichen held down Haoyan, who was about to leave, and said with a smile. At this moment, someone spread the news of Fairy Yaoji marrying a mortal, and giving birth to a child in the lower realm to the heavenly court. For a moment, the gods were in an uproar. Marrying a mortal. This was a violation of the heavenly law. Then, without waiting for Haoyan's order, the maker of the heavenly law, the South Pole Longevity Emperor, ordered Marshal Canopy to lead 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the lower realm to capture Fairy Yaoji to protect the dignity of the heavenly court. The heavenly law was the most strict, and it was not allowed to be tarnished. Just when Marshal Canopy was gathering the army, Shaoqi, the youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor, hurriedly rushed over to report the news after receiving the news. P.S. Please subscribe, there are still 74 left. Chapter 706. However, before Xiaoqi could see the fake Yaoji, he was grabbed by the furious Haoyan when he was still on his way to Yaoji. A bunch of bastards. Haoyan, who was already livid, saw Xiaoqi sneaking over to inform him, and his face turned even uglier. FFF royal father. You. Why are you here? Xiaoqi was so scared that she stuttered when she saw Haoyan. I'll deal with you when we get back. Even though Haoyan was angry, he couldn't teach his daughter a lesson in front of Feng Zichen, an outsider. He just suppressed his anger and glared at her, then sent her back to the jade pool and locked her up. Fellow Taoist, things have already come to this point. Is it necessary to continue watching? At this time, Haoyan really wasn't in the mood to continue watching. He just wanted to end this quickly. But Feng Zichen wasn't willing. He still wanted to take Haoyan to watch the complete version of Peach Mountain, Saving the Mother. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The good show is yet to come. Fellow Taoist Kundi spent so much effort to prepare a big show for you. How can you end it so hastily after just watching the beginning? In this way, how can I live up to fellow Taoist Kundi's painstaking efforts? Looking at the furious Haoyan, Feng Zichen said with a smile. Sigh. Seeing Feng Zichen's firm attitude, Haoyan couldn't force him. He could only continue watching. At this time, Martial Canopy had already arrived with 10,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. They were fighting with Fairy Yaoji. Tisk tsk tisk. It seems that Fairy Yaoji is quite popular in the heavenly court. She even knows Martial Canopy. Look at how easy he is. It's a bit too much. Looking at the battlefield below, Feng Zichen turned his head and joked with Haoyan. Canopy Martial's performance in this battle was too obviously fake. 10,000 Heavenly River Navy joined forces and set up the Heavenly River Formation. They could even kill Daoyuo Jingxian, let alone Yaoji of Tai Jingxian. He could take him down with a flip of his hand. However, Canopy Martial brought 10,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals to capture Yaoji. Yaoji didn't swarm Yaoji. Instead, he fought Yaoji alone. Good heavens, you're putting on an act here. If this was not an act, how could he become the Canopy Marshal and lead the Heavenly River Navy with his IQ? He had long been killed by someone. Marshal Tian Preng isn't Poor Wei's subordinate. He's fellow Taoist Gaochen's subordinate. Poor Wei's words might not have any effect on him. Even the Poor Wei doesn't know the reason behind his actions today. Perhaps, as you said, he has a good relationship with Yaoji. Hao Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was the master of the heavenly court, not many of the immortals and gods in the heavenly court were his subordinates. Most of them were from the other 3 gods or the 5 celestial emperors. There were almost no direct descendants who belonged to him. Furthermore, they were all in a peripheral position and did not have any authority to speak of. Originally, the entire heavenly court belonged to Hao Tian. However, he had been dead for too long, and his forces were all divided up by the 8 celestial emperors. For example, the heavenly river was cleaned up by Great Emperor Gaochen when the dam broke last time. All of Hao Tian's forces were cleared out. The Heavenly River Navy was established at that time, and Canopy Marshal was also appointed at that time. Since he was able to become the Heavenly River Navy's commander, he was naturally one of Great Emperor Gaochen's subordinates. There was also Taibai Jingxing. He was supposed to be loyal to Hao Tian, but now he was one of Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. Venus was one of the 5 stars of heaven and earth. It was one of the 365 main stars. Taibai Jingxing was the innate star god that Venus gave birth to. As a star god, he naturally had to respect Great Emperor Ziwei. This was without a doubt. For example, the South Pole star god, South Pole Immortal Elder, thought that he could disrespect Great Emperor Ziwei because he had a saint as his backer. But what happened in the end? Great Emperor Ziwei stripped him of his innate star god identity. He did not care about Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning at all. Originally, Immortal Wang of the South Pole still had a chance to compete with Lei Zhe for the position of Great Emperor of the South Pole Longevity Emperor. But now he had lost his innate star god identity, and he was completely out of the game. Moreover, as an innate star god, he could be protected by Zhouxing. Becoming Daoyuo Taoist priests could be said to be a simple matter without any difficulty. Even if immortal Wang of the South Pole was burdened by Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and had endless negative karma, he could still become Daoyuo Taoist priests with his identity as an innate star god. Zhouxing illuminated the universe, and it could be said that his merit was boundless. What was a mere negative karma to him? However, as immortal Wang of the South Pole lost his innate star god identity, these benefits had nothing to do with him. As a result, he had no choice but to cultivate the postnatal Tao. How miserable! With such an example, the remaining innate star gods dared not to respect great Emperor Ziwei. Naturally, they followed his lead. Therefore, Hao Tian, the Celestial Emperor, had nothing other than a title. He was just an empty shell. Fellow Taoist, you're a little too miserable. To be able to become a Celestial Emperor, like you, is also a kind of ability. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said with a face full of admiration. This was true admiration, without the slightest hint of mockery. If he were in Hao Tian's position, he would have flipped the table and quit. However, Hao Tian was able to endure it. Just this kind of patience was enough to make Feng Zichen feel ashamed of his inferiority. Fellow Taoist, don't joke. Hao Tian waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. Whether Feng Zichen was really admiring or mocking him, he did not care. Mere honor and disgrace could no longer disturb his Tao heart. However, those fellow Taoists are indeed a little too much. There are so many good positions in the heavenly court, but they didn't leave a single one for you. It's really a little embarrassing to be so popular. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly said indignantly on behalf of Hao Tian. Looking at his indignant expression, those who did not know would think that he had been wronged. Feng Zichen said indignantly on behalf of Hao Tian. It could be said that he was right. He was really righteous. He could pat his chest and say that he did not plant a single person in the heavenly court. His subordinates were all gathered at the outermost edge of the boundless starry sky. Other than the establishment of the heavenly soldiers, the rest had nothing to do with the heavenly court. Even his salary, Feng Zichen did not pay the heavenly court. He paid for it out of his own pocket. Therefore, he had the right to speak up for Hao Tian. As for the matter of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the North Star Heavenly Emperor fighting for power in the heavenly court, and planting people everywhere, what did it have to do with Great Emperor Ziwei? He, the Great Emperor Ziwei, Pangu, and the Ziwei clan were upright and upright. They did not have any thoughts about the heavenly court. They only guarded their own boundless starry sky. The ones who were interested in the heavenly court, and planted people everywhere, were the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the North Star Heavenly Emperor. It had nothing to do with Great Emperor Ziwei. Feng Zichen was a professional at ridiculing himself. As for Feng Zichen's words, Hao Tian believed them, because he always believed that Feng Zichen was on the same side as him. Even though there were many unhappiness between the two of them, Hao Tian still thought so. Everyone knew that Great Emperor Ziwei was the sub-ruler of the three realms, the next Celestial Emperor. Since the position of Celestial Emperor would be his sooner or later, why would Great Emperor Ziwei fight for it now? With Hao Tian blocking the attacks of the saints, he could improve his strength and peace. Wasn't that good? He had too many benefits for the Celestial Emperor and Feng Zichen. Therefore, Hao Tian could not think of a reason why Feng Zichen would deal with him. Sigh, fellow Taoists, don't say any more. If those fellow Taoists want to fight, let them fight. Poor Wei doesn't care anymore. Poor Wei has long thought it through. In the Eldritch world, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, no matter how much power one has, it's just a dream that will burst at the first touch. Therefore, poor Wei has long lost interest in the power of the heavenly court. He only wants to achieve the Tao as soon as possible and cultivate to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm, so that he can transcend the vanity of the heavenly court. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. After poor Wei transcends, you still have to clean up the mess of the heavenly court for him. Seeing Feng Zichen's angry look, Hao Tian comforted him. He really did not want to be the Celestial Emperor anymore. Now he wanted to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian as soon as possible so that he could escape from the heavenly court and be free. He changed his title from the Celestial Emperor to the Jade Emperor. It might not be without the intention of weakening his connection with the heavenly court. By the way, if fellow Taoist is willing, you can arrange some people in the heavenly court. Anyway, the position of celestial emperor will be yours sooner or later. As if thinking of something, Hao Tian suddenly said to Feng Zichen. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly understood something. He did not want to be the celestial emperor anymore. Why did he still have to deal with the matters of the heavenly court? It was better to leave these to great Emperor Ziwei to deal with while he could focus on cultivation and strive to achieve the Tao as soon as possible. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was stunned for a moment. He had long known that once Hao Tian achieved the Tao, he would pass it to him. However, he did not expect Hao Tian to be so eager to pass on the position. He had not achieved the Tao yet, but he wanted to hand over the power of the heavenly court to him first. It was as if he was not afraid of others taking over him. In fact, he was even looking forward to this kind of thing happening. Even with Feng Zichen's experience, he was still stunned by Hao Tian's operation. From Hao Tian's serious eyes, Feng Zichen could be sure that he was not testing him. He really did not care. No wonder Hao Tian in the future would become a puppet. That was because he did not care at all. He was wholeheartedly seeking the Tao, and was not surprised by honor or disgrace. However, Hao Tian could say that, but Feng Zichen could not agree so readily. At the very least, he had to refuse 3 times before he could reluctantly agree. He agreed. Fellow Taoist, look, there are new changes below. Changing the topic, Feng Zichen pointed below and said. At this moment, in order to escape, the fake Yaoji suddenly took out a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Although this Yaoji was fake, Feng Zichen packaged her more realistically than the real one based on the principle of acting. Even if the real Yaoji came, she would become a fake in front of her. In this case, the magic treasure on the real Yaoji was naturally on the fake Yaoji. It seems that you have not stayed in the Purple Cloud Palace for so many years in vain. You have gotten a lot of good things. Looking at the innate spirit treasure in Yaoji's hand, Feng Zichen said. The high-grade innate spirit treasure in Yaoji's hand was called the Heavenly Eye. It was one of the 3 eyes of heaven, earth, and man. It could search all 3 realms and shoot out divine light. It was extremely extraordinary. It's just a little thing. It's not as rich as you. Hao Tian, who was born in the Purple Cloud Palace, definitely did not lack innate spirit treasures. However, compared to Feng Zichen, he was still a poor man. After all, the other party was sitting on the entire boundless starry sky. After a chaotic battle, the fake Yaoji was captured. Yang Tianyu and his eldest son, Yang Jiao, died. His second son, Yang Jian, and his youngest daughter, Yang Chan, escaped under the malice of Canopy Marshal. Not long after the fake Yaoji was captured, Feng Zichen suppressed her under Peach Mountain in the name of Hao Tian. What happened next was much simpler. As recorded in the story, Yang Jian apprenticed himself to a master and learned a lot of skills. He planned to split Peach Mountain to save his mother. You've gone too far. At this moment in the heavenly court, looking at Yang Jian who had mastered the divine skill, Hao Tian cursed loudly. Good Lord, it was fine that the 3 pure ones did not take him seriously. But how could their disciples not take him seriously? The master of heaven and earth, a half-step origin existence. Knowing that Yang Jian was wanted by the heavenly court, the disciple of the sect of enlightenment still dared to take him as a disciple and injured countless heavenly soldiers. As long as they cared about the existence of the heavenly court, this would not have happened. Clearly, they did not take Hao Tian and the heavenly court seriously. They really thought that as the disciple of a saint, they could do whatever they wanted in the untainted land. In the past, the disciples of the sect of enlightenment would not have dared to look down on the heavenly court. But since the North Star Emperor was killed by the saint, they became arrogant and did not take the heavenly court seriously at all. Yes, they even dared to kill the celestial emperor. What else did the saint not dare to do? With such a powerful master, how could the disciples of the sect of enlightenment not be arrogant? They really don't know what's good for them. Being looked down on by the saint, Hao Tian gritted his teeth and accepted it. After all, he was no match for the saint. But what was the saint's disciple? He was like an ant. Not to mention his identity as the celestial emperor. He could kill thousands of people with his own strength. So they dared to look down on Hao Tian. What else could it be other than courting death? When the celestial emperor killed, tribulations were born. The moment Hao Tian had the intention to kill the disciples of the sect of enlightenment, heaven and earth immediately sensed it. Unknowingly, countless tribulations gathered and wrapped around the primordial spirit of the second-generation disciples of the sect of enlightenment, turning into a death tribulation and hiding. The celestial emperor was the master of heaven and earth. He represented heaven and earth. Since ancient times, those who dared to look down on the celestial emperor, except for the saints, had to pay the price. The second-generation disciple of the sect of enlightenment was only at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, but he dared to look down on the celestial emperor. And this was the cause of the God-conferment tribulation. The celestial emperor could not be humiliated. Looking down on the celestial emperor, they had to pay the price. Fellow Taoists, let's not bother about the disciples of the sect of enlightenment. Look at Yang Jian, he's about to split the Peach Mountain. At the side, Feng Zichen said as if he was enjoying the show. Split? Just because he's a golden immortal. He can't split the Peach Mountain. P.S. I caught a cold. I was so engrossed in writing that I did not even feel the temperature drop. Then I caught a cold. Miserable. Seeing how miserable I am, give me some monthly tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 707. Above the heavenly court, Hao Tian waved his sleeves. Magical power appeared, turning into talismans and enveloping Peach Mountain. Just then, Yang Jian raised his mountain-splitting axe and swung it down at Peach Mountain. Bang! The axe landed on the Peach Mountain with a deafening sound and a terrifying wave of energy, twisting the space around it. However, the attack that Yang Jian had pinned all his hopes on did not work. Not a single pebble fell from the Peach Mountain, not to mention splitting it open. How could this be? First, he looked at the axe in his hand, then at the undamaged Peach Mountain in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was different from what his master, Immortal Yuding, had said. Immortal Yuding had said that he could easily split Peach Mountain with his strength and the divine weapon, mountain-splitting axe. But what was happening now? Yang Jian's mountain-splitting axe was no ordinary weapon. It was formed from the fragments of Yu the Great's innate merit spiritual treasure, mountain-splitting axe. Back then, Yu the Great had done everything he could to fight against the divine punishment. The mountain-splitting axe was shattered by the divine punishment during the tribulation. It turned into countless fragments and scattered throughout the Eldritch world. Some of the fragments fell into Kunlun Mountain and were obtained by the primeval Lord of Heaven. Perhaps it was because he was bored, or perhaps he was itching to do something. The primeval Lord of Heaven took the fragments and refined them with various innate spiritual materials, creating a supreme-grade acquired treasure. It was the mountain-splitting axe in Yang Jian's hand. Logically speaking, with Yang Jian's cultivation as a golden immortal and the mountain-splitting axe, he should be able to split Peach Mountain easily, just as Immortal Yuding had said. Unfortunately, the furious Hao Tian could not help but strengthen Peach Mountain. Hao Tian's cultivation was incredible. He stood at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm, and was about to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. With his blessing, even if Yang Jian had the real splitting mountain axe, he would not have been able to split the Peach Mountain, let alone the fake one. If it were Yu the Great, he would be able to do it. At the foot of Peach Mountain, Yang Jian hesitated for a long time. Finally, he raised the mountain-splitting axe in his hand and chopped at Peach Mountain with all his might. The last time might have been an accident. This time, he might be able to succeed. While Yang Jian was thinking about this, the mountain-splitting axe had already landed on Peach Mountain. However, the result was even worse than the last time. Peach Mountain remained unscathed. Instead, a terrifying force came and sent Yang Jian flying. Bang! Yang Jian, who had been sent flying, flew for a long distance before crashing heavily onto the ground. Impossible. Why can't I split it open? Ah! Yang Jian crawled up from the ground, seemingly unable to accept the blow of failure. A trace of madness gradually appeared on his face. Then Yang Jian strode forward, raised the mountain-splitting axe in his hand, and hacked at Peach Mountain. Once, twice, thrice, following Yang Jian's movements, a huge recoil struck him, causing his hands to crack and bleed profusely. However, Yang Jian didn't care at all. He only stopped when his arms were shattered and he lost consciousness. In less than 20 years, Yang Jian had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a golden immortal cultivator. His speed was indeed a little fast, but he had become a gold immortal in such a short time. How could he hone his mental state to match his realm? It was normal for him to lose his composure after a slight setback. Such a scene is truly moving. In the heavenly court, Feng Zichen couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Yang Jian's performance. Hao Yan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. My friend, if Yang Jian can't split Peach Mountain, Saint Juanti won't be able to continue his act. I think he won't be able to hold back his urge to strike soon. If he were to make a move, the Peach Mountain would fall. If that's the case, what do you plan to do next? As if thinking of something, Feng Zichen suddenly turned his head and asked Hao Yan. If Yang Jian couldn't split Peach Mountain, Saint Juanti's plan to suppress Hao Yan's prestige would fail. Moreover, it would boost Hao Yan's prestige. How could he be satisfied with that? He would have to strike. My friend, don't beat around the bush. Just tell me your plan. The poor Wei will cooperate. Hao Yan was also a smart person. Once he heard Feng Zichen's words, he understood what Feng Zichen meant. Haha, my friend, you're so straightforward. Then the poor Wei will speak frankly. Next, it's time for your sister, Yaoji. With a laugh, Feng Zichen said directly. Yaoji. My friend, you mean? Hao Yan faintly understood what Feng Zichen meant. At the same time, just as Feng Zichen had guessed, Saint Juanti was very confused. He couldn't understand Hao Yan's thoughts. Yaoji was his sister. Was he really ruthless enough to seal her forever instead of putting on an act for outsiders to see? However, despite his confusion, Saint Juanti still planned to help Yang Jian split Peach Mountain. After the severely injured Yang Jian was taken away by immortal Yuding in a hurry, there was no sound from him. Just like that, 60 years passed. After 60 years, Yang Jian reappeared and came to Peach Mountain again. Compared to before, he was stronger. His realm had risen from Golden Immortal to Tai Jingxian. At the same time, the mountain-splitting axe in his hand was stronger. Congenital Taoist rhymes surrounded him and shone. Apparently, it had evolved into a congenital spiritual treasure. It was easy to transform the mountain-splitting axe into a congenital spiritual treasure. That was to find more fragments of Yu the Great's mountain-splitting axe for it to devour. It seemed that in these years, the disciples of the Clan of Enlightenment had spent a lot of time looking for fragments of Yu the Great's mountain-splitting axe. That was how Yang Jian's mountain-splitting axe became a congenital spiritual treasure. Mother, this time I will save you. Yang Jian shouted to the fake Yaoji, who was under the mountain. He couldn't wait to raise the mountain-splitting axe and chop down on Peach Mountain. At the same time, Saint Juanti also made his move. An imperceptible force emerged from the void and wrapped around the mountain-splitting axe's blade. Together with the axe light, it struck Peach Mountain. Rumble. The Peach Mountain was split open from the middle, and countless pieces of rubble rolled down from the top. The Peach Mountain shook violently, and the ground shook violently. The moment Peach Mountain shattered, Hao Yan flew into a rage. He beat the drum of immortal assembling and summoned all celestial court officials to punish those who had disdained the celestial court's laws. Hiss! The immortals and deities heard the drum and rushed over. As soon as they stepped into the Lingxiao Palace, they saw the three lofty emperors. They couldn't help but gasp. Something big was about to happen. The three emperors were the Jade Emperor, the Great of Ziwei, and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. How many years had it been since so many emperors had appeared in the celestial court? Even the Great of Ziwei, who usually stayed out of worldly affairs, had shown up. Something big was about to happen. The three emperors didn't look too happy. They were clearly in a bad mood. For a time, everyone even became careful with their breathing as they were deeply afraid that the slightest carelessness would infuriate the imperial monarch and cause them to lose their lives. Everyone, there is a cultivator from the lower realm called Yang Jian. He has disregarded the celestial court's laws and our dignity. He even treats us as if we are nothing. He is beyond arrogant. That is why I am sending troops to punish him today. I wonder which one of you is willing to take on this important task and capture Yang Jian to strengthen the celestial court's might. Hao Tian only spoke when he saw that most of the people had arrived. What? Punish Yang Jian? After Hao Tian finished speaking, the group of officials below immediately exploded. What a guy! Crusade against Yang Jian? Who in the three realms doesn't know that he is your nephew? Punish him? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Who would dare to meddle in the Jade Emperor's family affairs? Although they were fighting to the death now, it was hard to say when they would reconcile and become a close family again. If that was the case, what would happen to the people involved in this matter today? Since ancient times, anyone who dared to meddle in other people's family affairs would end up in trouble. The lesson was right in front of them. No one dared to get involved. Besides, no one would take responsibility for something like this where there were no benefits to winning and a lot of disadvantages to losing. Therefore, after Hao Tian finished speaking, the Lingxiao Hall fell into a strange silence. No one dared to reply. Bastard! As immortals, you have all cultivated for countless years and have boundless divine abilities. But now, no one dares to accept the challenge in the face of a brat. How embarrassing! Hao Tian roared angrily when he saw that no one dared to take on this important task in the heavenly court. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame, but no one dared to accept the challenge. Your Majesty, we are willing to go to the lower realm to capture that thief. After a long time, the North and South war gods under the South Pole Emperor couldn't stand the humiliation and stepped forward to ask for battle. Good. Our heavenly court does not lack loyal and brave people. Seeing this, Hao Tian was overjoyed and was about to let the two lead the troops. But at this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly interrupted. Wait! What do you mean? Hao Tian looked at Feng Zichen in confusion. Brother, as the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Since this matter started because of Yaoji, Yaoji should be the one to solve it. Otherwise, this matter will be troublesome in the future. With a mysterious smile, Feng Zichen said unhurriedly. That's true. You're right. Yaoji should be the one to deal with this matter. Then how about this? Yaoji will be the leader, and the North and South war gods will be the support. Together, we will go to the lower realm to capture that thief Yang Jian. Hao Tian nodded with a look of realization. Then he sent a palace maid to the Jade Pool to invite Yaoji over. At this moment, looking at the two echoing each other, the heavenly court officials were full of question marks. Why didn't they understand what the two emperors were saying? What do you mean by Yaoji is the leader? Didn't you press Yaoji under the Peach Mountain? Could it be that there were two Yaojis in the heavenly court? Or was the Jade Emperor so angry that he lost his mind? Just as everyone was wondering, the palace maid who went out first came in with Yaoji. Seeing Yaoji coming in, everyone was dumbfounded. Why was there another Yaoji in the heavenly court? Of course it was impossible. Could it be that the one in the lower realm was a fake? Confused, everyone looked at the Peach Mountain in the lower realm. That's right, there was another Yaoji, carefully protected by Yang Jian, walking out of the broken Peach Mountain. After looking carefully for a while, no one found anything wrong. That person was exactly the same as the Yaoji they were familiar with. Looking away, everyone looked at Yaoji. Wow, good girl. They were exactly the same. No one could tell the real one from the fake. However, everyone here was able to make it to the Lingxiao Palace. None of them were fools. Although they couldn't tell the real one from the fake, they could tell the situation. Since Yaoji could appear in the heavenly court, no matter who she was before, she could only be Yaoji now. Greetings, eldest princess. After being stunned for a while, everyone saluted her. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Yaoji returned the salute with a blank face. Today was really strange. Why did everyone who saw her have such a strange expression? As if they were trying to hide something. In order to eliminate Yaoji's love tribulation and prevent it from affecting her future cultivation, Hao Tian directly changed Yaoji's memory so that she would completely forget everything that happened in the lower realm. In Yaoji's memory, she had been cultivating in seclusion in the Jade Pool, hoping to break through to the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. Jade Pool, there is an evil man in the lower realm who impersonated you and married a mortal and had a child. He caused a great disaster. Today, I called you here to lead the heavenly soldiers to take down that evil man to protect the dignity of the heavenly court. Are you willing? Haotian said directly without hiding anything. What? Impersonated me and married a mortal and had a child? Hearing this, Yaoji was first stunned, then her face darkened. At any time, reputation was very important to a woman. It was especially so for a woman of noble status. Therefore, after suddenly hearing this news, Yaoji's anger was imaginable. Which bitch impersonated me? I'm going to kill her. Furious, Yaoji directly had the intention to kill. She is in the lower realm. Later, take my Haotian mirror to catch her. I also want to know who has the guts to impersonate the eldest princess of the heavenly court. Haotian said angrily as he took out the Haotian mirror and handed it to Yaoji. Yes, your majesty. Yaoji took the Haotian mirror with trembling hands and thanked him. She wasn't agitated. She was angry. Everyone, who is willing to go to the lower realm with Yaoji to catch the thief. After that, Haotian looked at the ministers and continued to ask. Me. Different from last time when no one answered, after confirming that the Yaoji in the lower realm was a fake, they changed their previous attitude and eagerly asked to fight. Force. The corner of Haotian's mouth twitched. He casually chose a few pleasing people and asked them to go to the lower realm with Yaoji and the north and south gods of war. Chapter 708. Mother, let's take a rest here. At the foot of Peach Mountain, Yang Jian was helping the fake Yaoji to a shady place to rest. The fake Yaoji was not Haotian's sister, so he showed no mercy when he attacked her. After being trapped under Peach Mountain for so long, the fake Yaoji had suffered a lot. Even though she had escaped, she was still weak. Her strength was almost crippled. At this moment, the fake Yaoji was even weaker than a mortal. Haotian is so cold-blooded that he didn't care about their sibling relationship. He was so cruel to my mother. Yang Jian said angrily when he felt the fake Yaoji's weakness. He's so cruel. He killed Tianyu and Jiao? Speaking of Haotian, the fake Yaoji was also furious. Her husband and eldest son were killed by the heavenly soldiers under Haotian's orders. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were venting their hatred for Haotian, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out in the sky. The heavenly soldiers had arrived. Haotian, you're so cruel. You really don't care about our sibling relationship. Do you want to kill my family? Seeing the large number of heavenly soldiers in the sky, the fake Yaoji couldn't help but shout angrily. Haotian was so cruel that he didn't leave them a way out. Those who could become heavenly soldiers were the elites of the primordial races living in the heaven realm. Each heavenly soldier was at least a divine immortal. Those who could become heavenly generals were golden immortals. The 10,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals set up a primordial formation. They could even kill Daoyuo Jingxian, not to mention Yang Jian. Mother, don't be afraid. Let's see how I'll take you out. Facing the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, Yang Jian still didn't show any fear. It was as if the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were nothing to him. However, the next person who suddenly appeared made Yang Chang unable to maintain his calm expression. His expression became one of disbelief. Sibling relationship? Bitch, who are you? You're just an ant. How dare you talk about sibling relationship with His Majesty? Take a good look at yourself. Are you worthy? Amidst the colorful clouds, Zhen Yaoji gracefully flew over and appeared in front of Yang Jian and his mother. At that moment, both Yang Jian and the fake Yaoji were stupefied. They stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly at the real Yaoji who had suddenly appeared. Obviously, he couldn't understand why an identical version of himself would suddenly appear. Who are you? Why did you impersonate me? After being stunned for a while, the fake Yaoji came back to her senses and questioned the real Yaoji with an ugly expression. That's right. Where did you come from? How dare you impersonate my mother? On the other side, Yang Jian scolded the fake Yaoji after she finished speaking. Obviously, they didn't think they were fake. Hee. Seeing this, Zhen Yaoji was so angry that she laughed. That fake was really arrogant. She had already seen her in person, but instead of thinking about how to escape after her plan had been exposed, she had bitten her back. That was really something. Did that imposter really think that no one in the heavenly court could see through his disguise? At this moment, the moment Zhen Yaoji appeared, those great mediums who didn't want to pay attention to this matter suddenly became spirited and cast their eyes over here. They smelled the excitement. There would be a good show to watch in the untainted land. At this point, it was very easy to sort things out. It was obvious that someone wanted to use Yaoji to plot against Haotian. Unexpectedly, Haotian's skills were better. Not only did she detect the other party's plot in advance, but she also turned the other party's plot against her. That was why the scene before his eyes had happened. Next, it was time to see how the person behind the scenes would deal with it. Putting aside the onlookers, the person behind the scenes, Saint Juan-Ti, was a little anxious at this moment. Oh no! Poor Wei has been set up. On Mount Meru, Saint Juan-Ti, who was paying attention to the development of the situation, knew that he had been set up the moment he saw Zhen Yaoji appear. After the other party saw through his plan, not only did he not expose it, but he also played along and put on a big show for him, trapping him. He had been hunting geese all year round, but he was pecked in the eye by a geese today. Saint Juan-Ti's mood could be said to be extremely bad. However, although he was in a bad mood, things had to continue. Since the plan had been exposed, Juan-Ti had to consider the impact of this matter on him. In this matter, was he really exposed? Also, who was the fake Yaoji? He couldn't make a person appear out of thin air. The fake Yaoji must have a background. Thinking of this, Saint Juan-Ti couldn't help but silently deduce the identity of the fake Yaoji. But this calculation really gave him a fright. At this time, there was no need for Feng Zichen and Haotian to hide the secrets of heaven. Therefore, Saint Juan-Ti easily figured out that the fake Yaoji was the missing female disciple of the Western sect. F***ck. After figuring out this matter, Saint Juan-Ti's heart was about to explode. Then he reached out his hand without hesitation and grabbed the fake Yaoji. He actually wanted to kill her. Saint Juan-Ti wanted to kill her. In any case, the identity of the fake Yaoji would not be revealed in front of the world. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the reputation of the Western sect. Although Saint Juan-Ti also knew that the female disciple was innocent, and had obviously been schemed against by others. But at this moment, for the reputation of the Western sect, he had to kill her. Compared to the reputation of the Western sect, her life and death were still too light. Besides, dying for the Western sect was the glory of being a disciple of the Western sect. Sacrificing her to protect the reputation of the Western sect. Even if that disciple knew, he would feel honored and not resentful. Whoosh, the void shattered silently, and a supreme power quietly emerged. It was about to descend on the fake Yaoji and completely erase her, leaving no trace of her past or future. However, how could Feng Zichen and Haotian, who had long been prepared, let Saint Juan-Ti kill the fake Yaoji in front of them? Then wouldn't their performance be in vain? Rumble. Just as that power was about to descend upon the fake Yaoji, an equally vast power emerged. Around it, bejeweled jade palaces, heavenly palaces, and 33 heavens were formed. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent heavenly court appeared, reflecting all the worlds in the heavens and firmly protecting the fake Yaoji. Although Saint Juan-Ti was strong, he could do nothing in the face of the joint forces of Feng Zichen and Haotian. Therefore, no matter how he attacked, he could not break the defense set up by the two of them and kill the fake Yaoji. Damn it! At this time, how could Saint Juan-Ti not understand that the two emperors in the heavenly court had obviously sensed his plan long ago, and were working together to act him? After understanding this, Saint Juan-Ti did not continue to attack. Instead, he walked towards Saint Jia-in. It was inevitable that the fake Yaoji's identity would be exposed. What he needed to do now was to discuss countermeasures with Saint Jia-in to minimize the impact. The scene returned to Peach Mountain. Evildoer, show your true form. Seeing that Zhen Yaoji did not answer, Yang Jian was angry. He activated his third eye and shot out a divine light, trying to beat her back to her original form. However, seeing Yang Jian activate his third eye, Zhen Yaoji was undoubtedly angrier. Good lord, this fake is really capable. She can even imitate the third eye. Suddenly, a divine rune appeared on Zhen Yaoji's forehead. It looked exactly the same as the heaven's eye on Yang Jian's forehead. At the same time, it shot out a ray of divine light that collided with Yang Jian's divine light. Boom! The two identical divine lights collided and burst open in the void. Terrible waves rippled and broke through layers of clouds. When everything calmed down, the result was a draw. The two divine lights canceled each other out at the same time. Third eye. Why do you have a third eye? Noticing the third eye on Zhen Yaoji's forehead that was exactly the same as his, Yang Jian's face was full of confusion and shock. He wasn't the only one. The other great divines who noticed this were also at a loss. Weren't all primordial spiritual treasures unique? How could there be two identical primordial spiritual treasures? My fellow Taoist, you're really good. Even poor Wei can't tell if the third eye you imitated is real or fake. Looking at the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead, Haotian could not help but sigh with emotion. Even he, the original owner of the third eye, did not notice the abnormality of the fake third eye, let alone outsiders. That was why Haotian sighed with emotion. Feng Zichen's method of faking was really to pass off as genuine. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Hearing Haotian's praise, Feng Zichen hurriedly expressed his modesty. However, the undisguised smile on his face revealed that he did not mean what he said. In terms of fake skills, if Feng Zichen claimed to be second, no one in the untainted land would dare to claim to be first. The third eye on Yang Jian's head was not a primordial spiritual treasure at all, but a primordial divine ability with the same function as the third eye. Everything in the world was made up of Tao patterns, and primordial spiritual treasures were no exception. As for Feng Zichen, because of his identity as the great Taoist priests, he had the ability to see through the origin of all things. The essence of all things in the world could not escape his eyes. The third eye was just a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. With just a glance, Feng Zichen remembered its structure clearly. With a little effort, he could deduce a divine ability with the same power as the third eye. What an evil creature. Today I'd like to see who you are. How dare you pretend to be me? Furious, Yaoji did not say much. She directly took out the Haotian mirror and shone it at the fake Yaoji. The Haotian mirror was one of the top 10 primordial spiritual treasures in the untainted land. Its power was second only to primordial ultimate treasures. Not to mention the fake Yaoji, even Feng Zichen could not escape the detection of the Haotian mirror without using magic treasures. Swish! The divine light shone on the fake Yaoji, causing her appearance to change dramatically. Although she was still attractive, she was completely different from Yaoji. At the same time, Feng Zichen also released the seal on the fake Yaoji, causing her memory to recover. Of course, these memories were also fake. Ah, Teacher Kundi, you lied to me. As soon as she recovered her memory, the fake Yaoji vented her hatred. However, her target was not Feng Zichen and Haotian, but her teacher, Saint Kundi. Feng Zichen changed her memory and put all the blame on Saint Kundi. For example, in those fake memories, it was Saint Kundi who asked her to pretend to be Yaoji and marry Yang Tianyu, and promised to protect her family. Unexpectedly, she was soon stabbed in the back by Saint Kundi. First of all, it was Saint Kundi who told the heavenly court about her marriage with Yang Tianyu. Secondly, in order to further intensify the conflict, the people who killed Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were also from the Western sect. Well, in order to make it more realistic, the people who killed Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were the spies of the Western sect in the heavenly court. In order to find these two people, Feng Zichen also spent some effort. Although there were many loopholes in these memories, all the concepts about this matter in the world were distorted by Feng Zichen and Haotian, so that the fake Yaoji would not have any doubts. Not only her, but all the creatures in the untainted land who had not reached the Daoyuo Taoist priest's realm would not doubt this matter. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was so powerful. With such a memory, How could the fake Yaoji not hate Saint Kundi, who planned all this? She killed her husband and son. This was an irreconcilable hatred. Hearing the fake Yaoji call out Saint Kundi's name, the great mediums who were watching the show immediately knew who was behind the scenes. TSK, TSK, TSK. They did not expect that Saint Kundi would be schemed against one day. This scene was too wonderful. Princess Royal, please wait. As long as you are willing to let my son go, I am willing to go to the heavenly court with you. I am even willing to help you identify the real culprit behind the scenes. After recovering her memory, the fake Yaoji did not want to resist and directly talked with Yaoji about the conditions. At this time, the fake Yaoji was most worried about her son Yang Jian. She offended a saint and would definitely die. But her son still had a bright future. She could not drag him down. Before dying, she had to do something for Yang Jian's future. Yaoji, who was about to give the order to kill the two people, could not help but hesitate when she heard this. This matter involved a saint. She really did not know how to deal with it. Take them down together. Just when Yaoji was hesitating, Feng Zichen's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears and made the decision for her. Since when were sinners qualified to talk about conditions? As long as they agreed to the fake Yaoji's request, where would the dignity of the heavenly court go? Besides, as long as they got the person, the heavenly court would do whatever they wanted. The heavenly court had many ways to deal with a disabled Tai Jingxian. How could the means of cultivators be judged by common sense? At Feng Zichen's order, the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals immediately moved. They formed a large formation and surrounded Yang Jian and his mother. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.